Group A finals day here. We've started the Premier Division now. We have 4 groups of 5 and only the group winner gets to return for Championship Week, which is coming up at the end of the Euros of cricket. We started with 5, now there's 4 teams still in the running. Eliminator first up, so it's make or break for 2 teams. Let's get ready to rumble. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. We've reached the first finals day in the Premier Division, so these are the top ranked 21 countries in the format, and so far in Group A we've seen 5 countries. Unfortunately for Guernsey, despite their very spirited win in their last game, they have dropped out of the competition in 5th place. So now we go to the top 4 system and Group A finals day, and we're starting with the 2 teams that finished 3rd and 4th on the table after the round robin, and these 2 teams, well, both will show, but one will have to go at the end of this eliminator. It's Portugal who finished 3rd against France who finished 4th. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. A little while ago, Ian Ramage was at the other end with the 2 captains and the giant coin.
All right, Portugal, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. France, you're the away team, you will call.
European cricket.
European cricket is the call, and it's laying on European cricket.
We're going to bat.
France will have a bat.
France win the toss and elect to bat then. Interesting decision. Now we know their batting has been a little bit brittle at times and they've tried a few things in this tournament. Some have worked, some haven't worked so well, but I think the addition of Mukhtar Ali Gulami yesterday certainly put a different face on that top order. I'd be tempted just to go out there and open with him. He certainly seemed to be in really, really good touch. With France though, it often is about their bowling. When they get it right, they're very, very difficult to handle. They've got a lot of quite dangerous paces, and I think it'll be a bit of a handful for Portugal in the second half of this game. But speaking of Portugal, I mean, they've got a very new look lineup for this tournament, but there's a lot of good cricketers in there. Some haven't really fired yet. But one guy I do want to talk about is Jeremy Martins. He has been absolutely incredible. Probably has been the player of this group so far. Can he deliver again on finals day? He's important with the bat and the ball for the Portuguese. Now, the Portuguese team finished 2-2, and they only just missed out on net run rate. It was only a few runs in it. If they had won by a few more last night against Scotland 11, then they would be actually in the 1 versus 2 and they'd have the double chance. So I know they were disappointed to miss out on that, but if you want to get to the top, you have to beat whoever's in your way. At the moment, that is the French. Now, French had an interesting tournament as well so far. They're 1-3, but they did pick up points in every game. So remember, if you only just lose by a little bit, you do pick up a point out of the game. So they did still get 7 points. So there's only 1 point between these 2 teams on the table at the end of the 10 group matches. Let's talk weather, blue skies and sunshine. Well, I don't know what it's like in your part of the world, but here on the Costa del Sol and on the banks of the Mediterranean, it certainly is a really, really nice time of year at the moment. We're expecting about 28 degrees, currently about 24 to get this one going. Well, here's someone that always has a sunny disposition, and he's going to take us through all the action with me on finals day. I can tell you, Corey Ruckers is standing by. Well, crunch match for both these 2 teams. It is do or die, and it's France that have won the toss and elected to bat. So Portugal will be on the chase. Let's start the race for Group A domination. Over to you in the Dream Box.
Thank you very much. Vinny Sandu, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Around the world, we're back to Cartamania. T10 action live on your screens. 4 live games today, as it is Group A finals. But before we get into it, let's have a recap of yesterday. France, 162 for 2. They were on 59 after 6 overs before they exploded to a massive score. Guernsey in reply only 105, and France would take all 4 points in that one. As we got into the early afternoon session, a good game of cricket. Island Devon 164. Melly with the 50, Wilson with the 50. There was a hat-trick to Josh Wilson, 5 wickets, and Uzal Ahmed hit 57 off 16. A chaos game of cricket, but the Irish would get up and take 3 points from that. In the early a bit later in the afternoon, we had Guernsey taking on Portugal. Jeremy Martin's 93 not out, almost won it for them. In fact, in the last 2 overs, Portugal only made 11 runs and probably should have won the game. Guernsey got their first victory. It wasn't enough to get them into finals, but it might keep them in the Premier Division for next year. And the evening game, Seamus Lynch came to town finally, 79 of 23. Van der Merwe, 45 of 20. Those two whacked it, chasing 136. 3 for 18 for Scott Macbeth. And the Baby Greens, that have been nicknamed by Vinny Sandu, produced another victory for themselves. They were happy with that one. And finally, Portugal, they beat Scotland. A good game of cricket. Kessler almost stole it back for the Scots. Jeremy Martins, once again, another 3 wickets. He's having an outstanding tournament. Carlos Nunes with 2 and Najam Shazad with 2. A good game overall, but you have to say that Portugal just missed out on that double chance. Scotland holding on by about 0.2. And Guernsey, the first team eliminated in Group A. They lead with 4 points. You'd imagine that would be enough to stay safe, but we'll have to wait and see. A lot of permutations still to go in this interesting format of cricket. So that was yesterday. Today is today. It's a nice, warm Saturday again. It's been extremely hot in Kardama over the course of maybe almost 2 weeks now. A lot of these players in the Challenger Division and the Premier Division definitely feeling the temperature out in the middle, but also enjoying themselves as this long competition. I don't think we're going to get a drop of rain this year. I hope not anyway. Apparently on Friday there might be a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. So looking forward to today. We've got 4 live games. Yeah, So just waiting for the teams to get their sort of act in order. It is obviously a Saturday morning. Hope everyone's enjoyed their Friday evening. But this should be an interesting game, especially because this is the eliminator between Portugal and France. France are a very difficult team to read in this competition. Obviously, they've been a little bit hit and miss, but when they do click, they are a dangerous item. For Portugal, the revamped Portugal, I think they're a much better side than what we've seen in previous years. They look like they've gone on a scouting mission, and they've done and delivered well. Jeremy Martin's a massive pickup for them. Obviously, we know Sean Gomes, Juan Henry, and a few others, but they really look like a formidable team, the Portuguese. I think they're slight favourites going into this one as they make their way out to the middle. Good to see that they've sort of taken a leap of faith and selected some other players from around the world. And will it pay off today? We'll find out over the course of probably 10 hours. There's the French opening pair. They haven't had great opening sort of partnerships, the French, in the power play. But maybe in this one they can get away. We'll have to wait and see. So we're almost set to go. There's Faf Stoneman on your screen. Look out for him. He's a live wire in the field. 2 and 2 for the Portuguese, 1 and 3 for France. The Portugal sort of bowlers. Look out for Juan Henry, very quick indeed. Guy Sheena with some spin. Also, Carlos Nunes has proved pretty effective with a bit of outswing. For France, it's going to be up to that batting lineup. I'd like to think Gulami, who's listed at 4, will come out at 3, I hope. It'll all depend on what sort of combinations. Interesting to see Mahmood Sadiq back in the team. Not sure about that one. Rambatumala Mangdal at the bottom there. He's very good with the ball, and I love the youngster Sajjad Stanikzai. Look out for him a little bit later. So we have a look at the supercomputer saying 65 to 35 to the Portuguese. I think that's fair, as they will go in as favourites for this. But France is one of those teams where you just don't know if they rock up and it's their day. They are a joy to watch. Can Portugal get going, take a couple early wickets, or will the French openers light it up? Miggy Machado He's got the gloves. There's one Henry. He's going to bowl over number 1. Warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Good to have you all back. Always fun interacting with you. A warm welcome to all our international network partners around the globe. So we're all set to go. One Henry's got the ball in hand. The openers are ready. Deep square and deep third, the 2 boundary riders. Ball number 1 on finals day. There's a fair bit of swing there, but just starting it down the wrong line. So it'll be a wide to start. Yeah, I really have enjoyed looking at this new look Portugal. I think if they win this game, which is a bit of a banana skin game, banana peel game, they could be a real big shot tonight. A lot of swing. Tell you what, that is swinging a long way. Have a look here. That's great work from Machado, the keeper. But boy, oh boy. That's really gone from the hand. And, well, if he can get his line right, maybe start on a middle. Not going to be easy for the French openers. That's better. That's much better. A little bit straighter and a lot of movement. So good signs for the tall, quick one Henry. He's been involved with Portugal maybe for about a year now. And from all reports, really enjoying his time with the national colours on. Again, good line. Better length for me as well, sort of that in-between length. And, well, the tail of the tape for the French is they've always had sort of slow starts. The top order haven't really flown in the power play. And I'm going to be completely honest, that looked too quick for him there. That is too quick for him. That is genuinely too quick for him. Well, good signs for Portugal if the opening batter can't handle the heat. Henry looks like he's got a bit of a rhythm going. That is flown past the eardrum. A little bit straighter. And, well, could have been a concussion test. Nice start this for the Portuguese. They're here to play. Looks like they're interestingly going to put third man up into the ring and drop mid-on back. So that's an interesting call considering he's getting a lot of away swing and a lot of plays and misses. Well, would have been a dot ball if they had kept mid-on up, but does go out to deep mid-on there and it's well picked up. Noritum, just a single. So France, once again, a little bit guilty of not getting off to a fly, but they've got time, 2.2 overs still in the power play. Omer on strike. He made a pretty good 80 in the end yesterday. Started slowly, but caught back up. This will test him, though. Mid-on comes into the ring. Third goes back. Faf Stoneman very fine at third man. Hit over the offside. That's more like it. That'll be 6 runs. Goes about 52 metres. That's all it has to do. And a nice shot from Omer. Wasn't out the meat of the bat, but it's the first Maximo on finals day of Group A. Slightly over pitch that time, not as much swing. Don't know how you can explain when the ball swings more than other times, but 6 to the total. Nice shot. Slight appeal, but imagine that one sliding down the leg side. Still a pretty good over for Portugal. They'll take that. Only 9 runs coming off it. That one, a couple of things wrong with that. Sliding down the leg side, maybe a little bit high as well. The score at the end of 1, 9 for none. So this is what the Premier Division has been all about, obviously. 5 teams coming, Ireland, Scotland, France, Portugal and Guernsey. We had to say goodbye to Guernsey yesterday in the evening. They're still here. I'm sure they'll come and watch the game a little bit later today, the final, and then really looking forward to the other 3 groups. Some really good teams obviously listed there, and all definitely have a shot at lifting the trophy at the end of the competition. England 11 patiently waiting for their attendance to Spain as well. Najam Shazad, he's going to bowl over number 2. Oh, it's an interesting one. I don't think it's carried. Good honesty from Miggy Machado. He's put his hand up straight away and said, no, it hasn't carried through to me. And that's the honesty you want to see at Cardamar. Let's have a closer look. The cameras don't lie. There was a bottom edge. And, yeah, the helmet gets in the way there, but definitely bounced. Good honesty from Machado. And Kanasane struggling once again. I'm very surprised they've opened with him. Gets a freebie and sort of splices it over the offside. I think they want to double check the height, but that is a freebie that might get him going. Let's have a closer look. Probably just okay. He's out of his crease as well. We had a lot of those yesterday. A lot of full tosses, just okay. Okay, just looks too quick for him, unfortunately. And well, France with their batting lineup have been interesting this tournament. They started with Sadiq, didn't work for him. They elevated Kanasane, but you have to imagine Ali Gulami is their best option to open the batting. He's been in red hot form, but listed down at 3 or 4 in this one. It's a confidence-building stroke. It's over-pitched, and I think Najam Shazad a bit guilty of offering up a few freebies there. Just has to bang it in. It's going to be 6 to the total. I may be getting a little bit guilty of fishing for a wicket. If they can just keep banging it in back of length, looks like good signs for Portugal, but some confidence-building shots for France. Oh no, that might be a no-y. That really is close. This time it could be called, and it's another freebie out of nowhere. Well, this one definitely looked a lot closer, a lot higher. Let's sort of see what the officials think about this one. I think that one should be called. It looks a bit higher. We'll see what the umpires sort of think of it. It looked high. Not given. 6 runs. We've gone a little bit more softer on some of these calls of late. That looked pretty high, but anyway, it's another freebie given away. Now they're going to try and sneak one through. Good, aggressive running. A little bit of a fumble from Machado, going to be signalled byes. And a little bit of sloppiness just crept into this over from Portugal. So 16 off 5. I had that as over. But it does, just waiting for the scorecard to catch up. Bit of an interesting start for a Saturday. So, going to be another bowling change early. Jeremy Martins is going to be asked to come on and bowl here. And, well, he'll get his opportunity. He's been very good indeed. A big addition for the Portuguese in this tournament. Wickets, runs, can't keep him out the game. Over number 3. Thick inside edge this time. Lady Luck on his side and unlucky. Doesn't get reined in. Amandeep Singh actually tapped it back and it collected his body and rolled over the boundary rope. So a bonus for Portugal. Just need to be a little bit careful here. It was a very good first over and then a couple of full tosses and a little bit of luck not going their way. France now on 28. Kanasane riding that luck and riding some freebies. Here's the French. Look out for their bowling attack later. I think the French have one of the better bowling attacks we've seen at Cardamar Oval. 10 very good overs. Look out for Martin's slow ball. Not many players have been able to pick it. It's that cross-bat shot that Canasane is struggling with the most. And if you're a Portuguese fast bowler, I think you just keep banging it in there and ride your luck. Seemed a little bit late on it when it's back of a length. There's that slow ball, Canasane. Well, he's 19 off 13, but he's been helped with 2 full tosses he got away and 1 really full half volley. But besides that, anything on a length, he's completely wafted at it. 19 off 13 is pretty sedate at Cardimer Oval. I think if I'm the French, I'd be getting tempted. Maybe the big retired out. Again, and Machado lets him off the hook. Throw comes fizzed in, but another bye. These little errors as well from Portugal. Sloppy start to Saturday, it feels. But Canasane, I'd like to see teams be proactive here. Doesn't look like he's up for it. I think that I'd be getting out Muktia Ali Gulami as early as possible. Remember, one of these teams will be going home after this match. That's better, back of a length, and that's how you do it. Omer goes bang. He's only faced 3 deliveries. He's hit 2 sixes. That's a confidence-building shot for the dressing room as France move on to 35 now. It's that sort of heavy length, but Omer, that's where he likes it, in the wheelhouse, and he gets it. Nice batting. So last ball of the 3rd over. There's that big grunted slower ball, and it's mistimed. At 35 for none, I think Portugal aren't too bothered about that sort of run rate. That's not a bad power play with the ball. There's the score. He's on 35. The power play is complete. And here's a man that's back, Vinny Sandhu.
I'm back, and I'm feeling better than ever. Beautiful day once again in the Costa del Sol. Hard to believe we're into October. And this is Europe, promise. Canasane and Omer, the openers, and I think you're right. I mean, Omer, the other thing is he's probably been good in the brief glimpses we've seen from him, but he's only faced 4 balls in his power play. Martin's none for 10 off his first over. Field can go back now. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed. Good to have you back. How was your kind of little night off last night?
Yeah, it was good. Thanks, Vinny.
Yeah.
Yep. A nice little evening. Looking forward to our Group A finals day, though. What are you thinking about Canasane at the top?
I know he can be destructive right now. Probably hasn't hit his straps. And this one kind of sums it up. Heavy kind of ball from John Henry. Good start to the 4th over. They've decided to go back to Henry here.
Yeah, I don't mind it as well because he struggled against the pace bowling, and the fact that he's not even getting ones is the real worry. This is where France just got to be a bit brave, you'd imagine. He's got 18 runs in boundaries, Vinny, so he's made 1 single in the other 11 deliveries. Get him off. Call him in.
Yeah, wondering what's going over there. What's going on over there?
The thing is with France, they've played enough T10 cricket for domestic level, national level now. They know that it's just not his day. You've got a decent couple of batters at 3, 4, 5. Make the call.
He's losing this battle with Henry as well. He's still got 4 balls left in the over, which actually a fair chunk of the innings.
It's too quick for him. Black and white, it is genuinely too quick. Henry gets it through. It's too quick for him. Got to pull him in.
The thing is, this is a tournament's on the line as well.
Surely there's someone in that dressing room, a coach, a manager, a captain, someone with enough cricket experience to make the call. They must be thinking about it. There must be some talks.
Probably over the shoulder, that one. Canasane, I mean, I've seen him at his best, and obviously it's very, very good, but some days you got it, some days you don't.
It's an eliminator. It's an eliminator.
You don't want to look back and be 15, 20 short and wondered you might have been able to do something different. So it does get a piece up in the air. It's, again, probably not a great result for France.
It's a great result for Portugal. The longer he bats, the better for them. He's 20 off 18, so Omer back and strike. Henry's bowling very well, getting it through a good clicks.
You're always just hoping that he can turn it around. We've seen it happen before. 13.3 runs per over, the average run rate in the Premier Division so far. That's 10 runs less per innings on average. Also 1 Maximo less per innings. The wicket rate, something you mentioned yesterday, it's just a lot higher. The bowlers and I suppose the fielders have stepped up in the Premier Division. Also 7.64 shows that not as many are getting through. Wins batting first, 7-3. Wonder if there's something in that as well. France did elect to bat first in this one. The average score batting first is 140. Seeming a long way off at the moment. Omer gets another chance. And he gets castled. Well, off stump goes for a little bit of a journey. Man, it's well bowled by Henry. He's bowling with a good fire, isn't he? For Team Portugal, and France lose their first wicket. It's 36 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big wicket because he was the hot hand. He had 2 sixes out of his 4 balls, but he got starved of the strike, and he must be frustrated. So a wicket goes, and this is a dream start for Portugal now. Great length.
Maybe a little inside edge on that as well. Watch this off stump fly.
I love this new look Portugal, Vinny. I think, no disrespect to Scotland, but I think it's Portugal-Ireland potential final tonight, and I don't put it past Portugal beating Ireland. They've got some good recruitments who have come in.
It's hard to pick. Omer probably felt a bit of implied pressure there, having not faced too many, and obviously the run rate not quite where they wanted it to be. But he'll go for a dozen, and France are 36 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. It does bring out a man that we've been screaming for. Ali Gulami, we think, should have opened, but he comes out at number 3.
That's the thing, because one thing is, do you have alternatives when you're considering a retired out situation? And the answer is definitely yes. I mean, look to Ali Gulami. Was brought into the side yesterday, didn't play day 1. He was always there as a kind of backup. I wanted to try a few things. He comes in, absolutely smoked them yesterday. Now there's only 6 overs left in this innings, basically. Henry's bowled very well, 1 for 10. He's got 1 ball to go. Oh, it's a good one.
Good pace.
He wants to get front stool and almost tickles it through to the keeper. End of 4. France 36 for 1. Yeah, Juan Henry plays for Ealing in the UK. I know a lot of people saying that doesn't sound like it's in Portugal. But hey, think of it like international football. How many of the Portuguese team play in Portugal? How many of the English team, or how many of the English competition are English? I mean, that's the way I think the cricket's going to go eventually.
I think a lot of players play their cricket elsewhere. DDC's playing in the Netherlands. A lot of players want to go play seasons away. Playing a season away is one of the great learning curves as a cricketer.
Cricket's a great way to bring people together and to broaden your horizons. Okay, here's Carlos Nunes. Well, he's guy.
I think Nunes is
Twickenham.
It's taking my sort of man crush this year.
Oh, you like Nunes?
So I've moved on from Aki.
Okay.
Carlos Nunes, good player, good man as well. I was having a conversation with him before the game. He said he's loving being in the Portuguese strip, and I just like that they've finally been the bullet, Portugal, and gone and found some players that they know they've always had, and they just look like a revamped team, a new team.
All right, here we go with over 5. First one. Well, he got in front of the batter because he won the race, but I reckon he might have had a chance at Gulami there. Had probably either end.
Yeah, if he had picked it up clean, I reckon Gulami's in a big trouble, but just didn't go into the hand.
He's not happy because he's got in front of him, but I mean, he's in front of him because he's in front of him. He's fielding the ball.
If he picked that up,
what's wrong with that?
He had a chance there, but it's another single. Kanasana even 21 off 19.
To say Nunes is great record in the Middlesex County Cricket League for Twickenham. He was also once the captain of Andrew Ryan when Rhino played.
There you go.
That club. All right, this one not really time. Do you think just one thing that's pretty clear to me is that Kanasana is struggling. It's having an effect on the other batters as well, who are feeling even more pressure.
Well, there's struggling and then there's really struggling. There's only been 26 balls in the game. He's 21 off 19, so he's not rotating at all. France got to be brave with their decision-making in the dressing room if it doesn't change quickly. You got to yank him. I cannot believe that they aren't doing it yet. It is ridiculous. They do know cricket, right? How have they not retired him out? They're going to lose, Ben. They're going to be out the competition if they don't make a call. They've played T10. They know they can do it. They've done it in France.
I think you were with me when they scored 59 off the first 6 and then went 103 off the last 4. So this has those kind of vibes at the moment. Now it gets one that he can put away. It's short, it's at the body. Kanasane breaks the shackles to an extent and gets 4 runs.
What are the odds Kanasane hits 100 off like 33 rocks now or something, Vinny?
You're always hoping someone can turn the corner. I think I've seen enough cricket to know that most of the time that doesn't happen, but it can happen.
He'd have to turn a serious corner. It'd be a full Yui. If he turns this into an amazing T10 innings, it's a
He'd have
huge
to corner
comeback.
like a Formula 1 driver, basically. Maybe just goes away a little bit too much, Nunes. It's going to be a wide.
Yeah, that one actually swung quite a bit, so not a bad over so far. He'll want to get out of it with no more damage, though.
Thing is, well, we've talked about this at length before. As we just look at some of the statistics, you can see that Dream11 lead in 6s. Guernsey didn't hit too many. As far as 6s against, Guernsey also went for the most. All right, this is short, and it's going to be out of the ground. Well, there you go. It does go 4 and 6. Maybe that does get him going. Nunes just getting a fraction short.
Oh, that dressing room. Was that a cheer or an angry cheer?
It can be both. You can see here.
I think the one difference, obviously, Nunes is maybe 15 clicks slower or 20 clicks slower than Henry. So it's in Kanasane's sort of wheelhouse, but they've stuck with him. They need him to come back and play an amazing last few overs to make it worth it.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's risks to an action, but there's also risks due to inaction. That's probably something.
I like that bit.
This is just something that you'd hate to go out, or you'd hate to be 20, 30 runs short and think, we could have done something. You know, and it's tough in these tough games. The game does move pretty quickly. Now he's going to crunch this. Well, Kanasane's woken up. He likes the look of Carlos Nunes. He puts that out of the ground. End of the over. Be 19 off that in France. 55 for 1 after 5.
He's going to turn into the Don now, Vin. What a show. He's Viv Richards stand leg side and just whacked it over cover.
Let's welcome you into the comedy box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo here with Corey Ruckers. I suppose the thing that we need to understand as well is, you know, these coaches, these managers, they know their player group better than anyone. So I suppose, you know, we're quite objective the way we look at the game. But obviously there's a feeling that Lingiswaran and Kanasane can turn it around. Certainly played a couple of nice shots in this over. Hey, so finals day here in Group A. 4 teams are going to start this journey. And today we're going to have some really high quality cricket and some pressure cricket.
Yeah, we will. Obviously, Scotland and Ireland, they got the double chance. But I still think these two teams, whoever wins this, will truly believe that they can go on and do a clean sweep today.
Definitely. I think that there's match winners in all 4 sides today. Maybe it's just a case of who steps up on the day.
It's like Guy Sheena's going to come on to bowl now.
I like Sheena a lot. Don't think we've seen the best of him just yet. This was in the air, won't quite carry. Dr. Ali Kalami hasn't been able to do too much so far. He's 1 off 3, maybe 2 off 3.
Well, here he is, Kanasane. He's gone 4-6-6 late in his innings here. Can he keep going?
This is today's program. You see Ireland 11, Scotland 11, the top 2 spots. Winner of that will go straight through the final. The loser of that game will play the winner of the game you're watching right now. Oh, that's good. That's kind of like to see this one. It's, I don't know if it's just a quicker ball or if it's like a flip. It certainly kind of just zoots on. Kanasane charging, missing. So his strike rate is basically 150, 1.5 a ball. If you translate that out, it's 90. There's no real sign that they're considering it. That one's going to get away. It was a pace on once again this time. Kanasane catches up with it, moves into the 40s.
What would he have to end up with here, and of how many, to make it worth it that they stuck through it? What would you say?
It's got to end up with
what's strike
80
rate?
off 40 or less.
Okay.
80 or more of 40 or less, I think.
So that's another 40 in the next 14.
Well, this one is going to be into the gap, and in fact, that's gone just inside the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, they're going to double check this just to make sure it was 4. I think it was. That one's a short ball. Sheena just a little bit short the last 2, and they've both been put away.
Yeah, that one square of the wicket.
Oh, yep.
It's just inside, so...
It's a weird sort of inning. It's hard to
yeah, I mean,
describe.
it is got a weird feel, but hey, still
What's enough against this Portuguese batting lineup?
And if you go minimum 140, you'd think this is over the top. This is going to be 4 as well. So, well, he's taking his time, but he's catching up. Lingiswaran Kanasane moves to 49 with 4 more.
Yeah, 49. So he's almost going to get to a 50, but we'll have to wait and see what goes on with the rest of the sort of ideas of who comes in next. I think Ahmedzai Naziri still sitting in the wings. Got a message from one of our, one of the players at Carlton.
Hey, very good. Hello to Carson McCulloch, who's tuning in, of course. We've seen him before for the Iron 11, saying that he's enjoying watching. And shout out to Adam Leckie and his mum, dad, David and Jackie.
Yeah, Carlson's a good cricketer. He's been out here a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah, geez. He's one of that new generation of Irish players we've seen coming through in this competition. Got a question from Jeff in the chat, also watching from Ireland. Who's the quickest bowler in this group? There's a couple to probably talk about. Here's Jeremy Martins coming back. Okay, that one slightly slower first up. Holes out and gone. So it'll be the end of Mukhtar Ali Gulami. Well, he never fired either. He'll go for 2 in 4 balls. And, well, France, they lose the second wicket. Well done by Martins. A change of pace, doing the trick.
Yeah, good slow ball again. It's worked a treat for him in this competition. Gulami never really got the strike or got going. And, yeah, France, for me, they seem well behind in this one. Unless they have a big 4 overs to finish, I think the Portuguese batting lineup are licking their lips.
Thing is, you want your set batters to be going minimum 200 strike rate, probably more.
Yeah, I think minimum
because
200s.
On balance, the other batters that may not click generally go at less than that. So Gulami is a good example of that. Nice catch by Davil Narottam out at deep mid wickets, and Martins breaks through, 68 for 2.
Yeah, he has to go. Ahmedzai does come out at number 4. Well, there's one thing about Ahmedzai, Vinny. He ain't going to take too long to get into his stride. He tries to hit it a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you're under the last 4 overs now. This is where he loves to shine, come out in the second half. And he'll be a bit tricky against the guile of Jeremy Martins, who's got that very good slower ball. Bolt first up. Here's Cameron facing up. First goes pace on, it's angled away. Only get a single. Yeah, fast bowlers. I'm going to say Matt Weldon's been very slippery for Iron 11.
Yeah, left armour. I'd say he's, out of the whole group, he's the quickest, I'd say.
That'd be my pick.
Maybe Kennedy as well from Ireland.
Kennedy and
then Juan Henry third.
Juan Henry,
yep.
yeah, right up there. Right up there. But again, it's not just pace that matters here. I think it's a good tool to have, but it's only one tool. I think Martin's a good example. He's not especially quick, but it's very crafty. Kanasane on 49. There's that slow ball, lifted up in the air and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Lingiswaran Kanasane had a lot of conversations flowing, but now the runs are flowing. He brings up his half century off 29 balls.
Oh, they're stuck with him. It's like being at the casino at 2 a.m. and you just think, I'm going to go one more hour.
Chasing your losses.
Keep chasing your losses.
That's not official advice.
Is it not?
He's faced 29 balls out of 39 in the innings.
I don't think I've seen any. 15 dots in there. Is this a good T10 innings or not? I'm confused. From an opener.
I'll tell you later. This one.
Sort of some.
Oh, that would have been out. Took off for a run that wasn't there. But here's the thing. Do you want him out or not? You don't even know. Your brain is breaking right in front of my very eyes.
I think 55 off 30 balls as an opener, right? You're meant to be leading the line. So are you saying 110's enough? Bow. Definitely not.
Depends what's done around it. Also, Portugal haven't given too many away. It's 3 wide so far. Into the 7th over. Now he's going to swap this sideways. It'll only be a single.
I am a bit confused though, because you naturally look at 56 and you think, wow.
There was a time where I thought it was a pretty obvious retire out. But now I'd say he's breadcrumbing you. Look that up.
So when you say...
Every time you think he's gone, he just throws you a little crumb. He'll hit a 6, he'll hit a 4.
When you say don't chase your losses, what do you mean? Or you do chase your losses?
Depends if you win. Big swing and
Well, the thing is, no one else can get into flow.
They've got players they don't need to get into flow, though. That's the thing. End of this 7th over now. 76 for 2. Just a reminder, if you want to get in touch, why don't you? You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You get Corey at @CRikers_28. Let's have a wander into the social media land.
Yeah, let us know in the chat. Everyone loves T10 cricket. Is this a productive innings or is this an innings that's behind?
Empanada Shop has been getting in touch. They were pretty thrilled with getting a little bit of coverage last night.
I heard there was a big order.
Yeah, it was 120. That's
120
I
empanadas.
actually wanted to put on the Hall of Fame.
You know, I have not had an empanada this tall yet.
That's a disgrace.
It is a disgrace. I apologise. Guy Sheena to continue, Vinny.
And this is going to test the fielder. Does well. Look at 2. Kanasana is actually pretty quick. Gets back for a second.
58 off 32, Vinny.
So Rachel has tuned in. I think she's watching from Australia. She's watching from Warrnambool. Beautiful place. She said she loved your commentary the other night and the way you pulled yourself together after the smashed box. There you go. It's out of the ground. So Kanasane, well, it's more of a loaf of bread than a breadcrumb. That's a monster hit. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, that one overpitched by Sheena. I thought they might have gone back to pace here only because Kanasane struggled against the pace, but against the spin, he looks a bit of a different player, Vinny. That's a nice shot.
Picked up and dispatched Sheena. A mixture of that good quicker ball and then the kind of orthodox leg spinner. It's got away, but he's played a lot of club cricket in the Netherlands, South African.
Yeah, he's playing
born.
at ACC in Amsterdam this year. They didn't have the best year as a club, but from all reports, he enjoyed his time in the Netherlands.
Got him. Finally, Kanasane is going to have to depart. That one's tossed up a bit, and he kind of challenged him to go after it. And so Sheena breaks through with his first wicket on finals day. Funny old innings from Kanasane, but I suppose there's still plenty to come in this innings with a quarter remaining. Right now, it's 85 for 3.
Yeah, it might be a blessing in disguise for France, I feel. It gives someone else an opportunity to maybe play a cameo. This one was flighted, pitching on leg stump and hitting leg stump. So a wicket for Portugal. And they definitely just needed something. You can see France maybe a little bit upset. Kanasane leads with a 50, but it's a different sort of innings. Hard to describe. 17 dots, Finn. That's an extreme amount.
Yeah, it is. But to catch up 188, so he almost gets up to that.
If it's T20 cricket, I'd say, yeah, obviously he's caught up and done what he's done. But this is T10, Vin, and it just feels like that was a bit behind.
Jacob is watching, and he's got a theory. He sent me a message. Got a theory about Kanasane. Quick one first up, goes to the skies, no outfielder. Not that it would have mattered, because that's going to go over the top. Maximal, Jamshed Nasiri starts with 6.
Well, France desperately need one of these two to come off with a quick fire, maybe 30 off 8. Let's say something in that vicinity. If they can do that with their bowling tech, they'll be back in it. But they need it. They need it because we know how good this Portuguese batting lineup is.
Jacob's theory with Kanasane, every time we talked about retiring him out, he'd bat well. So keep doing it. You're just motivating him. I like it. The old cheese. All right, this is in the air and taken down low. 6 and out for Nasiri. Martins doesn't drop too many, and Sheena has 2 wickets now in France. 91 for 4.
And another wicket goes. Nasiri goes 6 and out. The old backyard cricket rules. And as another wicket goes, France just trying their best to get to 120s. But Portugal picking up wickets at the right time.
6 and out for Nasiri then. And that's a productive innings, as you say.
I think the way you look at it, I know we're talking about this innings a fair bit, but if any innings in T10 has 17 dot balls, it's not good. 17.
What if it had 26s?
Nah. You can't.
Everything depends on the prism you're looking through. Nasiri does get one away, goes second ball.
Well, Sadiq's come out, Vinny, and
he did hit one up to the Tesla Centre yesterday. He was out next ball. Now, they've picked Sadiq for a reason.
To hit sixes.
He can hit bombs.
Now, look, he's 6'9". That helps. Can he hit it?
He interrupted someone's lunch yesterday.
I want to see a bomb, Vinny.
Quick ball first up. Only one ball for Sheena. Tosses it up. Bit of a miss hit, though, from Sadiq. Sheena almost creates a run out of nothing. Sadiq was on the treadmill. It's the end of the 8th over, and the score's 92 for 4.
You know what one of the biggest differences in this new look Portugal, Vinny, after they've gone with some pretty big changes and found some players from around the globe, they can field now. Portugal, to be honest, in the past, their fielding standards were pretty low, but now you've got a bunch of men out there that get it, they know the angles, and they field extremely well.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think it's important. You just try and pick your best team. I think also you're always going to have a number of domestic players in European countries because not too many will be able to fill an 11 with players that are playing in, I suppose, playing cricket in more recognised cricket countries. And I think that those learnings do rub off and they kind of raise the standard of domestic cricket in the country as well.
Look, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what format. Fielding goes a long, long way. So Portugal looking lively out there. They'll be very comfortable with the score as it is. As Faf Stoneman's going to come in and bowl a pretty important over number 9.
Played really well last night, actually. It's going to be full. This one, maybe not. He goes more of a heavy length. A little noise there. Probably not back.
I haven't seen Sadiq get one yet, Finn. I'm pretty keen to see him hit a 6.
I did, and it made me want more. But it's also playing your first ECN match and being given that kind of responsibility. You've got ECIs during the year to kind of to try these things.
So what, he didn't play any ECIs?
He's never played an ECN game before this week.
Brave.
So, yeah, it's a gamble. And to be fair, yesterday, they didn't open with him. Put him down the order when he did play. Slow ball that time. They think about running.
I still haven't seen him actually hit a ball. Ahmedzai's been out there for about 20 minutes and faced 2 balls. It's not looking good.
France, 130 runs in, that was their average. Same as Scotland 11, actually. But Portugal, look at that. They're averaging, Portugal are averaging taking 8 wickets in innings. That's crazy. There we go. All right, some good stats. Thanks to our crew behind the scenes. Thanks to Ravi for those. That time he does get it, and he's going to get 1 bounce 4. It's a little bit too short of mine that time from Faf Stoneman.
Yeah, there we go. Can that get him going? Can this sort of ignite this innings from the French? They need it. A little bit shorter. Nice shot.
So hello to Elijah, who's watching, and he said he's enjoying the work. And yeah, hello to Sam Summerhays as well, watching from Australia. He's watching on Fox Sports.
501, baby.
501. We're still on 501? Someone tell us.
Yep.
Keep backing the line, Popo.
Where do we go?
501, it does give you that extra little burst.
Where do we go after 501? What's the next? Channel 9?
Sadiq wants to bomb it, miss-hits it in the air. It's a good miss-hit, though, depending on who you're cheering for. It'll only be a single.
Yeah, just a single to the total. We have a look at sort of the run rates by year, Vinny. Look, we've been climbing steadily. The bat has been getting better. 14.1.
Having said that, if you isolate the Premier Division, it's 13.3. So
still, that's an improvement.
I guess. You know numbers. France. Weird vibes over there.
It is weird vibes.
Is this good? Is it not good?
Yeah, they're confused.
They're confused. Well bowled. And really takes off. He likes it, actually.
Kevin not out.
I don't know if he hit it. Actually hit the line, which made it climb. Even if he did hit it, might have been a top ball.
Yeah, this is a top over from Stoneman as well, but yeah, no bat on that, I don't think. So
after that went past the bat anyway.
Oh, what's this over gone for, Vin? Absolutely no. 5?
5 or 5.
They're going to be severely under power. They're going to have to bowl out of their skin.
All right. The 9th over. Thanks again for all the messages. Sorry if I didn't get to everybody. Just misses the mark. Get another crack at that one. Still not a bad spot to miss.
Yeah, not the worst spot to miss. He's just trying to hit that tram line, his young Stoneman, and you can see that dressing room, Vinny. That's a frustrated dressing room. A lot of sort of.
Is it like you're on a blind date and you're not quite sure if it's going well or not? You just need more time.
You can usually tell it's a good blind date in the first 20 seconds, though.
Sometimes, yeah, a couple of wines start flowing. Start to look to a different kind of setup. Eyes. That's going to be up, and it's going to be out of the ground. So Ahmedzai does get this one away. He's born to hit 6 as the 100 comes up. Well, Ahmedzai's fired up. That's Dawid Ahmedzai as well, Mr. Universe, as we hit the 9 over mark, 104 for 4.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, isn't it? In the wheelhouse, and he just sort of jars it out over mid-off. It looks like Najam Shazad is going to bowl the last over.
Yeah, the thing with this France lineup, just looking, some of their players, which we know can be destructive, haven't really clicked. Zain Ahmed at the top of the order, left-hander, never really clicked. When he was up there, he's been left out of the side now. Dawid Ahmedzai, we know how good he can be. He's a guy that'll give you 11 out of 10 energy when he's on the field. There he is right there. You know, he's very invested here. France, I mean, what's their best case scenario here? Is kind of like 125 to 130. That's with the monster last over. Sadiq is a monster, and he's facing up to Najam Shazad. Beats him, they're going to run, and now he'll be run out here. Yeah, they're going to have a look at this, but I'm sure that Sadiq's caught short.
He's already been given on field, and I tell you what, Sadiq also surprised in the lineup. He's struggled a lot, and maybe another blessing in disguise for France. So many dot balls, Vin.
Yeah, I mean, basically what this does, it saves the run. I don't think you're too worried with the way Sadiq's going if he's still there or not, but obviously it saves the run for Portugal. So it won't be a run, but it will change the strike. And France now 104 for 5.
Yeah, 104 for 5. So another wicket goes, and look, they'll take 15 off the last 5 if they can. Get to 119, and then you hope you take some early wickets and things go your way.
Yeah, so just the 1-4 for Sadiq. And Ahmedzai, well, he was off with the pitch, wasn't he? He was saying, look, we're running. And I suppose pretty well done by Portugal. They couldn't quite force the out at the keeper's end because Cameron Ahmedzai committed to it. I've got a message here from Taj Mohammed from Portugal, a quick bowler, and he's just reminded me, he said, hey, good morning. I'm the quickest bowler in Europe.
Taj is not the quickest bowler in Europe. He bowls it backwards.
Pretty quick. Oh, wow, that's a strange one, and great effort from Machado. Going to sneak through for a single, new batter out there. Oh. And now, okay, it's a strike changer. So, okay, I can see where he's going with that.
Actually, I don't mind it. I think it's actually clever cricket from Ahmedzai.
Yeah, Ahmedzai wants to strike back. He's going to have an awkward conversation with his former captain, Noman Amjad, on the way out. But Cameron Ahmedzai feels, okay, I've been here. I think I'm probably the one, if we can choose, then I want to be on strike. Amjad becomes collateral damage. So basically forcing a throw to the bowler's end. It's quite an interesting one. In one way, it's actually quite strategically clever, isn't it, from Ahmedzai? But Amjad, I don't think he's necessarily too thrilled about it.
Yeah, watch. He goes, well, I'm the hot hand. I'm the one to hit sixes. You can be run out. I like it. I actually think it's clever batting from Ahmedzai. Look, Noman Amjad has to go for a diamond duck. He won't feel very good about that, Vinny. But Ahmedzai gets back on strike.
The ghost diamond. Yeah, I mean, it's unselfish in the end. He also spotted there was no keeper at the stumps, so that they weren't really going to be able to organise.
There's a bit more thought into it than you think.
All right, we're back. And it's not going to work too well because the next one is going to be off stump out of the ground. Awkward conversation to follow because I don't think Amjad's cooled down yet as Najam Shazad gets it spot on. It's 105 for 7.
Tell you what, that French dressing room right now is pretty frosty. I wouldn't want to be sitting anywhere near there. The stumps get rolled and Portugal are miles ahead in this game. It's been a peculiar batting innings from the French. And, well, little hands in the middle, indoor cricket style. That's a bit.
Like it. Okay. Let's have a look at this, and it's good Yorker. Maybe it was a low full toss, just lost its shape slightly, Cameron Ahmedzai, but yeah, it's smart bowling from Najam Shazad. So a disappointment for Cameron Ahmedzai. You know, the early innings, and let's just call it the first 4 or 5 overs, what it's meant is that everyone else has to come and play out of their skin. You know, sometimes you come in going, oh, there's no real pressure because we've had such a great start. This is the opposite, isn't it? You know, they're feeling the pressure, I think, in the second half. So Staniczar is going to come out. Boy wonder. He's actually, I love him. Let's see how he goes. All right, doesn't catch up with this one. Kind of said, what's your best case scenario this over for France? Might end up 125, 130. Well, this is a worst case scenario. That's the first ball. A wicket hasn't fallen off. They've just taken 1 run off the first 4 balls.
Yeah, not a good sort of over this. Not a good innings overall. Can they get 2 boundaries? Something.
Again, good length. Can't do too much with it. Going to take 1, thinking of 2. It's going to be run out here, but really doesn't make too much of a difference. Staniczar turned for 2, and then Usman, his captain, said, look, give me a shot. So, yeah, disappointment there for the youngster. He'll go for a golden 1, and the score's 106 for 8.
That's a bit interesting. Why didn't he try and get back into his crease, Vinny?
I just think he made the run. So he knows there. Do you know what I mean, the youngster?
I still don't think it's the right look. I think that no matter what, no matter what, you're trying to get back in it. You might not make it, but you're trying.
It's actually not a Derek because he completes the run first. So, and it's actually not even a golden one because he faced 2 balls. But Martin's to Shazad. And
So that's 4 wickets in the over out of 5.
yeah.
There you go.
But I mean, yeah, if you got run out, it doesn't make a difference. Either way, it's 1 run. So Usman does.
3 run-outs in the innings, Vinny. 3.
Yeah, it was not much to do with anything that one. Now it's going to be a dot. They're going to probably make it 4. And, well, what do you throw here? It doesn't even really stop a run, but it's fine. And for Portugal, they will take 5 wickets in the over. And in the end, it's going to be 106 for 9. France just not at the races this morning.
I'm a bit confused, Vin. I don't know what they've done in this innings. A weird start, a more than weird ending, and that is 5 run-outs, 4 run-outs in the game, and 5 wickets in the last 6 balls.
Yeah, it's just not really what they were hoping for, I suppose, in the end. As you see these 2 walking off. Actually, even Fisher's out there. I don't think I'm throwing at that because it's not going to save a run. It's the non-striker that had turned around. But yeah, I mean, a few of the people in the chat kind of mentioning as well, pretty much everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong for France. Had some little bursts there from Kanasane at times, but let's go back and look at his first 10 overs. They did go with Kanasane, resisted the temptation to open with Mukhtar Ali Gulami. But John Henry, he was fired up, wasn't he? And he had that first wicket as Omer, maybe a little inside edge onto the stumps. That was the end of Omer for just 12. Kanasane was kind of bogged down and stuck, really, but they stuck with him. We thought at one point that they may retire him out, and the numbers suggested that might have been strategically the thing to do. Meanwhile, we saw Mukhtar Ali Gulami go for just 2, and no one really clicks. You look at these middle order scores: 2 off 4, 8 off 6, 6 off 2, 6 off 6, a diamond duck, 0 off 1 not out. It's just kind of not a fluent innings at all from France, but we know that they're a powerful bowling lineup. They're going to need Johnson. Yeah, but the squad we know has a lot of talent, but I'd be really, really disappointed with that first 10 overs of their finals day. It might be the last 10 overs we see with the bat if Portugal can bat even moderately in this second innings. 106 for 9 with 64 for Kanasane off 34. No one else gets more than a dozen. And just 7 extras there. Pretty disciplined stuff from the Portugal bowlers. Looking at that scorecard, you can see plenty of run-outs. I suppose they had the wickets to play with. So, yeah, just one of those things, I suppose, when it comes down to it. Bowling-wise, well, 2 for 29. Guy Sheena steals the figures, but I've got to say, Henry was excellent, wasn't he? 1 for 10 in his 2 overs. Really kept things tight early. Shazad, top and tails for him, 1 for 16. And Jeremy Martin's another great performance from him, 1 for 18. Stoneman pretty decent in his 1 over towards the end, only going for 12. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. 107 will see Portugal through to qualifier 2. Or can France pull off a miracle defence? Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Koi Rutgers. We'll take a break. See you shortly in Kartama for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter under Lithia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the beautiful Costa del Sol in southern Spain. Winnie Sander with you, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcast partners. It's great to have you with us. It's Group A finals day in the Euros of cricket. And it's going to be Portugal coming out to chase 107 against France. France 106 for 9 off their 10 overs. They lost 5 wickets in the last over. It was pretty much pushing for every run. They couldn't get too many runs, just 2 runs off that last over. And really, it was a funny old innings, wasn't it? The opening partnership of Kanasane and Omer weren't really able to get going the pace they wanted. Kanasane did end up top scoring with 64, but also he used 34 balls in the process. So Portugal, I think they feel if they're back to their potential, they shouldn't have too many problems chasing this 107. Having said that, France are a team that are constantly a handful with the ball. They've got some very, very good pace options. They've got the young teenage prodigy Sajid Stanekzee with his leg spin. You know, a lot of high-level cricket people around the world are taking a very, very good look at the young man. But France probably underwhelmed in this tournament with 1 win out of 4 group matches to this point. What I will say is they did pick up points in every game. In every game they played, they got their consolation point in their 3 losses, and the win they did get was actually a 4-pointer. It was a big win. But right now, that's Miguel Machado who's getting ready to open up, and I think it's kind of Portugal's game to lose, isn't it? They need someone to step up, take a bag of wickets. France. Machado out there. He won't be facing up. It'll be Sean Gomes who's going to be facing. So you got the left-hand, right-hand combination. Winnie Sander here, Mr. Maximo, as I said. And joining me once again is Corey Ruckus.
Thanks very much, Vinny. Yeah, look, dream start for Portugal in this T10 fixture in an eliminator. 107 with their batting lineup. France are going to have to bowl so well to get into this contest.
Okay, shake, rattle and rolls are here with the big left arm up to get us going. First one's a fraction short, missed time pull. They turn and run down. What do you think of this opening combination?
Yeah, this is what I'd go with. And then if Gomez got out early, I'd send in De Freitas and go lefty-lefty. That's what I would do. Because it sort of suits De Freitas and Gomez's style to have a left-hander who can play it along the carpet, bat sensibly, and then put the power mixed up with them. But let's see what sort of combinations they go with. I do think this is the right one.
Nice one. Bit high for an LBW. Decent start for Zahiri.
Yeah, and I guess on the other side of the ledger for France, they just need to take the opportunities when they come. Can you get rid of the top order early and get some inroads into maybe that middle order? But I just, defending 100-odd at Kardama, it's so tough.
It is, especially against a side that went pretty close to chasing 160 down yesterday.
Nice shirt, Vinny.
That's a bit of a new one. Swinging back, but is it swinging back enough? Maybe not. It's going to run away. It's going to be 4-leg buys.
Well, 4-leg buys in the end. That swung back. I'm surprised no fielder got up about it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going a long way down the leg side. Definitely does straighten a little bit, but not quite enough to be endangering that leg stump. And the first 4 is a kicked 4.
Has it been given runs?
That doesn't seem right at all. But
I think you'll just take what you can get. Didn't seem like there was any bat on it, but anyway, 4.
Maybe a little tickle. A lot closer than we are. Lifted up off the end of the bat slightly, but still going to disappear. Maximo! Well, that's the Gomes zone over there. He's sent quite a few balls in that direction. He'll move to 10.
He is a seriously good player.
Good arm.
Yeah, good to see some of the kids throwing the ball back.
Well, the Costa del Sol youngsters will be out here. Of course it is. Did you know it's Saturday today? We don't really know what day it is.
Is it Saturday?
It is Saturday.
There you go.
A lot of people enjoying maybe their Saturday night in Australia and New Zealand right now, tuning in. Manoeuvres this and almost catches himself out. Well, Machado was looking for a run Gomez was a little bit concerned.
Yeah, this is a nice little start from Portugal, but Zahiri is causing a couple of nerves. He's got good pace about him, but he's going to have to get through this opening stand.
Last ball, the over. This one does swing a little bit, but it's dragged into the gap. And that's going to be 4. So decent start for Portugal. Sean with 14, and that's the score, 14 without loss.
Yeah, and with this long batting lineup, Portugal, you'd imagine, just need a couple of good overs, one player to get in. They'll chase this down rather comfortably. France, just a 7% shot on the supercomputer.
France, I mean, if you had to pick a bowling attack, it'd be awkward. Probably is France's bowling attack. I suppose Ireland 11 as well in this group. They've been outstanding with the ball, but 162 matches since the Golden Ball. We did have a couple of Golden Balls in our French European Cricket Series this year. We're at Dreux, just outside of Paris. And we also had a Golden Ball between 2 French clubs here at the ECL, and that was on finals day. Dreux versus Paris University Club. Paris University Club got up and got straight into the final.
Oh, if this turns out to be a Golden Ball, Vinny, we've got a very exciting 30 minutes coming up.
Noman Amjad to bowl first one. It's a bit big on Miggy Machado. Now, he was struggling on day 1 with cramps, but he seems to have shaken them off and seems okay.
The problem is when you've got to defend a 106, the opposition actually don't need to go crazy hard. It's just the odd boundary here and there, and that will suit some of these players in the Portuguese lineup who actually are players that want to get themselves in a little bit. They actually do have the time to do it.
Yeah, you do. Got a couple of balls for sure. Be a bit more selective. Oh, pretty well bowled, hurries him up. Again, France have done pretty well to cut off these singles in the circle at the moment. Need a bunch of wickets. I mean, that's the thing. And you're going to have to get through some very good players there. We've got these 2. You've probably got Christopher Freitas at 3. You've got Jeremy Martins, who's just having an outstanding tournament, 4. Nunes at 5.
And Faf Stoneman's listed right down there. Faf can bat.
Grant Henry's listed 11. No ball called. And this is something you can't afford as well. Amjad must have just extended a little bit too far. Nothing behind the line. Let's check it out.
Let's have a closer look.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Pretty big no ball that, and when you're defending a low score, that's sacrilege.
Yeah, Amjad. Nice to deal with a free hit. Machado. 5 legs up. I have a feeling he might want to get a little bit funkalicious here. Let's have a look. He stands and he hits pretty well. Maximo. Well, there was nothing subtle about that shot from Machado. Pumps it over cover for 6 runs for Portugal.
Yeah, nice shot. It's full, and he just has to catch up with it. He does exactly that. And another 6. France, well, little errors all game have been costing them. They need a wicket.
Machado at risk again. It's an interesting one. And that might have gone over a piece of leg stump. So remember, if it misses leg stump, it's going to be a wide. But I think that one probably did go over the stumps.
It's a tight call, isn't it? You've got to make that decision in a split second, but the benefit to the bowler, fair enough.
Maybe it only would have to, tiny bit of the ball would have to go in line with the extension of leg stump. Machado faces up. Hit powerfully, and it's just off the fingertips of the mid-off. It's going to be 4 runs. Machado living dangerously, but he'll get the result. That's Usman Khan. Almost pulls off a screamer of a catch.
Yeah, it would have been a screamer because Machado laced that. He got the sort of Statue of Liberty play, got the hand up, Vinny, but couldn't rein it in.
Was hit pretty hard as well by Machado. You feel if this opening pair get going, and a couple of big overs, this could be over with time to spare. Obviously no bonus point or anything in play because it is a finals day, but Amjad searching for the breakthrough. Last ball the second. It's full. Machado on the front foot will go with the hit. He'll retain the strike. 12 runs come off that over, and Portugal 26 without loss.
Yeah, Portugal coasting at the moment, ahead of the run rate, all wickets in hand. And yeah, looking at that table, this is how it ended up. But Portugal have 1 foot in the qualifier coming up. If once we see Ireland and Scotland, they'll know who they might be playing.
It's a cracking Q1 coming up between Ireland 11 and Scotland 11 as well. They played a brilliant game yesterday with more twists and turns than a length of old rope. And that's coming up straight after this. Well, Rob's just reminded me, I said some of our Australian New Zealand viewers might be enjoying their Saturday night. He said it's already Sunday morning in New Zealand. What's a good Saturday night to you, Corey? Maybe, when you're in your prime, not now.
But what, so I'm not in my prime now?
I think that's obvious.
Like just a little bit of Saturday night footy on the couch, bag of CCs, pretty relaxed.
Not spending any money.
Not spending any money.
Okay. Well, this is going to be Stanexai coming on really early. The youngster, they've gambled with his spin in the third over. Still a power play over.
Yeah, I don't mind them gambling here. You can take wickets with the field up as well. Deep mid-off and deep sort of forward square leg of the two boundary riders.
This is picked up nicely, though, off length by Machado. Puts it into the jungle. Sees Carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. A little bit back of a length and Machado. He loves going with those cross-bat shots. 6 more to the total. Portugal in control.
Still get a feeling Portugal haven't actually clicked yet, which is
I think if they get to the final tonight, whoever they're playing is a 50-50. I think Portugal's very good. I like these new players.
Touching short, bit of a wrong and an over spinner from Stanexai. Bowls that ball well. Just a single, though.
Yeah, this could be a nice little matchup. How does Stanexai bowl to Gomez?
Does get that one that goes away from the left-hander. He's got a lot of these over-the-wrist type deliveries. So, yeah, this will be pretty interesting. Gomez does like to kind of go mid-wicket, that kind of slog sweep. Still only 2 outfielders, remember. Goes over the offside and he's going to get the boundary. It's pretty well bowled by the youngster. There was a little bit of a false shot, but Gomez gets enough bat to get it over the top into the boundary.
Yeah, he does, and it's already 11 off the over, Vinny. Got the elevation he wanted, maybe not the angle he wanted. It's more a thickish outside edge, but if you bowl the spinner inside the power play, pretty hard to rein it in.
Had a question in the chat. When are Norway playing? Well, Norway are in Group D.
Yep.
So we'll see them, if I had to guess, 13, 14, 15. Right now, Shaan's going to get 1 out to deep mid-wicket.
This is a perfect scenario for Shaan. He's the type of player, even yesterday against Guernsey, he was sort of tempo batting to help sort of get Martins on strike and almost chase that score down. So I expect to see him try and be there by the end and the rest to really go.
So you can be a bit more careful, can't you, at this stage? Well ahead of the game. Only a big collapse is going to see Portugal derailed. It's the end of the over. Not a bad one from young Sajjad. 13 off it, 39 without loss.
Yeah, like on a Saturday night, then I just catch up on some world news and put the slippers on and, yeah, just take it easy.
Yeah, sounds really exciting. 14, 12 and 13, pretty consistent scoring and scoring ahead of the rate from Portugal. Just checking now, because I feel like I might have given the wrong dates. We have Group A, which is 3, 4, 5 of October. Group B, 6, 7, 8. Group C, of course, including Spain, 9, 10, 11. So it's 12, 13, 14. That's when Norway will be playing. 12, 13, 14 of October. And then straight away, we're into Championship week. All right. No breakthroughs yet. These two just ticking along pretty risk-free. Amjad comes back. And that's going to be carved away, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Machado throws the hands at this one, and with no third back on the boundary, it's a pretty safe shot too.
Yeah, look, a half volley's a half volley. It didn't go in the direction he wanted, but it's still 6 runs. Give him a bit more credit, actually. He opened the face slightly, so 6 more to the total, and Portugal looking in complete control, Vin.
Yeah, he's definitely playing for it a bit. It's smart. This is held back slightly by Amjad. Down the ground for a single.
Is there a road back to victory here, Vinny? What could potentially be done?
Oh, get your affairs in order. I think you just got to keep changing the bowling. I mean, Amjad's a very good bowler, but I may have gone just for someone different. You're hoping someone has a heater and does like what Josh Wilson did yesterday.
Yep.
Takes 4 wickets at an over or something like that. Maybe you go to Ramatullah Mangal. Notice Rahula's not the side despite taking a hat-trick yesterday. He did go for 47 the same game. But yeah, you got to try things. Usman Khan's a bit of a funny one because he's one of their best bowlers, but he's quite a defensive bowler that with his slower balls. You wouldn't think of him as an out-and-out wicket taker if the batters didn't need to attack.
Yep.
So I think someone like a Ramatullah Mangal is someone I would be going to pretty shortly.
Machado, 26 off 13. Oh,
Picked
yeah.
up. That's a very powerful strike. That's deep into the deep dark woods. Maximal for Miggy as he brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership.
Nice shot from Miggy Machado, 32 off 14 from now. Another over pitch delivery in the wheelhouse, and he gets it away for 6.
I'm glad this has been brought up. We've got Jeff. He wanted a replay of my one-handed catch yesterday, and I know that you were pretty silent on the matter. Didn't see it?
I didn't see it, Vinny.
Not all heroes wear capes. I was right in front of Charis over there, who was innocently in front of the main event. I said, "Excuse me a second."
If you could wear a cape though, if the management said you could wear one on commentary.
If capes were back, I'm definitely pro cape. Short touch. Good comeback from Amjad. Muscles him upstairs.
Let's talk about Portugal a bit, Vin. It's a big thing that's sort of happened here, isn't it? They've said, I completely agree with it. Their management or the brain trust, the board have said, look, in the last few years we haven't maybe progressed where we want. We're going different. We're going to go and find some players that are playing high level, that are Portuguese citizens, and I think they're going to get the results. It's good, isn't it?
Swing and a miss. Not a great shot from Machado into the over 53 without loss. To answer your question, you have an obligation. This is just my personal view, but I think it's a sensible view. You need to try and put your best team on the park that you can.
For your country.
For your country.
Yep.
This is international cricket. This is international cricket. That's since 2019, all of these limited overs games, kind of 20 overs. Now we have international 10 over cricket as well. We're using the ICC criteria in this tournament. So if you have someone, even if they're not living in the country, if they qualify to play for Portugal, using that ICC criteria, you need to stack them just on cricketing ability and where they're at and what they bring to the team. So no issues at all. We've seen France, for example, Gustave McKeon has even led them. He's a guy, qualifies, has grown up in Australia, kind of played all his cricket there, but yeah, they've had success with that. All right, so Snagside gets brought back and he gets banged down the ground. Oh, that's a very, very good shot. Played on length by Gomez and horned out of the park.
It's a pleasure to watch Sean bat again. He played many years in the Netherlands where he just made hundreds and hundreds of runs, and he's a pretty switched-on cricketer. He knows, hey, remember, he was a late call-up for the Western Shield because Hamza pulled out.
Yeah.
He did a good job at last minute.
He did. A lot of discussion in the chat. They're looking forward to Group B tomorrow. We're sure we'll talk about it during the day as well. Pretty interesting group. Come back from the youngster, Stanek Zona. We talked about him having the sky as the limit potential-wise. I wonder what the path is for him going forward if he does want to maybe be playing franchise cricket or regular professional cricket. You can definitely see he's got the skill to do it. Non-traditional path. This is dragged away, just a single. Yeah, so Group B, we're going to have Germany as well as Denmark, Austria, Romania and Hungary. Germany, probably based on last year's form, going as favourites. So we were talking about it this morning in the car, weren't we, that really it's quite an even group. This one's in the air and gone. Just off the end of the bat. Might have hit the end of the fingers as well. So credit to Stanek Zai, who gets in the offside channel. Gomez wanted to go leg side again and dragged it to Ramatullah Mangal. The partnership is broken. It's 61 for 1.
What a good catch. He actually hit that pretty hard, pretty flat. Didn't get the elevation, but in the end, his wicket is gone. And well done to the young fella, Stanek Zai. He's really been good this tournament for France. He gets rewarded with a wicket.
Yeah, that was a bit of a stinger. End of the bat, end of the fingers, I think. But still, Sean, that's the price of doing business. I'll be a bit disappointed it wasn't slightly further up the bat. If it was, I think it's flying out of the ground again. But still, he puts his team in a very good position. 27 off 12 for him. And as he departs, it's 61 for 1.
Yeah, it looks like De Freitas is going to come out at number 3. I like the call. You go lefty for lefty here just to sort of play with the opposition's matchups and their angles. We haven't seen the best of De Freitas, but we know how good he is. A seriously good cricket resume.
So, so Germany, we'll go team by team. Germany, I think they have to be favourites on the base last year, but you never know with Germany because they are such an exciting kind of volatile team. This one's just going to get away. Christopheridis will start with 4. Again, not bad bowling from Static Zai. A thick outside edge ended up going away to the boundary.
Yeah, another player that's come into this lineup and makes a huge difference. So 4 more to the total. He'll enjoy this little time to bat here, get himself in some touch.
Nice ball for Sajjad. It's worked away straight to the fielder, and that's going to be out. Well, Freitas will be disappointed with this because he premeditates the charge. So again, it was that one, I think, back of the hand slightly. It broke away from him. A simple catch. So signs of life for France, even though Portugal still in a fairly strong position. Score is 65 for 2. It'll take us to the end of the 5th over. And yeah, Usman has no problem. Let's welcome you into the comedy box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Koi Ruckers. A few comments about my shirt today, so I'm taking the jacket off. You can get a better look.
My eyes.
It's mangoes. Do you like mangoes?
I like mangoes, Vinny, but it's very bright.
I know you must love mangoes. It's one of my most favourite things to have on the weekend as well. But let's talk Group B. Just well, we had a few questions about it. Austria, they're just coming off an ECS not too long ago, and good to see Mark Simpson-Parker in the lineup for them. I know that there were some issues with about his selection or non-selection, but I think he brings a lot to the table. Probably playing the best cricket I've seen him play. But they're such a crazy team, Austria. They're playing that Belgian ball style, you know, that we used to talk about. Then you've got Denmark, who I know have a few players unavailable due to some longer form commitments at the moment. So I think they're maybe not as strong as we've seen them previously. Still, I'm sure will be very competitive. Usman comes on, misses the mark first up. Then just quickly, we've got Romania and Hungary. Now, Hungary missing their key playmaker last year. Laius Deploy was available. He's not available this year for them. Zemus, his brother, is in. Again, Hungary, we saw some crazy scores out there. And Romania. I mean, Romania had an up and down season, but often it was around player availability. So if they have their best squad, I think they're very competitive. Up in the air. Right back to the line, but that's going to fly. Machado flying the flag for Portugal. Goes Maximo as Portugal swing the way into the 70s.
Yeah, Machado's enjoying himself, isn't he? He's out there in the middle, opening the batting again. That suits him best, and he's really good at this cross-bat stroke. Nice shot.
He just basically plays on that. And I think Usman Khani's a slightly different bowler. Like I said, if you only need 10 and over versus if you need kind of 17, 18, 19 and over, it's slightly more comfortable. Chases this, it goes high into the air, again right back to the line, but gets the journey. Maximo, 6 more. France running out of answers and running out of time.
Those 2 wickets might have opened the door a little bit for France, but those 2 sixes you feel have really slammed it shut. Machado comes down the ground and doesn't get it out the screws, but gets enough of it. 6 more.
Slightly slower ball this time, and it's going to go as well. Picked it. It's 2 shorts, 50 for Machado. Celebrates by knocking down a tree off the top of the hill. And Portugal really matter of time now, I think, till they book their place in the second half of finals day.
Yeah, nice innings from Miggy Machado. 51 up, 20 deliveries. And, yeah, Portugal in complete control. They've dominated this game from start to finish.
Just looking at the Romanian squad, it looks pretty good. Taranjit's available. We've got Nadagotla probably behind the stumps. You've got Mamik Kohli in there. Adrian Lascu, who's a guy who qualifies for Romania.
Oh,
nice, well struck. Watch out. Oh, boy. That could have been ugly. Crossbar challenge complete as Machado helps himself to 6 more.
Yeah, lovely shot. That's my favourite of the 4 sixes in a row. Short, wide, and he absolutely crushed it. Look out for the new look Portuguese. They're a very good T10 team. They're going to go close today, Vinny. Oh, I think they're going to go extremely close.
Just looking as well, Romania, last call on them. Satheeson's in there. Lascu's a guy played all his cricket in Australia, but qualifies for Romania.
Yep.
Anyway, 17 to win. This is a bit straight up in the air, though. Or is it? Kanasane's after it. He will make the stop. They'll hustle back for 2.
2 more to the total. Good fielding there from Kanasane just to rein it back in, but you'd imagine France are on their final rights, Vinny.
Yeah, would appear so.
So Miggy Machado, 57 off 21, 59 off 22. Can he get another 6? He won't get another 6, but he'll get another 4. I reckon there's a bit of bat on that. And there she goes, a top over. Goes supersonic, 31 off it. And ooh la la, the French are being sent back to Paris.
Yeah, getting canned at the moment, really. France.
Would you say that, considering France's development the last few years and the run they had last year, a bit underwhelming?
Feels like a step back. It's just, I mean, I know it's a tougher division this year as well. So obviously, you've got 5 teams that are in the top 21. But I just think you want to be playing your best cricket at the ECC. You want to be peaking at the ECC, and you want to be peaking on finals day in ECC. And France, they've had, yes, a long season in France, but they had their ECS for the first time. They had more players exposed to it. They had than ECI in France as well.
Yep.
But they haven't peaked. They've troughed, really.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they've fought at times, but I mean, it shows you what you need to compete in this division. You need to be playing your best cricket. Here's Ramatullah. First one will get past him and work for a single.
Let's say Portugal get to the final under lights.
Yep.
Against Ireland or Scotland.
Yep.
Genuine 50-50?
I still think against Scotland, Portugal might even be slight favourites.
Okay, yep.
I think against Ireland would be slight favourites.
Okay.
Ireland will play well under lights as well. Give credit where it's due. But I mean, it's close to 50-50, yeah. Pitched up and driven. Just 9 required now.
Yeah, 9 to go. So just the final moments for France in 2024. I'm sure that we'll see them highly competitive in 2025. They'll have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. They've got some really good talent, the French, with the ball. A couple other batters in this lineup, and yeah, look out for them in the future.
Still very young man. That's carved away. It's a really good shot. 6 runs to Martins. Well, he has been, for me, head and shoulders above anybody else in this entire group so far. He has had such an incredible time.
If you stopped the polling on like Brownlow votes, he'd do like what Paddy Cripps has done back in Oz, who got 45 votes and broke records.
Yeah.
Jeremy Martins is having arguably the greatest start to an ECC T10 career I've ever seen, with bat and with ball. Seriously good player,
Yeah,
ridiculously good player.
Definitely. So well suited to this format.
And this is why the lineup looks so different. They look like a proper team now.
This is hit leg side. Just be 1-2 to win now. Yeah, I think the offers are going to be rolling in from Jeremy Martins. I bet a few clubs in Portugal would like to pick him up. Like when Ronaldo was always getting sought after to come home. Maybe Ronan
Porto?
CC, Precious CC.
I think Friendship
The Lisbon Werewolves.
If Friendship CC are listening, get Martins in.
Friendship CC.
Yeah. I've got a good connection with them. I might try help Rana Naveed get in touch.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of cash, but I can guarantee you a lifelong bond.
I reckon this is it, Vinny. Here we go.
Start the car. That'll do it. That's a blast from Machado, and it's going to knock France out of the competition. It's still in the air. Maximo, and game, set, match. Portugal do it. If it was a bonus point game, they would have won it with all 4. Portugal through to the top 3 of the group.
Yeah, and a little bit of a statement from the Portuguese, and I think Ireland and Scotland will be looking a little bit nervously over their shoulder as the Portuguese have revamped the script, and they look very dangerous for the French. Vinny, it's always a pleasure having them on the network. They've got some real raw talent. I'm looking forward to seeing them again in 2025.
Yeah, but I mean, they had a slow start. They had bursts where they looked like they were kind of recovering at times, but I just think Portugal, they're a team that are on the up. France kind of just a bit too inconsistent, I think. We know there's a lot of talent in there, but yeah, again, looking at next year, hopefully we get back to France again. I think you need to be looking at bringing a bit more of a settled squad, I think, to the tournament and not try to experiment during such a short tournament. This is where things are at with finals day, with Portugal through to qualifier 2. The next match will start in around about half an hour's time. Ireland 11 versus Scotland 11. The winner straight through to the final. The loser will take on Portugal. I don't think either one of those teams will want to do that. So join us when we come back in about 25 minutes to take you into the next match on Group A finals day. All right, this is what's coming up as well with Ireland 11, Scotland 11. These are the teams. Ireland 11 winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. So, yeah, we've got kind of 4 of the top 5 of Ireland 11 coming off some big scores, and Macbeth in there as well. It was very, very talented. Scotland 11, they need a bit more out of the top order, don't they? Uzur Ahmed enlisted at 4. He's been pushed up a bit. No surprises after his fighting half-century in the face of 5 wickets in 7 balls, which was when he entered the fray. Let's have a look at his 10 overs. And, well, Portugal, they just had to kind of hold their own, didn't they, to chase this down in the end. No real dramas along the way in this chase.
Yeah, no real dramas. There was Miggy Machado and Gomes at the top who just did what they needed to do, Vinny. They hit the ball to all parts. They took their time. They picked their ball, which is always important as well. And it was a low chase, but they did it in a comprehensive style, which is always good to see. And look out for this Portuguese team. Yeah,
that was a good catch by Ramantula Mangal. Bit of a finger stinger, but Sajad Stanikzai came up with that wicket of Gomez, and then De Freitas again, he'll be a bit disappointed. I think he didn't quite get to this one, didn't quite get the middle of the bat. I just feel like he's a bomb ready to go off as well, De Freitas, but hasn't happened for him so far. That's some really solid hitting by Miggy Machado. He ends up on 70 off 25, and he was going to make sure that there weren't any dramas as far as Portugal were concerned. It's his highest score of the year, Miggy. We did see him in the earlier European Cricket Series for Awaras. Right now, he's wearing the red shirt with pride, and Portugal get there with over 3 overs to spare. France eliminated from Group A in 4th place.
Yeah, goodbye to the French. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? 27 for Gomez and 70 there for Machado. Little cameo for Martins, 8 off 3. Only the 2 extras, but to win and what would have been a bonus point win like that in an eliminator when a lot of people woke up saying, oh, here we go, good contest. It's a statement.
Well, what we said was we didn't know which France would turn up, but unfortunately it was the France that weren't the France the French supporters were hoping for. 2 wickets for Stanikzai. I mean, he's a real positive to come out of this year, though, of the season in France. I think he's come on so quickly. And like I said, there's a lot of people watching him from all around the world. No one else really had the answers. We will take a break, and we'll be back in about 25 minutes' time. Ireland 11 and the Scotland 11 doing battle for the first place in the Group A final and a chance at Championship Week. Of course, for the loser, they will have to run into Portugal, which I don't think either one of them would want to do. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Koi Ruckers. We'll take a quick break. See you shortly for more action live from Spain. This is ECC, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter under Luthea, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you company. It's Group A Finals Day here at the Cartama Oval in the beautiful Andalusia region in Spain. And now it's time for qualifier number 1. Now these two occupied the top 2 spots after the group matches, and we know the winner will be automatically through to the final. The loser will have to go the hard way through qualifier 2 later on today. So it's going to be the Ireland 11 versus the Scotland 11. These two had a very, very interesting match this time yesterday. Right now we've got Tyrone Peters in for Ian today. He's got the 2 captains for the coin toss. Let's see who wins it.
All right, Ireland, you're the home team. You will toss the coin. Scotland, you're the away team. You will call.
Andalusia.
Andalusia is the call, and it's European cricket.
We will bat first.
Ireland will have a bat.
So Ireland 11 win the toss, and their captain Jared Wilson has elected to have a bat. Now that seems to be the way they want to do it. They want to put a big score on the board, and they want to defend it with their strong bowling attack. And I've got to say, the kind of pound for pound, they've been the strongest in batting and bowling at this tournament. And that's why so far they haven't dropped a game. They're a perfect 4-0. They've got that famous Jameis opening combination with Jason Van der Merwe and Seamus Lynch up there. But I mean, Melly's been very good. Jared Wilson's been good, chipping in when the openers have failed yesterday with half centuries. So yeah, it'll be a very, very interesting innings to see if Scotland have the answer to keep those key batters quiet. Got to say also Josh Wilson, absolutely outstanding yesterday. He kind of sent shivers and shockwaves through the Scottish batting lineup with 5 wickets, including 4 in 4 balls. And Scotland 11, their biggest issue is they've been losing wickets in clumps. It's a bit of a trend, isn't it? They lose 4, 5 wickets together. Got to say Uzair Ahmed had a really good Riga action yesterday with a 50, almost on for a record 9-ball 50 at one stage. I think Majid was good yesterday as well. But I think some of those top order batters for Scotland, they need to step up here if they're going to, I suppose, get that automatic spot in the final, not have to go the hard way. Charlie Castle's one to watch as well. I think he's a very, very talented cricketer. We know he's had a bit of a dream summer, and he'd love to kind of step up as the intensity goes up today as well. Going to go up to the dream box now. Corey Rucker's standing by. Ireland 11 versus Scotland 11, and a very, very exciting Q1 to come. I can tell you Ireland batting first after winning the toss. Let's get ready for the start of the match.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. 2:30 p.m. local time, and boy, we got a bit of a doozy on our hands. The early afternoon game. There's the old rubber ducky. Don't know if we'll see too many ducks in this one. Expect a high-scoring thriller. The Scottish 11 up against the Irish 11. 2 old foes going up against each other in sunny Andalusia. The weather is perfect today. As we have a look at the 2 lineups, tail of the tape, the Irish 11 have been very good. Vinny Sandhu nicknamed them the Baby Greens, and that's because they've got such a young team and they are mighty impressive. You mix that in with the experience of Jason Van der Merwe and maybe a Jared Wilson, and they look like a well-rounded outfit. For Scotland 11, they've been relying on Charlie Castle with bat and with ball. Look out for him in this one. If he has a big game, you never know. Maybe the Scottish 11 cause a bit of an upset because there's the supercomputer. The Irish 11 go in as firm favourites. Hope you've got your rubber ducks in hand. Welcome back, everyone in the chat. Hope you're doing well out there. Hope you've enjoyed the ECC for 2024. It's actually been a really enjoyable competition, plenty of close games. And who will be the team to progress on Group A Finals Day? That man on your screen, O'Donnell. Great bowler, really love his action. Dead ringer for Andy Bickle. He's going to be bowling to what I like to call Brangelina, the perfect opening combination. Van der Merwe and Lynch. Here we go, ball number 1, T10 action. The old proverbial wide to start. Got that completely wrong, and that will be a wide first ball. Bit of swing, similar to the very first ball of the day from Juan Henry. But yeah, what a good game. These two sort of nations in sport have a long history. A little bit more on the rugby field, but playing some T10 action out here. Deep mid-off and deep mid-on are the two boundary riders. Bye ball, bye. That's been cut into another dimension. Pretty good shot from Van der Merwe. It was short, it was wide, but you still got to put it away. And this man is built like a house, a certain house, a brick house. What a shot that is. Right out the screws of that Grey Nichols. And that little dressing room are a confident dressing room. They've always played pretty well out here at Cartermore Oval. They play an attractive style of cricket and definitely a well-coached unit. So I reckon that Grizzly ball might have been hit into another dimension. I reckon we're going to get another one thrown on here. So one legal delivery, 7 runs on the board and a new ball being thrown on. There you go. There's the Portuguese. They love a selfie, the Portuguese. The new look Portuguese, by the way. If you haven't seen much of them yet, look out for them later today. Has to reach for it and just gets enough of it. Tell you what, that was pretty wide of the off stump. Van der Merwe's eyes lit up, but it kept going away from him, and he just got enough bat in it. O'Donnell, who started so well yesterday with the ball in this identical fixture, just a little bit short to start here. The old one-handed cut shot, not something you see every day. 2 bounces for 4. Short again, cut away again, and 6 again. As it zips past my co-commentator, Vinny Sandu, who's gone for a quick refreshment. There he is. It's like one of those video games. Where's Waldo? Well, I'll tell you what, Waldo sticks out in his red suit. Lovely shot again from Van der Merwe. O'Donnell looking like he's struggling for a bit of rhythm. He's a better bowler than this. And another 6. What's the score? 17 off 3. O'Donnell needs to channel his truer Andy Bickle here and get it right. Deep mid-off comes up. And deep cover's going to go back. I think they're going to keep the deep mid-off back as well. So the 2 boundary riders on the offside. And a bit of pressure on the Scottish 11. 81% the supercomputer says already. Don't often see that field. A deep mid-off and a deep cover are the 2 boundary riders. Not even a cover point, deep cover. Only takes 1 wicket though. Change this game. He shuffles across, clever batting. No one back on the leg side. Gets enough, wouldn't it? And that'll be 4. Van der Merwe, he's a brute of a man. 20 off 4 now. Still 2 balls left in this first over. Usually call a 20-run plus over on the T10 scene on the ECN a magical over. A 30-run over is supersonic. Got every chance to do it here. This time comes charging down the ground, and O'Donnell just a bit bereft of ideas, really. Yesterday he actually picked up Lynch and Van der Merwe in the pocket, so he had both pockets full, but today just maybe struggling for a little bit of rhythm. Bit of an appeal, but oh, it's been given. I tell you what, we'll have a closer look at that one, but live, I thought, might have been sliding down the leg side. It's a big decision. And what an electric start to this one. Let's have a closer look. 22 runs on the board, a wicket. Oh, I'll tell you what, I reckon Van der Merwe has copped an absolute shocker. Not often you get bad ones that bad, but that's missing leg stump by a long way, and it's going over. Some days, it just doesn't go your way. So Van der Merwe goes, and he won't be too pleased. Big shake of the head there, you can see. Let's have another look at this. I mean, the angle of the ball just naturally is taking that miles down leg. So, Van der Merwe has copped one there. Well, it happens. Out comes Melly. Melly, pretty aggressive first ball and hits it straight to cover. So a pretty interesting first over. Concluded a wicket falls when it didn't look like it would. Van der Merwe went. A lot of boundaries and the score is 22 for 1. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape that's been updated. The Portuguese are sitting there in qualifier 2, waiting patiently to see who they will be playing. Obviously, the loser of this game gets the double chance. And the winner will go to the 8:30 p.m. game, Central European time, and they'll be playing that under lights. So looking forward to the game tonight. Myself and Vinny Sandu are on for the day. Should be a good day of cricket. Charlie Cassell, who was bowling to the Aussies about 5 weeks ago, bowling to Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh. Well, he's going to be bowling to Lynch here. That's a different sort of contest. Well, starts a bit short, gets clipped away. Nice shot, 6 runs. Lynch is another one of those players out of that opening duo. His strike rate, career strike rate in T10 is about 340 plus, and my word, he is a seriously good player to watch. Gets on with it from the first ball. Bit of a hit-me ball, loosen up from Charlie Cassell, who's had a pretty crazy 5 weeks. 7 for on ODI debut versus Oman, then went and played in the UK, then bowled to Australia. Now he's in Spain. And he's getting absolutely whacked. What a lovely shot that is from Lynch. Well, when Lynch is on, arguably he's one of the most destructive batsmen we've ever had on the network. He loves hitting the long ball, and that's a beautiful shot. Always stays leg side of it, got quick hands, back-to-back sixes to start this over. And this T10 game's had everything so far. And another 6. Well, if this is the first T10 game you've ever witnessed, this is pretty much how it goes. 40 runs in 9 balls, a wicket already. You got a player that's been bowling to Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh a few weeks ago, now coming to the T10 vortex of Cardimer Oval, where this ball just flies away. Well, what a start to this over. So 6, 6, 6. You've got 40 in 9 balls, and the Irish 11, they maybe had a tough decision early, but they've responded well. Pretty calm dressing room there. Look, the 2 boundary riders deep mid-off and deep mid-on, but realistically, the ball's been flying around. They haven't been involved at all. Might have got a little bit of line. Gets away with that. Good comeback delivery. Bit of swing there as well. Got to remember the line belongs to the bowlers these days, and if you have a closer look, that's touching some line. That's a good sign for Charlie Cassell there. There's actually quite a bit of swing as well. And gone! Great response from the big man. Seamus Lynch has to go. What a crazy start to this game. We've had 11 deliveries, 40 runs are on the board, and we've had 2 wickets already. 2 very big wickets, and the Scottish 11 come roaring back, as I do welcome good friend and co-commentator, Vinny Sandu.
Yes, buenas tardes. Hello to you. And yeah, just a little touch on that from the machine. So Castle nailed that wide Yorker ball before. That's the tiniest of scratches, isn't it? So, I don't know, 40 off 2 overs, you'd probably pay 40 in the first 2 overs to get the Jameis removed from the equation. As Lynch goes for 18, caught by Knight off Castle, it's 40 for 2.
Yeah, 40 for 2. Yeah, I guess you would pay the 40, but would you pay it in that speed, Vinny? It's a great little platform.
Depends. One of the biggest problems you've got is that isn't just the opening combination that have been making runs for Iron 11. We've seen Melly in good form. We've seen Jared Wilson in good form.
Yep.
This man coming to the crease is very dangerous. Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, I like Macbeth. He's offered a bit. Him and Melly at 3 and 4. He's still got Wilson at 5. But, yeah, it does feel like we're going to have a good game on our hands. Ball number 1 for Macbeth. And, it would have been a genuine slips catch. We don't often get that either. He's reacted late there, Hogan. He's blown through him for 4.
Oh, Paul Hogan, is it? There is floating slip. Let's have a look. I mean, Hogarth, this does fly. But, I mean, he's there to stop runs, but also it would have been a genuine catch. Have a look at it here. Goes to his left. I don't know if Jack Hogarth's ever going to play Test cricket, but that might be the closest he gets with a genuine second slip catch. It runs away, and at the end of the over, it's 44 for 2. This is how the table finished. And Scotland, they get this double chance, but only just. It was less than one swing of the bat in net run rate between them finishing second or third.
Yeah, well, they got the double chance, and they might need it. We'll have to see how this game pans out. O'Donnell gets another over. Tell you what, that first over was going around the park. He got a little bit of luck.
Well, gets a crack at Cam Melly.
He gets a crack at Cam Melly, and Cam Melly says, thank you very much. This man's been in red hot form,
Yeah, no, I love him.
50's up in
50's
2.1 with 2 wickets.
They're on 231 pace at the moment.
They've hit 50 runs in the other 11 deliveries, sorry.
Baby Greens are big babies.
I heard
they
that
can hit the
nickname.
ball a long way.
I heard the nickname you've given them sort of taking off a little bit.
Oh, team effort. I like the Baby Greens.
You came up with it.
If
I'll give
they
you that.
were a vegetable, they'd be broccolini. Is what I said yesterday.
You've lost me, Vin. This one cut down into the turf. Good bit of fielding.
Why do baby vegetables taste so good? So baby corn, broccolini I'm a fan of versus broccoli. Baby carrots.
Anything smaller tastes better.
Really?
Yeah.
One of the Austin Powers movies, they tested that out. Anyway, O'Donnell trying to fight back here. Ireland 3 times out of 4, they win the game from here.
It's a bit early for food chat.
No, I don't think it's ever too early. I just got given some lollies in the fan zone. That's why it's late.
Another over-pitched ball. He hasn't really got it. This should be out as well. And it is. O'Donnell's got 2. Scotland have 3. This game is in overdrive. 2.3 overs down. It's 50 for 3.
Nice catch by Timur Ahmed. Might have been the little rolling cutter, I think, just slightly off speed, and Melly missed times. It goes to the sky, and a bit of a chaos start. I mean, these two played a bit of an ECN classic yesterday. Had so many momentum swings. It had a batter hit his first 6 balls for 6. They had a 5-wicket haul. Had 5 wickets in 7 balls. Had 4 wickets in 4 balls. This one you could always tell by the feet. I don't think he was very comfortable under that. It was blowing around, but he still retained his composure. Timur. Melly will go 6 and outs, 50 for 3.
If you're new to T10 and you've just flicked it on and you look at the scorecard right now and it says 2.3, 50 for 3, how do you describe that?
You describe it as it's more evidence that we're living in a simulation, because when you can turn real life into a computer game, then maybe all of life is a computer game. Maybe we're all just, mice in a maze. Here's Jared Wilson coming out. He's going to hit batting well.
Yeah, a bit of a common sense sort of shot. Hard to describe. I mean, they're going at 20s or around about 20s, but they've lost 3 pretty big wickets.
Sometimes I think, what if cricket had evolved backwards and this was the first form of the game and eventually they got longer forms?
Like Benjamin Button the other way.
Then everyone would be shaming Test cricket going, what is this? They're not even trying to score. No, look, I think there's room for everything in the cricket diet. Oh, we love our short form cricket here.
Well, that's a thickish edge, and that's gone for 6. Vinny, another boundary. Oh, this is absolute chaos. These two played a humdinger yesterday. We could be on again today.
Yeah, no doubt. O'Donnell, kind of thick edge, flies all the way.
All right, genuine question for you, Vin.
Go on.
Now, you know I like my questions.
You do.
Who's
You have a
winning?
lot of them.
Who's currently winning the power play? Genuine question.
Ireland.
Does my brain work?
No, Ireland's winning the power play, but it may have consequences for the rest of the innings. No, I think you can't get a 60-run power play and not be winning.
This one clipped away through backward square. Bit of a chase on. Could get a genuine 2 here, and they will.
Yeah, they will.
Well, 2 to the total, and a chaos start to this one, 59 for 3 after 3.
Right, a little bit of Rahul Mangal of France, who took a hat-trick yesterday but went for 47 in his 2 overs, and we couldn't work out if that was a good spell or not. But yeah, Scotland 11, I mean, one of their issues has been their inability to kind of form partnerships, except maybe a couple of kind of backs to the wall partnerships that we saw. It's a 22, 22, 15, about a third over.
What's the sort of relationship between the Scots and the Irish? Is it quite like we're a team and we don't like the English, or is it like, no?
They've definitely got that in common. No, I think...
Is it amicable? Is it like us and the Kiwis?
I think it's amicable. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's probably a good comparison.
Do we like the Kiwis?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a good comparison, actually, I think.
Yep, here comes
They also
Hogarth.
have a lot of shared ancestry as well, right? Hogan.
Okay, well, that's in the air, and gone. That's 4 wickets already in 3.1 overs. Hoagie is pumped up, and I can't keep up with this game at the moment, Vincenzo.
Yeah, Wilson just mistimes this. Feels like he should have pumped it. It was a fraction short. He picks out the fielder, and the Bison is on the charge. Once again, he's had a very good group stage, 59 for 4.
Yeah, that would have been a massive wide. He tried to reach for it, and he finds the fielder. So 59 for 4 after 19 deliveries. I think Scotland's ahead. I think they're happy. They've gone through a very, very dangerous 4 batters as well.
Yeah, Wilson disappointed to go second ball. Nice catch by O'Donnell. Watched it all the way in. Continue to take wickets. And the run's flowing, the wicket's flowing, and the captain going. 59 for 4.
Well, you said there could be consequences if they do lose too many wickets early. They've lost a lot now. Daniel Murray coming out at 6 in the 20th ball of the game.
Pretty good addition. No idea why he was listed number 11 in the lineups, but
Technicality, Finn.
yeah, he's coming in where I'd expect him.
Yeah, nice shot.
Hogarth's the kind of bowler that's difficult to come into. He doesn't let you settle. He's different. Bowls a lot of overspin, a lot of energy. He's got a large head.
When he gets it through with that quick leg spin, he's pretty effective as well, isn't he, Vinny?
He sure is. His nickname, the Bison, is because people do say he's got an unusually large head. And it's the nickname he shares with Mitch Marsh. So 2 degrees of separation. Wasn't Charlie Castle bowling at Mitch Marsh a couple of weeks ago?
That is a lovely cricket stroke. Considering the circumstances, you've got to love this sort of the youth of the baby greens. They don't care about the wickets column.
Yeah, well, teenagers have a bit of a reputation for, I don't care, I'm doing what I want. And that's the way they play the cricket. I like it. But also, it's good strategy. You don't want to be too defensive. You want to continue to fire your shots. Yeah, good questions coming in all over the place. Got one from Julie.
I'd love to answer a question from Mother, but she still doesn't know what an ODI game is. 2 balls left in this over. Flicked away nicely. It'll be one. No, the question was...
Can you tell the story first?
No, I can't because
For
she
your mum?
I promised I'd never mention
That's
that
a good
again.
one.
No, let that slide on. I promised I'd never mention
Why,
it
that's a
again.
good one.
She doesn't like it.
It's cute.
You got to respect your mothers. Mother's Day soon?
It's always Mother's Day somewhere.
Yeah, well said. Last ball of the 4th. Hit hard into a big pocket of space. Bit of work to do for the fielder, and he does well. Big Charlie Castle, it might be. 1 to the total, and 4 overs down. 69 for 4.
All right, I think the real question was, as a coach, what would you tell your team to do in these situations? A coach or who? Let's start with the Irish, the 69 for 4 after 4. What are you telling your batting team?
Yeah, look, I still think you're power hitting because the thing is in the Premier Division, most teams bat to 7, 8, 9. So, yeah, the wickets column. It's a hard thing to teach a group, but if you can make them just ignore the wickets column mentally, usually good things can still come. It doesn't matter if you end up 9 for 160.
We saw Scotland batting that way yesterday. I mean, Uzair Ahmed came out and played a real heater to almost score a 9-ball 50 when you've literally come out on the fall of the 5th wicket in 7 balls. That was one of the greatest counter-attacks we've ever seen. It's Chris McBride.
Yeah, McBride into the attack, and McBride out for 4. Lovely shot from Macbeth, and this young team, they still throwing the gauntlet down.
I would say that if you can get that next wicket, you've got Kennedy coming in at 7. You've still got Dunphy, actually. Dunphy will probably come in next before Kennedy. But yeah, kind of getting down into the bowlers. Scotland, like I said, they've had their own issues with the batting in this series.
Well, that's one's been sort of toe-wended all the way down to third for a single. What do you think's a realistic score? I know you've mentioned Scotland's had a couple of batting issues. What do they want to be chasing here, or what's a fair?
I think kind of 130. They feel they're probably capable of chasing. You know, they could get more, obviously, but the Ireland have been pretty good defenders, haven't they, with the ball in the field.
Well bowled, gets a hand in it. That'll just be another single to the total.
Macbeth is a guy that when he hits his straps, he can get a real heater. We've seen that before. McBride, not bad over this, hitting his spots pretty well. Trying to basically bowl Yorkers.
Well, if he has a big day with the bat, Vinny, I think he's sort of the catalyst for the top order for Scotland. If he gets going with the bat, has a good day, they could definitely win this group. Short ball.
Short. There's a little touch on that. Oh, it's a funny one. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because it's probably missing the leg stump. So, but, oh, it's very close. I reckon this is an interesting super slow-mo.
It's been called wide late, yeah, because it's down the leg side. So
it is wide. Yeah, I thought it made a little sound. It was close-ish to the gloves, but yeah, wide's been called now. Maybe for height, I don't know. For me, for sure, it was down the leg side. Anyway, Beth knows that's the one for the over as well. One bouncer for the over.
Oh, no, he's yipped up again. That's a big fully that's going to go forward. Don't forget yesterday, Vinny, he actually got taken out the attack for 3 full tosses in this game.
He did, and had some issues. Sometimes just overcooking the Yorker.
Let's have a closer look at this. This looked high-ish. I know it's going to be okay. He's a tall man.
Still, you know, it's in the danger zone. And it's actually well put away for 4 runs.
That's a pressure reliever, isn't it? Anyone wants a full toss hit away, and there's Wilson.
Still good over. 11 off this. Keep the last 2 on the park. Go for 13. You're fine. Rolling cutter, clever variation. Look at how he bowls that one. You can see how the fingers go down the right-hand side of the ball. Just takes a bit of pace off. Also sometimes gets a bit more bounce and a little bit of left to right off the pitch.
No worries.
Try that one at home.
This time spliced again. That's going to be 1 bounce for. So I tell you what, 5 overs complete, Vinny. Ireland or Scotland in the better position?
They tried the same cutter again. Yeah, this time batter kind of picks it, set for it, and that takes us to the end of 5. 84 for 4. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. Rico's off today, but he will be back. In fact, he'll be covering the whole of Group B with me because I know that it's actually your last day in the box for a little while because you've got commitments with Spain obviously coming up in just a few days.
With Sevilla.
Yeah, first, I know you're going to take a couple of days off in Sevilla, and
yeah.
I'm sure you're going to enjoy that as well. You might see some oranges there now, and I've got the mangoes on, but you know Sevilla is famous. Or Seville is famous for their oranges.
There you go.
We've had them on ECN before, and they have oranges on their playing shirt.
Would we ever be able to get some ECS cricket out there? Oh, great hand from Hoagie. Doesn't matter. It'll still be a single.
Oh, Fiddlestick, says Hogarth, as he wasn't able to pull that one in first time around. Acrobatic stuff.
A little bit of good fielding. It's been a good spell from the leg spinner. Oh, hit hard again, but just the one. Scotland, Vinny, they're just pegging it back a little bit, aren't they?
They are. Just keep an eye on that expected score down the bottom, 148. Thanks to our friends at Intelligent Cricket. Hogarth.
Again, that's going to be another dot ball. So
hasn't the Bison been good in this series, though?
Well, when you nickname the Bison, you've usually got to do good things, and he's been really effective this tournament. Can he get away with no boundaries? That might be a bye. Just watching the umpire, will be a bye.
Definitely
so,
inside.
Yeah, good bowling again.
It's not actually the ball you want to reverse edge because you actually want it kind of in front of your eyes, in front of your body. That one, it's almost like it down the leg side, down the reverse leg side. It's tough to catch up with.
Yeah, top over this. What a spell from Hogarth.
He dodged the bullet.
top over. Round of applause. 4 runs off the bat. 5 runs off the over after 6. An Irish 11, 88 for 4.
He might have just tried to give the umpire a high five. He's pretty fired up there, Jack Hogarth. Just 13 off it. It's good Yorker. His bounce is pretty much right on the line. Knight does well to get down to it. Make sure it doesn't get by him. And yeah, this game is taking a bit of a turn. 88 for 4, Ireland 11 after 6.
Yeah, I guess that's what the early wickets do. It just helps you a little bit more in the back half. It looks like new bowler coming in. It's going to be Kes Sajjad. He's got a job to do here.
Yeah, I mean, how often we've seen innings go one way or the other in the last 4 overs or so. I mean, we saw a dramatic last 4 overs from France yesterday. 103 came off that. Also, it can go the other way. You might even concede 20 to 25. So, yeah, a lot can change. Kes Sajjad is coming on at a pretty crucial time for the Scottish 11.
It's a crucial time, and he starts with a pretty decent low full toss, just missing the Yorker, but it's just another one again.
Yeah, it's well bowled. I mean, it's almost the Yorker. If you're going to miss the Yorker, probably better off missing slightly full, as long as it's only slightly.
I reckon that dressing room's a little bit twitchy, thinking about its decisions.
Wilson's disappointed. Obviously, he's been batting really well. Just having to pick out the field a second ball.
That one slot and shouts a catch. He doesn't get it. Oh, no. Oh, he's dropped a bit of a goober there, Vinny. Unfortunately, Tamil Ahmed shelled one.
Took one earlier, but this is the time of the day where fielding out there starts to get a little bit uncomfortable. You see the shadows. Sun pretty high in the sky, and that ball was pretty high as well. So, yeah, real slice of luck for the batter.
And next one skewed away through the offside. It'll be just a single. Yeah, you just feel Scotland are sort of turning the tail of the tape after an aggressive start, but that dropped catch, Vinny, that could be massive.
Murray dropped on 11. He was 11 off 7 when he got put down. Guess time will tell if that hurts them. Yeah, 4 down. Still feel here you can get down the lower order if you can take a couple of chances.
Shot. What a shot. Well, when you get dropped the ball before, do you think they just give batters this feel like, well, I shouldn't even be here?
It's like when you've stared the bright light in the face and it told you to walk towards it, but then you walk back, you look down, you got your pads on, and you're like, okay, well, I'm not scared of anything here. Having said that, Sajjad probably wasn't where he wanted it. It was kind of slot on the pads and beautifully clipped away by Murray.
Can't bowl slot to the baby greens, Vinny. Good comeback ball. Pace off, wide Yorker.
It's a really good ball, actually. Good variation from Sajjad.
You ever hear about those people that sort of see the bright light, they come back and then they've had like a premonition?
Do you know they say that even after you die, you're conscious for like 20 seconds or something like that? That's the research.
Okay, that's a bit
Before
creepy,
everything
Vinny.
shuts down.
Hit hard, shot. What a shot, Macbeth. Well, Lady Macbeth would have liked that one. 6 to the total.
You're not going to say Macbeth out loud because they say it's bad luck in the theatre, but there was nothing bad luck about that for Scott. That was crunched. Hello to Ryan Macbeth. I'm sure he's watching as well out there as it's 104 for 4 after 7.
What was
100 coming up.
Yeah, well, what was the old thing you couldn't say in front of the mirror 3 times when the lights were off?
That one I'm not sure, but I've heard of it. You see a couple of lights have been turned out in Group A. We're down to 3 teams that could potentially make it through to Championship Week.
Yeah, the lights are out for France and Guernsey, but we're down to the final 3.
Is that from, it's not from Snow White.
Freddie the 13th or something like that? I can't remember.
Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, it could be.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Good movie. McBride again. Oh, doesn't get that. Oh, he does. He gets more than I thought. Hit high up on the bat. And after the drop catch, Murray, bang, bang, 25, Irish 11, consolidating a little bit, 110.
Yeah, it made a funny old sound, didn't it? But yeah, Murray living on borrowed time. He's very good off his pads. We've seen that.
Who was the cricketer in England, Vinny, that dropped Brian Lara on 19 or 21 and he went on to make 501 not out?
Yeah, it's a good story, that one.
Oh, ball, good comeback, wide, slower.
It was the keeper. I remember it was the keeper. And we saw him in Australia recently getting interviewed about that on, I think it was the front bar.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Drop somebody on 19 or 20 and they go on for a 501 knot. Can happen.
Bad feeling.
Well, high in the air. Now this time should be caught. The keeper takes it. So a big wicket because Macbeth goes for 36. Ireland 11, 1-1-1 on the board. Is that always a little bit of bad luck, Vinny?
Well, there's your superstition. Nelson, and we kind of mentioned these two teams had genuine rivalries with the English, but it's the English bad luck number 1-1-1 that sees Macbeth heading back. So he's the 5th to 4. McBride with a breakthrough. It's 111 for 5.
Yeah, good heavy length, good bowling. Hurried him up a little bit. Maybe he was preparing for a slow ball. And the keeper in the end, Thomas Knight, ain't going to drop that. So good contest on our hands, Vinny.
It was Chris Scott that dropped Brian Lara, and he went on to make 501.
Do you reckon in hindsight, Chris Scott's happy with the drop because it's probably got him a few tickets flying around the world telling the story?
Yeah, every cloud has a silver lining, as they say in the classics. But that's one thing, at least, I often think in this game, say you put down a batter, the worst is you watch him bat for 10 overs, not 100 overs.
Here comes Dunphy.
Uh-oh. It's gone nowhere. Could have easily gone back to the bowler.
Oh, that's a pretty good sand wedge, just up and down.
It was a clunk.
A flop shot.
A bit of a Modern Family fan, the Dunphys.
I've watched a handful of episodes.
Favourite character?
Uh,
I'm going to go Phil. Phil Dunphy.
Yeah, well bowled. It's been a pretty good over from McBride. A pretty good spell overall.
If you follow the show, tell us in the comment section your favourite Modern Family character. There's plenty to choose from. And you don't have to tell us a favourite there because that'll be pretty obvious. But you can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey Ruckers at @CRuckers_28. Floods of messages coming in today.
Yeah, it's a lot of people tuning in for finals day of Group A. Last ball of the 8th over. And it's miles in the air. Well, good luck. Sajjad calls it. Doesn't get a hand on it. That's going to be one run. A couple of drop chances, Vinny.
Yeah, I don't think he gets hands on it in the end. He does have the hand blocking out the sun, but I think he let the sun back in a little bit too quickly and he just lost sight of it. And yeah, another missed opportunity. Murray gets a life on 26 after getting dropped on 11. Again, tough time of the day. Let's look at those shadows. 11 now, 113 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, 113 for 5, a couple of missed opportunities. If Scotland can keep them to that 130 region, they'll fancy their chances in this chase.
Okay. 2 overs to go. Charlie Castle to bowl the 9th. What have you made of his group so far?
He's been pretty effective. He comes in at 5 or 6 with the bat. He bowls a heavy ball. To be honest, yes, he's got a bit of tap from time to time, but he's always picking up wickets.
It's a spearhead.
And that's what you want from your spearhead.
Feels like a spearhead to me, and also he's been brilliant in the field, I think.
He's got genuine pace.
Got that ability, doesn't he?
Well, can you imagine taking a 7 for an ODI debut and then you go play some county cricket, then you play in Australia, and then you say the sort of federation goes, oh, how do you fancy a bit of Spain to end it?
See.
It's a good 6 weeks.
Yeah, well, still haven't had a chance to have a decent chat with him, but I'm curious to hear about his experiences. Obviously, Scottish-born, moved to Australia as a youngster, coming back and doing good things. Whoa, that's one option.
Well,
No fine leg-ish.
yeah, brave option. Look, to be fair, he's bowling with that much pace. You get any bat on it, it's going to fly. That's almost like the hurling.
I love hurling.
Hurling's a good sport.
Yeah.
If you don't know it, look it up.
Fair chance that was a bit shorter. You end up eating that ball.
But
anyway.
Scotland have fought back well here, Vinny.
Man, play many reverses against Castle in that ODI.
Goes full this time, hit well out to deep mid-off, but it's only going to be a single. And yeah, this is going to be in that sort of chasing zone, that 130, early 130s, you feel.
They've come storming back into this. Watch the percentages here now. Scotland 44% might go up a touch after that as well. Smart by Castle, says, look, I know what you're thinking. You might want to deflect me. You want to use the pace. Well, I'm just going to go full at the stumps. If you miss, then you're going to be gone.
How do you fancy Scotland's chances overall in Group A today? You reckon they're a smoky? Or more than a smoky?
Yeah, definitely a chance.
Another good delivery.
They need some stability from their bats. You know, every good partnership they've had has been from a backs to the wall situation, more or less. So yeah, you'd love your batting to go to plan for once.
Missing big Ollie Hares out here. I miss big Ollie.
Big Ollie, Michael English.
Yeah, where's Michael English? See, he made 100 on ODI debut as well.
big dogs.
Seriously good bowling this. That one's hit pretty hard down the ground, but it should be another single. And Scotland are finishing very well here, Vincenzo.
No boundaries now for 10 balls, which seems like a long time in this form of the game.
Yeah, so last ball of the ninth. They've raced through the overs. There's still 7 minutes on the shot clock as well. So good professionalism from the Scots.
Yeah, good tempo.
Mm.
Last ball of the ninth. Last ball for Castle.
A bit of an appeal. It's a big appeal. And there was a twitch and he's given it. Well, he took his time. He wanted to make sure he got it right. Maybe a little bit nervous after the one earlier in the innings. What do you think, Vinny?
I think it hits with the back leg that's bent. And the only question for me is it outside the off stump with the impact or not? That was, I thought it was very, very close. I'm very interested to see the replay. Dunfield go for 2. It's 116 for 6. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Let's have a closer look. He tries to jump outside off stump, but it looks like he's been pinned just in line. I think that's fair enough. This one will tell us. Yeah, it's out.
I mean, it's...
There's a bit of ball touching in line. He's
umpire's
deep.
call on impact.
Yeah.
I think that's how I read it. Yeah, the worst thing about that is that'll hurt as well because it missed the pad of Dunphy and that wasn't slow. He'll go for 2 and with an over remaining 116 for 6.
I don't mind when an umpire takes their time to make the decision as long as it's right. As long as they get the correct decision, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and if you expect perfect umpires, well, you're going to be disappointed because umpires are human. Occasionally they'll get things wrong, but they have to look at it once or something like that. Yeah, I read it interestingly because it was back leg, because normally it hits above the pad and you think, okay, is it high? But it wasn't high. I think it's a pretty good decision. So Jard to bowl the 10th.
Oh, well, it starts with the one-handed slap. Does he have enough on it? He doesn't. Another wicket goes, and the Scottish 11, they're on top.
Well, they were 50-50 before that ball. Now Murray's going to run out of luck on 29. I don't think he picks a slow ball. Yeah, you're right. Just tries to heave it. Has to reach for it. And a simple catch down there. I think it's McBride that takes it. And 11 sliding away here. The baby greens are disappearing. 116 for 7.
Would you say this is the biggest pressure the baby greens have been in this tournament so far?
It has to be because it's the biggest game they've played so far. I mean, and they only get more pressurised from here. Well, bowled by Kesterjard. Second time he's hit that wide slow ball Yorker. Murray finally has to go. Third time unlucky for him. He's out for 29, 116 for 7.
Yeah, has to go. Didn't get enough wood in it. The tail end is sort of there now. Kennedy and Wilson, they have to, maybe if they can score another 10 off the next 5, they'll take it.
There's Kennedy.
Hard for a single. They've gone through here, the Scottish team. It's going to come down to their batting. But look, we know this Irish 11, Vinny. They've got a seriously good 10 overs with the ball.
Oh, they do. And let's be honest, Scotland have been serial collapses in this series, haven't they? Including that dramatic one this time yesterday. So yeah, this certainly is still line ball. Here's Josh Wilson, and he was actually the chief destroyer yesterday with a 4 for 4 over.
Oh, right-handed bowler, but left-handed batter. Like it.
Just making a few last-minute adjustments here.
Just a bit of a pause. They're ahead on the clock, so they've taken as long as they want once they start the 10th over. What can Wilson do? Well, he can whack a 6. Boy, oh boy, this man has taken a T10 pretty well, Vinny.
Well, Wilson, remember the name, because half the people are called Wilson in this group, but still, Josh has made a name for himself. This is a really good shot. So Judd having to adjust the left-hander. It's not really the best delivery from Kess, and it disappears into the fan zone.
Yeah, at the end of the day, a half volley is a half volley, and that was one right into the wheelhouse for Wilson. Can he go again? Where is it, Vin? Yeah. Just the one.
Straight out to the sweeper. Okay, Kennedy gets another chance, 124. I kind of called that 130 as my kind of median score as well, of the score at which I think it was about a 50-50 game. And computer tends to agree, 124 with 2 to come.
Yeah, 2 to go. Yeah, 130 would be an interesting chase, that's for sure. It's going to be one more to the total. I think they'll have to settle for one. They'll think about two, and, well, that's going to be run out, you'd imagine. Yeah, I think so. Being given out live on field. Really difficult to get a two here.
Yeah, but I don't mind him trying. The ball went slowly. I won't say that he rushed to the ball, either the fielder. So, I mean, you've got the wicket to play with. Why not try it for another one? Your alternative is to take one. Wilson has hit a 6 in the over. Maybe it's a good matchup. But I could understand you kind of pushing for every run at this point. It was also very well done by Knight. It was a difficult take, difficult kind of hop. But he kind of held his nerve. You can see batted just short, called out on the field.
Yeah, I like the umpire calling it out on the field as well. No reason to wait for technology for that one. Out by a long way. So credit to the Scots overall. After the chaos of the first sort of 3 overs, they've pegged it back pretty nicely.
Hello to Alan Morrison, who's in the comment section saying, who do you think you'd rather be? The guy who dropped Brian Lara, who went on to make 501, or Phil Tufnell? So just his thoughts.
Just in general.
Phil Tufnell. Seems like he enjoys his life.
Weldon.
All right.
Well, Weldon comes out. Another right-handed batter, bowls with the left arm. Can he get a boundary? Last ball time. Sajjad just wants to close out.
Weldon looks like he hit a long ball as well. Coming out at 10. Okie dokie. 125 plus this. A boundary will make it a 130s chase.
Won't be a boundary, Vinny. They'll try and steal two. A good throw should be run out.
Should be. Still got to finish it. It will. Good fielding, good solid stuff. As Weldon will go for a golden 1. And Island 11 going to finish 126 for 9.
We've got a very interesting sort of 10 overs coming up, Vinny. I think Scotland bowled well after the first sort of 3 overs. They were a little bit loose early, but they pegged it back. They picked up wickets regularly, and that just helped them along.
Power play's huge as well. I think the Ireland have shown they can run through this Scottish batting, but it'd be a great time for the top order to kind of come good. I also think it matters where you bat people. I think Uzair Ahmed has been pushed up to number 4. We saw him at 7 yesterday, but he's in form. You got Majid, who I suppose he could bat anywhere. But, well, as the Duckies are looking strong in the fan zone, Ireland 11 didn't want too many of them, and it was the Jameis opening combination that went out predictably for Ireland 11. This was a funny one, wasn't it? Kind of on the walk. And you've got to say it is a rough one, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. It was O'Donnell with the early strike, and Jason Van der Merwe just kind of shook his head in disbelief. We saw Lynch get a little tickle, so the 2 openers were gone. Now, they have been saved before by the middle order, but it didn't really pan out that way with Macbeth 36, the only batter. Maybe Murray as well with his 29 important, but he gave a couple of chances as well. I think on the balance of probabilities, I think you give the 10 overs to the Scots.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Vinny. They're ahead in this one. They fielded pretty well throughout. There was 1 or 2 opportunities that did go down that they'll feel a little bit disappointed about, but overall, Hoagie's 2 overs, Cassell's late over as well.
Yeah.
They just did the right things.
They did, and Hoagie just kind of showing how to do it. Basically got a Mark War special at second slip, but he wasn't quite up to it, but certainly made up for it with the ball, didn't he? He's having a very, very good Group A for the Scottish 11. For Ireland 11, they've continued to try, but I mean, look at the amount of sixes they hit. They hit 12 sixes in this innings, which, yeah, it's probably slightly below their average, probably slightly lower than the average as well. That, to me, looked pretty dead. I mean, it hit him in front of off, I think, bent leg and going on to hit. Late in the piece, we saw Kestajat hitting that slow ball, kind of wide Yorker really well. I think some of the Irish batters will probably look back, wish they held their shape, stayed a bit side on and try and hit that ball over cover, then trying to muscle it down the ground. Then I think you've got to give credit to Ireland 11 in the last over. They were pushing for every run, but Scotland, they were pretty professional in the field. We saw a couple of run-outs in the 10th, and when it's all said and done, Scotland 11 will feel in pretty good position, bearing in mind they were only about 5 runs from not being in this 1 versus 2 match, but they find themselves, I think, on top at half-time, chasing 127 for victory. 126 for 9 for Ireland 11 then, with Macbeth with 36 as the top scorer, 29 for Murray. 20 for Van der Merwe early before he went to an LBW that certainly had the discussion flowing. 18 for Lynch, so no one really going on with it in a big way. And that's the reason that Ireland 11 only scored 126.
Yeah, you look at the bowling figures, everyone chipping in. You don't often see that. All picking up a wicket. Hoagie, though, 1 for 13, an economy of 6.5. That is a standout performance from the leg spinner.
Yeah, and he's fired up. Couldn't keep hold of him on the field as he was dancing all over the place. And one of these two teams will be dancing their way into the final. One will have to go the hard way through a Portuguese side that are just hitting their straps at the right time. So we got a real line ball game here at the moment. Scotland 11, 127 for them to be straight through. Or can the Irish defend 126? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you after it for the second innings of this qualifier one in Group A in the Premier Division of this 4th edition of the Euros of Cricket. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter under Lithia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. I would encourage everyone to support the United Nations World Food Project and the Share the Meal initiative. That QR code that was just on your screen. If you scan that on your phone, you can easily donate a meal to someone in need. It's very, very cheap. It's only a matter of cents in the dollar or cents in the euro or the pound or pence in the pound, and you can really make a big difference. It's an award-winning app, and it's certainly our pleasure to have the World Food Programme as our official charity partner. Now, right now we're looking at Qualifier 1 in Group A in Premier Division of the 4th edition of the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of Cricket. 32 countries are represented from all around the continent this year. This is Premier Division, which is the top 21. And it's Group A, which is 5 teams competing for 1 spot in Championship Week. And right now it is the Scottish openers coming out with 127 their victory target for a spot in the Group A final tonight. Ireland 11. The Baby Greens hoping to defend 126, which is a pretty modest score. It's probably half a dozen below par based on what we've seen so far in this group. Scores have actually come down a bit, and I think it's a lot to do with the fact that the bowling level's up. I think a greater proportion of chances are being taken as well, and some of the half chances are being taken in this group. But we're going to have a contest here, because Weldon has been one of the best bowlers in this group, and he's about to run into Chris McBride, the Scottish skipper. At the other end, Lloyd Brown for Scotland 11. The batting has been a little bit shaky at times. This will be a good test for both sides. 127 for a spot in the final. It's cracked first ball, and it's going to beat mid-off. It's 4 runs. Good start for McBride. Weldon pitches up. Has been pretty good with the shortish ball as well. Pitches up, tries to get maybe a bit of swing, but yeah, pretty good strike from McBride, who was waiting for it. There's Jared Wilson, captains the side very well. Also interested to see, left the young spinner Armstrong out of the side on Levens. I feel like they've got a couple more spin options. Well, that one is slightly shorter, and it's helped on its way. Maximo! And a solid start for the Scots. And one thing about ECN finals days, they normally throw up 1 or 2 surprises. Here's a man that's probably seen it all before, Corey Ruckers, joining me in the commentary box.
Great start for the Scottish 11. He was sitting back. He knew that was going to be short, McBride. Good batting. Weldon under pressure, and this Baby Greens, Vinny, under a lot of pressure here to pull this game back.
Third time. He's slightly short again. A 6 more. What a start for McBride. Maximo. 6 must.
I think I mentioned in the first innings, McBride could be the catalyst for a huge day for the Scottish setup. He's probably their most consistent ball striker, opening the batting. If he gets going, they can never be reined in.
Yeah, interesting. Weldon pitched up first ball, and I think from there, McBride seemed a step ahead. He knew the next one would be short of a length. That one maybe wasn't so short. I was thinking maybe you got a double bluff second ball if you had your time over, and maybe catch McBride napping.
This would take a special comeback to come back from here. This ain't going to be easy.
Wow, that's a bit of a false shot, but the luck is with McBride, who takes the first magical.
Yeah, 20 runs off the first 4 balls. This is almost identical to how the game actually started, with Van der Merwe taking 20 off the first 4. So a lot going on, and you'd have to say, if the Baby Greens come back and win from here, it'd be an impressive effort.
But
because
the structural engineers would look at this Scottish batting lineup and say, hey, we've seen a few cracks. We know that they're prone to collapsing. It's happened before. So aren't always feeling the game, I think. Well, that's slower ball, but it goes wrong. It's going to be a wide, just pitches on the surface.
Almost like deja vu after the first innings. The first 4 deliveries, a lot of boundaries, a wide slipped in there also, but can he come back and pick up a wicket?
Oh, Weldon, ball's in his court now. The slow ball there. Would he think of bowling it again? Would he put the pace back on? What's McBride expecting? Well, this one right at the Q end of the bat, I think.
I'll tell you what.
Get middle on that. That's flying as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there's fine leg and square leg in the ring. He's sticking with that back of a length. He actually missed out on any bit of bat that would have flown up to us at the commentary box. So still sticking to his guns, wanting to ding him in. Yeah, just off the toe end, the Q end.
Weldon puts the third back here. Over an edge of the little fly. McBride controlling this chase so far. There's the hook, and there it goes. Maximo, what a start for the Scots. They are flying into the deep blue. It's 27 without loss after 1.
Well, when you need to chase 127, 27 off the first is a pretty good start. So the Scottish team, they're in dreamland, and I tell you what, it'll take a mighty comeback from the Irish 11.
He never actually used his bouncer in the over, so he had it up his sleeve for the last ball. But McBride with a textbook hook shot all the way. 163 matches since the Golden Ball. I was saying before the inning started, this might be a bit of a smoky for the first GB of the tournament, but yeah, it's long odds, I think, after that first over from McBride.
Yeah, it's going to take something special, isn't it? If somebody else clicks here for the Scottish side, they'll, you'd imagine, coast to victory, but you've mentioned the batting's been a little bit frail.
Can be. They lost 5 wickets in 7 balls yesterday.
Yep.
We've seen other times they've lost kind of 4 wickets in the power play, 5 wickets in the power play. Looks like this is Adam Kennedy who's going to bowl over number 2. Yeah, just with no Armstrong in the side, their spin options are Macbeth and also Jason van der Merwe, who's apparently been bowling quite a lot over the Northern Summer. He bowled some off spin. Picked up a wicket in his first over ever on ECN yesterday. That's pitched up, and it's going to be sent over the top, and I think that's gone all the way. We're going to have a look, but a little bit of a gentle half volley first up from Kennedy.
Yeah, it's over pitch, not like what Kennedy usually does. Let's have a look where it lands, Vinny. 4 runs.
Just inside, 4 runs.
Well, what a dream start this is. They're already on 31. If they can keep going like this, get to 50 without any damage, well, they're well on the way.
Kennedy.
This will not be full, surely.
That's what the batter's thinking. I shot my Brown to get him going. It is full, and take a picture, it'll last longer. That is textbook stuff from Lloyd Brown. Straight as the day is long. Maximo, 6 more.
Well, Brown has ignited as well. A 4 and a 6. That is a beautiful stroke. It was full. It was over pitched. Sort of shimmied outside the off stump, and that is lovely. What a start.
I love to see it. One-way ticket to Browntown.
Vinny, we could be on for a qualifier to Portugal and Ireland. I don't think many people saw that at the start of the day.
Had some good battles. If you want to go back to even the ECL, the CIYMS versus Werras kind of rivalry. Slow ball. That was a big wide. Probably want to leave alone, but doesn't matter if you get 4, and that's exactly what he does. Josh Wilson can't hunt it down.
Well, this is just a dream start. Brown's ignited. He's 14 off 3, 86 off 51, 10 and over. Oh, boy.
It's only really a collapse. I can see it undoing them here.
Well, we haven't seen... Well, I don't think many people expected this, to be fair.
Yeah, but this is ECN cricket, Corey.
Oh, is it?
Expect the unexpected.
I don't have a badge on, so I didn't realise it was ECN cricket, Vinny.
Keep losing them. Kennedy tried the slower ball. Didn't work. Brown. Again, still think there's more to him than we've seen so far. There you go. Just lifts his one away effortlessly. Well, he's getting with it. Catch goes down. That might be blue down there, but right now it's the Blues that are flying. Maximo, it's 47 in 10.
Oh, Brown has just ignited, hasn't he? Over pitch, chips it down the ground.
We got this. Here we go. Blue.
Oh,
that was a sitter, really. He'll be very unhappy. I know he's been hoping for a crowd catch.
Vinny, it's under 10s. They've almost brought up 50 in 11 balls.
Similar to the start, though. And look what happened to that innings. Baby Greens need to find something. They've got the Blues Short and pulled and 6 more. There's the 50. And it only took 11 balls as Brown has come up with 26 of his own now.
Brown has just ignited unbelievable ball striking. And can you believe it? These two openers are on.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, I would have thought it'd be interesting maybe with 2 right-handers you go to the left-arm spinner, but they haven't picked the left-arm spinner, Armstrong, in this game. But food for thought. Ireland, the way things are going, they're going to have to go the hard way. And Portugal, a team that nobody wants to run into.
Oh, poor. Imagine Ireland, the Baby Greens, going out in straight sets today, potentially.
Can happen. Still plenty of cricket to play. But it's a start that Scotland would have dreamed of.
Well, it's going to take an amazing bowling display in the next 8 overs to peg this back. But if there was a team that could do it, there's the Baby Greens. We think they've got a lot of sort of cricket skill, cricket education.
Get a run on. It's never been a straight line with these two teams. Pitched up and 6 more. Well, this is destructive. This is next level stuff from Brown, who's going to take the first 6 balls that he faces supersonic. Kennedy goes for 32 and it's 59 without loss after 2.
Look, we thought Scotland had a chance in this chase and maybe with their noses ahead at the halfway stage, but we didn't expect a 59-run first 2 overs. We look at the tail. I mean, Scotland scraped through to second, to be fair, 2 wins and on net run rate. Right now, they're taking it up to the team that was undefeated, and they're ahead.
Scraped is probably the right word. And it was their 10 and 11 that got them across the line. It was rough, last night, actually, a boundary that lifts them off the 90, up past the 99 they needed to get second spot on net run rate. They were tied with Portugal. Ireland 11, if you want to cast your mind back a couple of years, he struggled in this same fixture, Q1. They were big favourites. And
didn't they, in Q1?
Qualifier 1.
Didn't they absolutely shellac us, Spain? They chased down 100 in like 4 overs and then we beat them in the final.
Yeah, but they had their moments in that chase. Maybe I'm just thinking finals day in general. It's a good point.
They're a good team. They're a good team. We are expecting a bit of a comeback at some stage. Macbeth is going to come on.
They go to spin. They're forced to make a change.
Yep, fair enough.
McBride had a good start. Well, he's going to have a good start to this over as well. It's a powerful drive. 6 runs, maximal over cover.
Vinny, did the Scottish team get to bed early last night or something? Have they got 8 hours sleep?
Novel strategy, but certainly paying off here on finals day. Bombs are raining around the ground, and this is ECN T10 cricket. You can never take anything for granted. McBride joins Brown on 32.
It's 65 off 13 balls. 13 balls, Vinny.
We're over halfway there. There goes straight, and he times this one pretty well as well. Back-to-back Maximos. Change of pace at one end, but from the batting end, it's still about the same.
Vinny, it's 71 off 14 balls. We've talked about the batting woes of Scotland and how they haven't really been finding partnerships and clicked, but this
I'm hearing a loud click.
This is the double click.
Yeah, Neil, snap back. Oh boy.
I think we're staring down the barrel of a Portugal-Ireland 11 preliminary.
Hard to see any other. The thing with claps is, though, you never see him coming. So we can't see it coming right now. Macbeth has another go. That's a better ball. It's kind of in the block hole, and a red hot ball.
Tell you what, they're going to need 5 wickets in 7 balls or something like it. This is going to be a monstrous power play. Could be in the 80s.
Don't see it that often. I also think now, you know, you've got all the momentum in the game. You don't necessarily need to go after everything. You can be a bit selective. Come back from Macbeth. Doesn't get this one either. Does McBride. He kind of almost in shock.
Yeah, it's just the violence of it all, Vinny.
Time to put the kiddies to bed. Last ball, the power play. And tossed up slightly. It's good comeback. Actually comes up with 4 dot balls. So I suppose it builds a little bit of a mini momentum shift. But Scotland 11, what a power play. 71 without loss after 3.
Yeah, brilliant power play. 4 dot balls to end it. Pretty ridiculous, really. We look at the comparative scores and, well, At this stage, the Irish 11 had lost 3 wickets, and that's the big difference. Only a 12-run difference, but the 3 wickets was massive.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say a quick hello to Lily Panda, who's watching from New Zealand. Nice to see you, Lily, as always. What are we making of this? So they're going to go to Thomas Ford. Now, Tom is an interesting case. He's got a mother born in Northern Ireland, so he has Irish citizenship, and he actually plays his cricket in Somerset in England.
There you go.
So, yeah, first time for him at the Cardamom Oval. One thing about when you play cricket here in the Costa del Sol, you know you're going to get put in situations that are tough. This is a tough spot to bowl, but can Ford be a bit of a difference maker and turn this game back towards the Irish? First one is pushed, and that's actually 5 top balls in a row now, so you never know what is around the corner in ECN cricket.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. 71 it was off 2.2, and then they've gone 5 dot balls. So it's going to take wickets, isn't it? Can they just muster something? Ford could be the man to do it.
You know how we just clicked our fingers?
Yeah.
A useless fact about me.
Sure.
I knew you'd want it. So most people, when you click their fingers, they use their middle finger and their thumb. But due to a wicket-keeping injury, I had to learn to click my left hand with my ring finger because my middle finger on my right hand is bent out of shape.
And if you do tune in, you get the important facts from Vinny Sandhu.
Relearn everything.
Easy.
Couldn't even hear a thing. Here's Ford. All right, goes for it again, but this is a bit of a miss hit, but things are not rolling for the Irish. Bermuda Triangle forms and can't reach the drop zone.
Oh, boy, it went miles in the air, just landed at the vacant mid-off spot. They had deep mid-off in place, and yeah, things just rolling Scottish way.
You see any chance of Ireland coming back into this?
Not particularly. It would... Yeah, no, that's
1%.
pretty hard at this level.
1% clinging on to it.
I think it's a difference when if it's a chase and you see those crazy chases out of nowhere, batters can get on a tear up, but to get 10 wickets here in 39 balls or restrict the runs from here would be maybe something we've never seen before. But this is why you get the double chance.
Yeah, well, that's I was just about to say exactly the same thing. That's hit powerfully. Bit of a half volley there from Ford, and he's driven out of the park. Maximo.
Oh, what's waking Brown up? This is beautiful ball striking. He's on 39 off 9. It's a bit floaty, half volley, and he gets it.
Technically looks really well put together, doesn't he? It's beautiful, beautiful shape there. Holds it and gets the ball he wants. That's what happens when you miss. The Yorker slightly short of it. The batters are so good at driving up with that bounce of the ball. This is a bit more full and only the single.
Look, it's going to take something special, but also if they do go and lose this, Vinny, you've got maybe a shellacking on their hands, and Portugal have really handed it to France. So 2 teams tracking different directions.
Yeah, that's been crazy. Oh, takes it on again. It is high. Another chance for Blue. This time he runs under it, but oh, McBride, he's running away with the game. Not the worst over from Ford, goes for 15, but at the moment, Scotland cruising 86 without loss after 4.
Yeah, and cruise control didn't really get the distance maybe he was looking for. I think he tried to hit that about 80 metres. Got enough though. Goes over the boundary, and the elevation was impressive. You look at the start, Vinny, just a slippery slide.
Kind of alphering them there. Said you had a good start, but we'll show you something even better. Same kind of trends in that innings, just without the wickets.
So Scotland looking like they're going to be playing under lights tonight, Vin, and they're going to get a break.
Yep.
It's a hot day.
It is a hot day. What do we got? About 20. It's actually 32 degrees right now. It's kind of exceeded the maximum that was expected.
This is why that double chance is so important, because in
definitely.
T10 cricket, I mean, T20s you see some pretty big upsets, but T10's even more extreme.
Everyone can have an off game. Now, this is a mixture of Scotland, I think, playing very, very well, and Ireland having a bit of an off game.
Yep.
I think they had the early decision go against them as well. They take nothing away from Scotland, though. They've outplayed the Irish here. Josh Wilson, any heroics today? Well, it's going to be a different kind of a start for him, because that's going to be down and out. out of the ground. Maximo sees Carreras as Scotland get it down to a runner ball.
Oh, Brown has unlocked himself today at the top of the order. 46 off 11, staring down the barrel of a rapid 50. And that just gives Scotland this extra cutting edge. If you've got two openers in form in a final tonight, good signs.
What a format. I will say that Wilson did go for 4 first ball he bowled yesterday, but then came back and took 4 wickets in the next 5 balls. Even if you did that at this stage, even if you lost 5 for 5, you're probably still ahead in the game.
Such an unpredictable tournament.
That's what we love. Josh Wilson hunting Brown, who's on 46. This is driven away. We have half a chance of 2. I think at this stage it's not really worth it. Cruising. Scotland 11. This opening partnership now is 93 in 26 balls.
Yeah, they've really got clicking together, haven't they? Both sort of racing towards that 50 milestone. And, well, they've given their team every chance to be fast-tracked to the final tonight, where they will be waiting for Portugal or this Irish team again.
Wilson to McBride. Again, pretty well bowled by Wilson, but only a single, and at the moment there's next to no pressure on this Scottish top order.
What do you think Portugal's thinking, Ben?
I don't think they're worried about this at all. I think they're just kind of just waiting to play whoever. I think the Portugal, pretty confident in their own abilities to beat either of these two sides. The thing is, for Portugal, they had to beat both these teams anyway, whether it's Ireland first and Scotland 11 or vice versa.
Well, if they are to get up over the Irish, then they're going to have Scotland under lights, and they played a good game against them
That's
under
true.
lights.
They beat them under lights. Not by enough to get the double chance, but edged and gone. Well, there's the breakthrough, and it's Josh Wilson that brings it again. So Lloyd Brown's going to nick off for 47, but he's provided some serious fireworks in response, and Scotland 11 are well on top. Despite that loss of Brown, it's 94 for 1.
Yeah, the wicket goes, but it's an amazingly good partnership, Vinny. It set up the whole game for them, and you'd imagine still, with this batting order of Scotland, they should see this off without any issues.
Good catch by Lynch as well. Sometimes he's been a little bit sluggish with his footwork, I think, behind the stumps. That time, actually, a little skip made that look a lot easier than it was. Nicely taken by Seamus. So Ireland fighting back. Well, is it going to be a big collapse? Is it going to be something jaw-dropping? Hey, what was jaw-dropping was the hitting from Brown with 6 monster sixes in his 47. Great start to his finals day.
2 balls to go. Can he go bang, bang, Vinny, and make it exciting?
We did yesterday. Kestajard gets the number 3 spot here. I think the batting order is pretty important for Scotland 11 as well. I'm happy to see Uzair Ahmed listed up at 4, making runs at 7. But in your ideal innings, if your plan A goes to plan, your number 7 does nothing but watch for 10 overs. So
Yep.
I think you've got to get guys there that are in form. Kestajard certainly is one of those. He's actually one of the main reasons that Scotland are in this game in the first place. Scored 55 last night. A tense chase where Scotland actually lost the game, but luckily the margin was not significant enough to see them lose second place. Tied on points with Portugal. So net run rate decided it. A bit high here, but caught right in front. Sajad will start with a leg by. Ireland 11, what are you saying to them then at the end of this game if you're coaching? I know you coach at this level.
I just think you keep the messaging pretty simple. You don't panic. That's the worst thing you can do. Maybe you see
Don't panic.
Don't panic, no. No, you just keep it pretty simple. Sometimes you're allowed to be outplayed in cricket. People got to realise you're not always going to win everything. That's just the nature of the beast. You can be outplayed.
And you'd rather, if you're going to have one-off performance, you'd rather have it in this game than later on in the day when you're at stake, tournaments at stake. Is there a time in coaching where you do say panic?
Oh, yeah.
Was that last year when you were going for 200 every game? Anyway, it's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 96-1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Coy Ruckers on Group A Finals Day. Rico's off today. He'll rejoin me for Group B, which starts tomorrow. 5 new teams to this year's competition. We'll be competing for just the one spot in Championship Week. And this one's rocked us and it's shocked us a little bit. Scotland 11, they have been a bit underwhelming, particularly at the top with their batting. But they certainly have answered the critics today, and that innings by Brown was quite amazing. Also, if you want to stick with us on the European Cricket Network, you can check out some of our other events, and if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, we'll bring them all to you for free. Next up, Malta, where I know you'll be doing a bit of commentary as well. Likewise, in Barcelona in the second half of November. We'll be back here for the ECCW, the women's version of the Years of Cricket. The last tournament of the year, right in the air and gone. That's a really good catch by Josh Wilson. Well, he has stood up despite the odds being pretty grim for the Irish 11 as McBride holds out for 47. So neither of the openers end up going on to a 50, but they certainly have broken the back of the chase. It's 96 for 2.
It's a brilliant catch, Vinny, and McBride would be disappointed maybe not to bring up a personal milestone. He hit that hard. It was going to go for 6, and he caught that above his head. That was going to zing past him. Brilliant catch. And, well, you've got the 2 set players out. You never know.
Yeah, it's the 50 robbed by Josh Wilson, because that certainly was going for 6. Macbeth chips in with a wicket, but McBride, he leads his side well. He's disappointed he's not there to finish it off. 96 for 2.
Yeah, so a good round of applause for McBride. The openers are dismissed, but you'd still think they're that far ahead that Scotland should coast to this victory. However, you don't write off any team in this format. Stranger things have happened.
Actually, Jeff Maguire in the chat, just catching up, said something about Blue, who we've seen attempt 2 catches. Thing is, yeah, he's never played cricket, so this is his training. And some people would say maybe you shouldn't be attempting the catches if you have never played cricket. What's your? We had Indy a couple of years ago. I think he'd been offered some incentives.
When I rocked up this year, the ball boys said to me they were going to take 10 plus. So
you've taken more than that.
I like the confidence. The technical abilities aren't there from the ball retrievers, but everyone loves a trier.
Yeah, well, Indy a couple of years ago, God rest his soul, attempted one out at deep mid wicket. He is still with us on this planet, just not at the ground. Anyway, that one isn't going to be with us on the ground very long. Whacked away, and Uzair Ahmed, pretty good guy to come into this situation. He's in form. That brings up the 100 for Scotland 11.
Yeah, lovely shot to get off the mark. Low full toss, and he got the elevation and distance he was looking for. Well, he got his hands pretty high up on that bat, so he'll be able to generate quite a bit of power. And Ireland, I think they've just got to tap their cap to the opponent here. They've just been outplayed.
Yeah, true. That's the way the cookie crumbles. The Irish supporters will get to see them potentially play 3 games today. Macbeth. Another full toss. Adios, Pelota. Just getting a bit too full there as Uzair Ahmed continues his good form. As Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. He's 2 sixes out of 3 balls faced.
Yeah, Meatloaf would say that over 13 to 14 minutes as well. But I have to say, it's a good sign for the Scottish team. They're going to be under lights tonight, right, Vin? We've talked about their bowling attack. O'Donnell, Castle, Hoagie, well-rounded attack. But if the batting clicks, all of a sudden, you can't question the Scots.
Scotland made the final last year. They made a late run. That's something to late run. They were only 1 and 3. They came from 4th. They went down to Belgium in the final. But they did win their first 2 games.
I don't think Belgium made it
It
through.
wasn't Belgium, pardon me. It was Germany.
Ah, that's right.
Geographically pretty
Yeah,
close.
very close, Vin. I'll give you that.
They've gone the year before they went down to Belgium in the final.
What about Ireland, though? We know the last few years, obviously, they came 4th last year. Do you think they'll regroup quickly and get through this group? Or do you
look, yeah, it's hard to say. Just let me correct myself. I think Scotland beats Belgium in that final the year before. I'll get it right eventually. Yeah, look, I think this is where you need your coaching. There's a lot of young men in there.
Yep.
A lot of young men. And, you know, there is the ability, I suppose, for them to take it to heart. Well, saw him back away, so he tries to cramp him, but Sajjad too quick to get the hand through the ball. He'll get 4 runs, and it seems like a matter of time at the moment. Scotland only require 14 more. It's the end of the 6th over, 113 for 2.
Vin, what a lot of people don't realise about this academy side, they don't just play in Ireland and stay there. They've been to the Windies in the last year. They've been playing 4-day cricket, every format you can imagine. So they'll eat this loss. They'll come back stronger, and I don't think it'll affect them psychologically. They're pretty strong.
Yeah, Macbeth 1 for 29, his figures. And see here the Premier Division, we're down 3 teams, and it'll stay that way because no one's eliminated after this game. But of course, from here we go from 3 to 2 to 1 over the rest of the day. 11 will play Portugal. This is the start time. It's going to start after a bit of a break, so it's about an hour and a half before we'll be back for that qualifier too. But set your alarm, set your watch, do what you have to do, because that will be an absolute banger of a game. Ireland 11 versus Portugal. Toss might be an interesting one. Talk about that in a second. Here's Adam Kennedy. Thick edge, that's going to fly away for 4. So it's a matter of time now, really, as Uzair gets a boundary. So if Ireland win the toss, they probably stick with their tactic of batting first, you'd imagine. Obviously didn't go well this game. What about Portugal?
Yeah,
what do you think?
I think Portugal will bowl. I think they enjoy chasing because they've got certain players that want to know the tempo they need to go.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I think we already might know the toss results for the next one.
We'll see if you're right. I mean, yeah, maybe we'll have a surprise.
If both captains say what they want to do beforehand, do you actually still have to do the formalities of a toss?
I don't think you do. But
Why?
I think it's just good theatre. Who's there? 2 hits away from victory. Slow ball, but loses it down the leg side.
Yeah, so a couple of strokes away and they will be into the final. And on a warm day, Vinny, getting the feed up and a rest, that means Scotland won't be on the field for the next 4.5 hours. You go eat a nice dinner.
Yep.
Hydrate. It's an advantage.
Yeah, true. See them just discussing some different grips and different things you might try. Always love that between cricketers. Sharing tips and techniques. Another good slower ball. And was there happy just to take the single.
Yeah, so down to the final 8 now. And we have our first finalist from Group A. I think the next one's a very difficult game to call. I think Portugal have really revamped with the new look faces and might be a genuine 50-50 that game.
Yeah, it's in the supercomputer. I mean, probably on the base of their performance so far. Maybe Noise is in front, but yeah, too close to call. Pretty well bowled. This has been a good comeback from Kennedy, who obviously had a bit of a shocker. That might have been out as well, you know. We saw the attempted kick. But, 11 left to back up. He's seen one football star run out. Would have been out, I think. So I think we would have enjoyed that, even though the match situation probably doesn't have too much sting. We're on the verge of 2 what would have been bonus point wins in the first 2 games.
And that's why I mean in the sense that Portugal are going to be extremely confident right now. Maybe a little bit of confidence down for the Irish team, maybe. But yeah, I think the next game's a 50-50. I don't think it's any one favourites. It's a genuine shootout.
7 to win then. Oh, umpire clothesline attempt. Ireland 11 played Portugal in only just the second match, the match 2 of the group stage. Ireland 11 139, defeated Portugal 131.
Yeah, but Portugal lost 4 early wickets that time. They still made 131, so that's a good sign for them.
Kennedy trying to finish off. Scotland trying to finish it off. Well, that's a bit of a dangerous one, really. It's going to be called a no ball. And there we'll get one. It'll be Sajjad that gets to face the free hit. And if this goes out of the ground, this game is toast.
Yeah, and it would have been a bonus point victory if we were still doing it. But yeah, he got that all wrong. Actually, a bit more self-preservation than anything. Lucky he got some bat on that. Well, if you can't beat him, hit him.
Well, let's not clear the benches just yet. Kennedy ends up in the naughty 40s here.
You ever played in a game where someone's given a deliberate beamer?
I don't think so. We used to have someone that was really quick and would do the odd one just because he was so quick, didn't really have control. But, you know, I don't think so. Hope not anyway. Down the ground, it's just be single. Yeah, you'd hope it wouldn't become part of the game.
Wacker Eunice.
There was a famous, I forget his name, there was a famous Dutch bowler that played in grade cricket in Australia before my time. This is kind of 10, 20 years before. Van Troost or something like that.
Rapid.
But so unpredictable, and he once hit the short leg in the head with the bat. And his story still was around, I think it's from the 90s.
the
short legs just sitting in his own business, copped it in the sky. 4 to win. And that will be game, set, match. 1 bounce 4 for Uzair. Another confidence-building innings for him. And they have done that. And coincidentally, it's actually the same margin of victory. 19 balls to spare in Qualifier 1. And Scotland have romped into the Group A final.
Yeah, can you believe it? It's a bit of a shellacking, and maybe it is something that will damage the Irish day. We'll have to wait and see. I think they're going to come back a lot stronger, but they'll be playing Portugal in the second qualifier. And, well, Vinny, that's a tough game to call, but credit to the Scots. They're in the final, under lights. They're 1 away from staying a couple extra days at the Sunset Beach Club.
That's right, but look, they're under 11. I know they'll be disappointed, but it's part and parcel of this format. Sometimes it doesn't work, and it's kind of a perfect storm of things that we see the Irish kind of batting, not having anyone really stand up. They're bowling. Again, just had this early assault they could never really recover from. Credit to Scotland 11, though. We never really see their batting go 100% to plan yet, and that was about as close as you'll get. And yeah, they walk off, obviously knowing they get the benefit of that break. They get to kind of relax, get hydrate themselves. They can just sit back and watch the Q2. And no matter who they play, Scotland 11 later on, they're going to have a real test. It'll either be a rematch with the Ireland 11, or it will be Portugal who are making the run. And I see a lot of mutual respect between these two teams, but well, Ireland 11, they don't have as long to recover. With 90 minutes away from their next match against Portugal, as the umpires make their way off the field as well. Obviously, pretty good crowd in today as well, as we get confirmation now that Scotland 11 are the first team through to the Group A final. They take on the winner of Ireland 11 and Portugal. Toss will take place probably in just a few minutes, and we're about an hour and 25 minutes away from that qualifier 2. Do or die for those two teams. Rematch of the match 2 8-run contest that Ireland got over the top. Let's have a look then at the highlights. And it was something else, wasn't it? McBride and Brown give Scotland by far the best power play so far. Just unleashed on the Irish opening bowlers. We saw them kind of go tit for tat as well. First over was McBride, second over it was Brown, then they went to Macbeth in the third. Eventually, the opening partnership was broken, but by then they'd broken the back of the chase. 94 was the opening partnership in just less than 5 overs. That was a great catch as well out there by Josh Wilson to rob Chris McBride of his half-century and, of course, of the 6 runs. But really, by then, they could just cruise to victory. Uzair Ahmed and Kestajad would just ease their team into the final. So, yeah, Scotland 11, but maybe it's not a bad thing that a lot of people might not have had them as favourites in this group. They can just go out there. They've got players in form, I think, with the bat and the ball now. I think Hogarth bowled really well earlier, provides a lot of class, a lot of variety in their attack. Guys like Castle, who I think is a class cricketer. O'Donnell stepped up that game as well. This is the scorecard in response to the 126 of Ireland 11. The Scotland 11 score 127 of 6.5 overs. And they cruise to victory with 19 balls to spare. Fittingly, the opening pair end up on the same score of 47 each. And then Uzair Ahmed finished things off with 23 not out. Kestajad with a boundary while he was there as well. Josh Wilson fought really hard, I thought, in his over. 1 for 9. That was after he went for 6 first ball. A wicket also to Macbeth, and a pretty good catch from Josh Wilson out in the boundary, but just wasn't to be for Ireland. They have the off game there, and they will be back before too long against Portugal, fighting for their right to stay in this competition. We'll take a break then, back in an hour and 25 minutes, and it will be the Ireland 11 that'll have to go back-to-back now. Their first opponents are Portugal, who are bullish about their prospects after a pretty dominant win over France earlier in the day. We'll take a bit of an extended break, but back very shortly. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Coy Ruckers. Enjoy the time off, but then be ready to roll, because the second half of Group A Finals Day is on the way. This is ECN. You're watching the Euros of Cricket here in Spain, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's Group A Finals Day here live from the Costa del Sol. It's a beautiful day to be out with the family as well because it's the weekend. Are you guys having a good time today?
Yeah.
You know they are. Well, two teams that, well, one of them will be having a good time after this game because only one of them can make it through to the final against Scotland 11. We've got Ireland 11 taking on Portugal in qualifier number 1. Out in the middle, we're about to have the coin toss with Tyrone Peters and the two captains.
All right, Ireland, you're the home team. You will toss the coin. Portugal, you're the away team. You will call.
European cricket.
European cricket's a call. It's Perry match.
We will bowl first.
Ireland are going to have a bowl.
So Ireland 11 won the toss, elected to bowl. A little bit of a surprise change in strategy, maybe. What do you think about that? It was a bit of a cheeky one, I thought, as well, because I thought maybe they wanted to bat, but I suppose they went down.
Cheeky.
Yeah, it was a bit cheeky, I think, as well. So look, I know this certainly split the vote here.
It's like cheese.
Yeah, it's a bit like cheese as well. I tell you what, one of these two teams will be saying cheese just before the final, listening to the national anthem. The other one will be drowning their sorrows. Should be a really good game. Corey Ruckers, I know you love children because you kind of act like one most of the time. Let's get up to the comedy box. Who do you want to win this game, guys? Who do you want to win? Oh, I tell you what, that's right here. These kids are very heavy they look. Let's get ready for qualifier number 2.
Great to have the Irish supporters there and ready to go. Welcome back, everyone around the world. We've got a clash of the Titans here. The Irish, the Baby Greens, they've been named up against a very improved Portuguese lineup. Can't wait for this. At the end of this 90 minutes, a team will be going home. Their Sunset Beach Club adventure will come to an end and they'll have to leave the Andalusia region. This should be a corker of a game. Really excited to see how it pans out. Irish 11 winning the toss and electing to bat first. That's interesting. Bowl first, sorry. As they've been batting first originally, but this time they want to change it up. And what will Portugal feel about that? We'll have to wait and find out. The players making their way out to the middle, down the famous Cardamom steps. Looking forward to watching this opening pair again. Sean Gomes and Miggy Machado. A very dangerous opening pair. Sort of combat each other very nicely. And, well, the lefty-righty combination at the top. I love it. Here we go. Let's look at the lineup. Some huge names. Lynch, Van der Merwe, Melly, Macbeth, Wilson, Leckie, Weldon, Ford, Armstrong, Murray. They're all good players. Who will deliver the most? Alex Armstrong comes into the team as the left arm off spinner. For Portugal, look out for Juan Henry with the ball listed at the bottom. But at the top order is very good. And look at Jeremy Martin's fantasy scores. That's how good he's running. 787. The next highest on your screen, there's 308. That's how good he is. So can't wait to see this game. And I tell you what, it could be right down to the wire. The Irish 11, 74%, Portugal 26%. Look, maybe before the event, that's what it was. This is a new look Portugal. I feel like this is a genuine 50-50. And a stat has just been passed to me by the analyst in the background. Ireland have never, in an elimination game, beaten an Iberian nation. So can they get over the hoodoo? And can they get a win against an Iberian nation in an eliminator game? Vinny Sandu, how do you like that stat?
Pretty good one. Nice to see the crew behind the scenes coming good. Yeah, it was the red team a couple of years ago, I think you're referring to, that knocked Ireland out of the competition in finals day.
Back to back, thank you.
And last year, finals day.
Well, I'm telling you, an Iberian nation against the Irish in an eliminator, Vinny.
This is an absolute
humdinger,
corker. It's phantasmagorical, whatever you want to call it. But we're about to get going, and they're going to open with Josh Wilson And he's going to be hit for 4 first ball. 1 bounce over the top from Gomez, and we're away.
I tell you right now, Gomez wants pace on the ball. The quicker it comes, the better he is. That is a beautiful shot to start this T10 game.
Yeah, well, interesting. Maybe this is a matchup thing because they've always gone for Weldon opening the bowling, left armour. But Wilson, Josh Wilson, I think you have to say, has been the best of their bowlers yesterday and today even.
This is a massive matchup.
Huge power play to get things going as well.
Yep.
Lefty-righty combination out there for Portugal. Comeback ball for Josh. Down the ground.
Oh, no.
No, he's overcommitted, and he's gone. He's run out without facing a ball. Well, I don't know if Sean's called yes and no there, but Machado overcommitted. And file that one under you for unnecessary because Portugal are 4 for 1.
Oh boy, it's the old diamond duck, the run-out second ball of the game. Can you believe it? Machado, who's been in probably the best form with the bat that we've seen in a few years, goes for a diamond duck. We've got to look at the running here, Vin.
Yeah, I feel like I think he's called yes and taken 2 steps, Gomez, and, well, middle stump out of the ground. Machado. He doesn't waste any balls, give you that much, but they're going to have to turn elsewhere. He's going to go for the pretty rare diamond duck.
Good bit of fielding as well. Middle stump ripped out, and, well, that's a bonus wicket out of nowhere for the Irish 11. Can you believe it? Poor Miggy. I'm in shock, Vin. Shock.
Yeah, I mean, look, the non-striker there, you normally you work off the batter's cues or the striker's cues. But, you know, credit also, he has to go to the fielder. You expect to hit from there. Scott Macbeth has been a bit of a dead-eye dick so far in this tournament. Made no mistake.
Yeah, DeFreitas has come out at number 3. 2 left-handers. Look, he plays a lot of his cricket in Ireland, maybe qualifying for Ireland one day. What an interesting matchup that is.
Lefty-lefty. I wonder if they're tempted to go for a right-hander.
He's good against the pace.
That's true. Still hasn't quite clicked. Sean faces up. Oh, no! Boy.
Oh, is he all right? Oh, my word. That just sounded bad.
Yeah, geez. That one also swings at him. Look.
Oh, that is yuck.
On the back of the hand.
Tell you what, clear the benches. No apology from the bowler. Oh, yeah, this is fiery. Ding, 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 ding. Wilson didn't even say sorry. He just said, get on with it. What do you think about that?
Well, I know it's the first warning. I don't know it wasn't deliberate.
Do you have to say sorry?
It's like net cord in tennis. Even
don't have to apologise.
Even if you don't mean it, you're meant to put the hand up.
Tell you what, those men in the dressing room are fired up. Free hit time.
Goes down the ground and gets it. Just 1 bounce 4. Good comeback from Sean Gomez.
I think he's come down and said a couple of words to him as well, Vinny. So he said, have a bit of that after not getting an apology. Well, this is fiery. You got to love it. The bat does the talking this time.
Yeah, and let's just see that in the follow-through.
Yeah, you can see him just spraying him. Didn't give him eye contact, though.
The odd look away. It's great contest. Opening so important. Pitched up, hit hard.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of the old heebie-jeebies there. Macbeth this time.
What are you thinking, Vinny? This is a lot of people tipped this to be the final this morning.
Yeah.
And they did, but Scotland played a beautiful game of cricket, and now we're losing one of these teams in the next 90 minutes.
Yeah, not room for both of them in the final. Obviously, Portugal know what's on the line here. New look squad. Obviously, they've gone for the players that are playing in competitions around the world that have a pretty good standard of cricket. Gomez faces the whole first over. This one ties him up a little bit, end of the over. So we do have the run-outs, and we have 9 off the over. But it's not over yet, actually. Still 1 ball to go. Of course, had the no ball in there.
Yeah, we get another round in this, Vinny. That one does tie him up for room, so obviously it's not going to be easy out there. This is a big contest, but there's a bit of a hush around the ground. People realise how big this matchup is.
Yeah, huge match. Absolutely huge. I mean, both these two could quite conceivably be part of Championship Week. But we know that one of these two aren't even going to make the final.
Yep. That's how the cookie crumbles. Last ball of the first.
Wilson's getting good pace, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting it through, Vinny.
The new rock. Edge and gone. It'll be 2 in the first over. Just flirts at that once again. It's the kind of heavy ball that Josh Wilson bowls. So Gomes loses a partner and loses his wicket. And after 1 over Portugal, 9 for 2.
Oh, this is a beautiful start by the Baby Greens, who have responded with 2 huge wickets. The run out of Machado, the snick off of Gomez, and basically Portugal behind. And, well, that's a long walk back for Shani. That had width on offer. Maybe tried to overhit it.
I just think it's one of those things. He swings and misses. No one ever thinks about it again. But Wilson puts it out there, trying to drive on the up. Wasn't a very comfortable driving length. And you'll see just a little touch on this.
Maybe reaching for it a bit. Maybe could have waited to play under his eyes a little bit more. But look, it is what it is. Out comes a man that's been in the red-hot form. Player of the tournament so far, Jeremy Martins.
Got to be head and shoulders. This is where we're at on finals day with Scotland 11 first team through to the final with a bit of an upset win over the Irish earlier on. They thoroughly deserved it. They played out of their skins. In fact, both matches we've had today so far haven't been particularly close. Both were won by 19 balls to spare.
He likes a slow walk back, Sean. He doesn't really race back.
Yeah, I mean,
that is the man of a heart broken.
We'll have to sew it back together because there's still work to do. And 9 runs off the first over. Not the worst. They'd love this guy to be up and going, Chris de Freitas. Weldon does get the ball in the second. First one isn't going out of the infield. And de Freitas is the guy. He's got first-class cricket experience, got high-level cricket experience.
In Ireland, right?
In Ireland, yeah.
So I wonder how that
you've got the 2 players, and Martin's played in Ireland this year. I think he played in Scotland the year before. He's South African by where he's spent most of his life. But yeah, you've got the 2 Irish-based players this year against Ireland 11 in a mouthwatering contest.
I did hear de Freitas might even try and qualify for the Irish, so this is an interesting matchup.
That's cracked off the back foot, and it's going to beat the field of 4 runs. Yeah, he's played for Ireland emerging players. He's played during this summer as well.
So he played for the Ireland emerging squad, and now he's up against Ireland. Isn't that just beautiful? I know Logan van Beek played for the Netherlands, and then 2 weeks later was playing for New Zealand A in India, and then went back to the Netherlands. There is some sort of little loopholes that you can do.
Yeah, it's not quite the top team, so
unbelievable, isn't it?
Weldon with the comeback. Short, that might be too short, I think. It's going to be called wide.
Yeah, and there goes his bouncer.
Felt like it, because he kind of had to jump for it, top of the head.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think.
He's in the air, Vin.
Yeah, you're right.
He's in the air.
Again. You know, when de Freitas' luck was out, he gets a little touch on that and he's walking.
I'm sure de Freitas has faced all of these bowlers before. So it won't be short. And even Martins as well playing there this year. Martins is a seriously good player. Always excited to watch him bat. This is a really spicy matchup.
No doubt. That'll be a wide again, this time for width.
Yeah, that one a little bit too wide.
Yeah, 2 brilliant games, no matter what the result of this is. 2 brilliant games to come tonight on ECN with the game that decides the finalists. Then we have the final under lights tonight, the national anthems, everything you'd expect. Of course, that huge prize, that return ticket to Malaga for Championship Week. It's beaten for pace outside the off stump.
That's one of those ones where I'd love to see a player just pull out the old school sort of just ramp, where it's not the ramp over leg side, just sort of leave your bat there and deflect it instead of trying to hit it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
The third's up, so anything over the keeper or over short third is going to absolutely fly, because this man bowls fast.
If you nick that shot, you look like a goose, though. You know, if you're just going to leave the bat out there.
Good start from the Baby Greens, though, Vinny.
Yeah, absolutely is. They had a bit of an off performance, but they have bounced back early, removing both openers within the first 6 balls.
Change in field. The 2 square fielders have come up. Mid-on and mid-wicket have gone back.
Telegraphing kind of like a bouncer, I think. Nice, full. And that's going to get through for 4. Well, I don't think it was that far away from the fielder.
Yeah, and I reckon that might be a little bit high. We'll have a closer look. It's a bit of a missed field for 4. Let's have a look at the height. Oh, it's tight. It's pretty tight. I think he might get away with that.
Yeah, I think they're going to say that one's just okay. Fractionally below the waist. Was pretty high, though. Yeah, just a little guide away, and beats one field and not the second, so De Freitas, the boundaries to start him going. They'd love him to bat for an extended period of time.
They would, and they'd love this man to bat for even 3 overs because Jeremy Martins has been on fire. Bat, ball in the field, fantasy points, runs galore. This will be a different test up against the speed and the pace of Weldon, and he's out there pretty early in this innings, Vinny.
Yeah,
huge moments, huge moments.
Also means he has to face the new ball bowlers. And the Martins has just been dominant, hasn't he, no matter what he's done.
Oh, let's
Wickets,
see.
catches, runs.
He's having a tournament and a half. This is a big moment. Can Martins get going for the Portuguese, or do the baby Greens have something for him?
Weldon's got one crack at him here in the second over. Goes after this and he gets it real good. Maximo flies into the player area. Martin's off the mark with a bomb. His dream run continues in Portugal. 26 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, a bit of width on offer and he cashes in. Lovely shot over backward, point for 6. And, well, they lost 2 wickets in the first, starting to respond now.
Interesting, just looking at this table, Portugal, it looked like they might get the double chance. Last night they had a win over the Scottish, but it wasn't quite by enough to get them over the top on percentage. Just looking at the Premier Division here, this is the day we'll find out who our first name we're going to enter is on there. Of course, we already knew England 11 have qualified as last year's champions.
Yeah, who will make it through as the Group A winner? We're going to know in the next 4 to 5 hours. Scotland waiting in the final. They'll be watching this game closely. They know there's some good teams and good players playing in the middle right now. Over number 3, Vinny.
Okay, looks like they're going to young Tom Ford. Steps across, finds the gap, finds the boundary. De Freitas ticking. And he's one guy. I just think he's a sleeping giant in his lineup, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Hasn't been the tournament he would have liked with the bat, but we've heard a lot about him, and we know that he's played at a very high level and decent pedigree. Being a left-hander always helps. So these two played a lot of their club cricket in Ireland right now against the Irish. Who would have thought it? Good contest.
Yeah, sure is. Ford with a comeback. Down the side. That'll be a wide. Yeah, look. Ireland 11 also probably the most feared batting lineup in the competition, or at least for the amount of players they've got in form at the moment, not just the openers. Yeah, De Freitas, so far, top score of 14. And we always thought there's going to be a moment where he clicks and he's going to be a real handful. It's off the end of the bat, and it's just over the top. Well, he's just had that little bit of luck in this innings. It's going to be an interesting one. Looks like a clean stop to me. Let's come back for 2.
Yeah, that's brilliant fielding. We'll have a closer look. Yeah, I think that's just the 2 to the total. Great bit of fielding, Vinny.
Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was okay. Top work. Top work.
Ford almost gets a wicket there. De Freitas, that was right off the end of the bat. 15 now, his top scorer in the series. This time cracked away with authority. And that one got to mid-wicket pretty quickly. De Freitas to 19.
Oh, De Freitas has woken up. He's hit that so far in front of square. He saw it for an age. Signs of a good player when you can pull that straight. Lovely cricket stroke. And Portugal, I love the new look Portugal. You know, it's about time, Vinny, that they start to utilise the passport holders because they've got many.
Yeah, I know you said there might be even more out there.
There is a bucket load, Vin. Bucket load.
Ford, 11 off the first half of his over. And then leg side. And, they won't get a run this time. Rare moment to breathe.
Yeah, so that one just sliding down the leg side. He was sort of feel like he just missed out on that one. De Freitas. Square leg was back, but fine leg in the ring. Any bit of bat would have flown away.
Couple to go in the power play. Oh, the full toss. This is going to test the fielder. In fact, he's going to get nowhere near it. De Freitas into the 20s for the first time. Portugal, despite those 2 wickets in the first over, bouncing back.
Yeah, nice shot again. He's hitting a lot of fours at the moment, De Freitas. That's a Gundy sort of ball. Low full toss, 4 runs.
See the contact point there.
Good recovery, Vinny, after the 2 early poles.
Yeah, definitely. De Freitas is up and going. If you can get Martins continuing doing what he's doing.
I'll tell you what, the Irish 11 don't want to go out in straight sets. They really don't.
Slower ball, goes after it. This one's hanging there a long time, just out of the grasp of the fielder. Melly does well to pull it back. They'll get back for 2 when it's the end of the power play, and a very interesting one at that. It's 43 for 2.
I think we're just seeing a high-level game of cricket, Vin, and this could go either way. These teams are evenly matched. Good bit of fielding again to rein it back in. 2 more to the total, and 43 for 2 after the power play.
Hello there, Brendan Bardenhorst, who's in the chat. Hello, Brendan. Nice to see you. Of course, he's going for Portugal. Play we've seen plenty of in the ECS Portugal. 9-17-17. First over, we saw Machado run out without facing a ball. We saw Gomez nick off to the last ball of the first. And now we're going to have a slight change of pace. And looks like we've got Scott Macbeth's off spin coming in.
All I'll say is I would have kept the pace onto Muns early just to test him out, because against spin so far in the tournament, he's looked really good. Look, it might work. Macbeth might get the chocolates here, but Martins has batted extremely well against spin.
Oh, there's Meter in the background, looking good in the headset. All right, round the wicket to the right-hander first up. Martins is the big fish, I think, based on current form. He just has a look at this first one, deflects it away, doesn't get it away.
You reckon that he's having a look at the next one?
I think he's still kind of reacting to what's bowled at him. I think he's in a pretty good headspace. Good start from Macbeth. He's very well bowled, kind of lured him into it and did him with the drift and the angle.
You wouldn't even say it's off spin, really. It's sort of, as to the right-hander, he's just going to drift it away, swing it away.
Off spin.
Fake off spin. Don't fall for it.
Trojan horse off spin. Yeah, it's been a very good start for Macbeth, yeah. .1. Now we've got the left-hander on strike.
Yeah, good bowling. Good start from Macbeth, and he'll prefer this match up to De Freitas. I still think the Irish 11 are happy with this start. They've got the 2 big fish early, but they need to get a couple of big ones as well in the middle. The thing is with Portugal, Vinny, they bat deep. I mean, look at that lineup.
How about 211? In my opinion, you've got Faf Stoneman listed at 10.
Yeah, ridiculous.
He's batting at 4 not too long ago. That one is cracked, and it's just over the fielder. De Freitas, you know, he's had a bit of bad luck in this series. Hit a lot of balls hard at fielders have been caught. This just seems to be the game where the luck has turned in his favour. It's a really good shot. 6 runs and brings up the 50 for Portugal.
Yeah, wouldn't it be a story if he knocks Portugal out after playing for the emerging Irish side this year? That'd be some sort of story, Vinny.
That'd be something. Now he's going to get this into the gap, and he's ticking. 35 now, 4 carreras más.
He's just got a little bit more time than most. That is a class shot, slightly back of a length, and just goes to show there's room for touch in this game as well. He's ticking here, Vinny, you're right. He's on for something big, and so are Portugal, you feel. 54 for 2, 35 to De Freitas.
Macbeth, 11 off the over. Hasn't been a bad one by any means. This is hit on 1 bounce to long on. Well cleaned up. So 12 off the over and a pretty good contest there. Portugal after 4, 55 for 2.
Yeah, let's not forget about, we've been talking about the new look Portuguese with the batting lineup, but their bowling looks a lot better as well. They've got definitely 10 good overs that will come later. So this game, you feel, was back to 50-50. Portugal have recovered well.
Yeah, well, I know that Ireland were pretty heavy favourites according to the supercomputer first up. I just feel that Portugal are a team that might be hitting their straps at the right time. And now a lot of that, I suppose, optimism might have been tested in that first over with Machado, who batted really well earlier, not even facing a single ball in this one. And Gomez, he didn't survive the first over either. But yeah, these two putting something together. Time for Jared Wilson to bowl. He bowled very well the death the other day. He's bowling a bit earlier today. I don't think so. That to me came off the back hip.
Well, there was definitely a noise, so it's touched something. A bit higher than the hip, maybe some shirt.
Maybe some shirt, yeah. It seemed that the noise came after the bat went past the ball. I think Ireland were pretty aware of that as well.
Oh, no.
Adios. That one's 6. Maximo to freight us into the 40s. They're definitely going to look at this one for height as well.
Yeah, that was a hit-me ball, and he hit it a long way. Let's have a closer look at the height. Yeah, I think that's high. I think that's genuinely high. I reckon that one's been called. Yeah, it has. So that's going to be a 7 up, Vinny. That is.
And we've seen a few just get under, but that one's got to be waist height.
Oh, sacrilege, Vinny, sacrilege. Free hit to Defreitas, really motoring now.
Yeah, free hit, he can do whatever he likes. I wonder how he approaches this, whether he tries to kind of go down the ground. Fine leg's back, so I can't see him going to the jink. I just think he's going to try and pump it. Wilson has been really good at fighting that Yorker, but that time he overcooks it.
Yeah, just got to go collect the ball as well, does Wilson. 7 off the first because of that. No ball 6. Good recovery from Portugal. The top 5, 6 from Portugal. So dangerous.
All right. Wilson in danger early in his spell. There's the free hit. Still be a free hit wide down leg side.
Yeah, a bit of pressure now on the young baby Greens. That dressing room a lot calmer than maybe 20 minutes ago, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Hit down the ground. It should be stopped. It will be stopped.
Their ground fielding's been exceptional. They've saved a few extra runs here and there, so saves another couple of runs. Gets away with the free hit, does Wilson. Low full toss that time. Maybe mis-executing the Yorker. Martins back on strike. Hit an amazing 6 first ball and has taken a couple of balls just to have a look. It's time to go for him though as well now.
Yeah, Martins. He won't mind watching Defreitas up and thinking that's a positive. Portugal never been above 50% win probability in this game. Now this is trouble. It's right up in the air. Lynch swirling around, takes a catch. No problems at all. Martin just misjudges that. And Jared Wilson had a bit of a poor start to the over, but he'll trade it for the wicket of the informed Jeremy Martins. And Portugal lose a wicket just as they were rebuilding at 64 for 3.
Oh, it's a massive wicket in the context of the game because Martins has been the informed batter from all the sides. He's been boning it everywhere, but this time the top edge, easy catch for Lynch with the gloves on. He only goes for 7. And every time Portugal is pulling away in the last, they've picked up a wicket here, and that can just stem the tide a bit. He knew as soon as he played that stroke, Vinny, it was over.
Yeah, and Lynch settled under it nicely, watched it in all the way. Hard to be disappointed. That's the nature of the game. Just kind of misjudged that by a touch, and he'll be gone for 7 at 64 for 3.
And another new face that we've seen for the first time at Cardama Oval, Carlos Nunes. Do we enjoy all the Portuguese names?
Yeah, absolutely we do. I mean, he's another one I'm sure would love to do something a bit more substantial with the bat. He started to get amongst the wickets, I noticed. But, yeah, Carlos, captain's Twickenham in the UK competition.
He gets his opportunity now in this revamped team.
This one beats the bat. I'll take a slightly dodgy leg by. Okay, nice dive. We'll see if we would have been out or not.
He's a big man, Carlos. Good dive sliding into the crease. I think he would have been safe anyway, Vin.
20 runs in the series for Nunes to this point. High score at 12. So
yeah, but he's been batting in an awkward spot and hasn't had much time at the crease.
I love this. If you're not sure, dive. Have a look at this. Comes in. The dive would have saved him. Great to see the big man getting down. This one off the inside half of the bat of Defreitas, who really is the set batter that feels like a bit of a key to this innings. They'll lose him now.
You look, Najam Shazad,
Yeah.
Stoneman. It's a long lineup.
There's the potential there, but I think also Ireland 11, not the easiest team to come in and go straight away. Also, I'm interested to see if they bowl Alex Armstrong, the left-arm orthodox, or not. Oh, well, this is hit straight, and it's going to be 4. Wilson put the hand up in hope more than anything. And Nunes, that's the sign of what he can do. What a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, lovely shot. That is 5 overs complete. Absolutely laced that, 70 for 3.
So the score is 70, as he said, for 3, as we welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Coy Ruckers with me. Portugal versus Ireland what a great clash this is. Only one of these two teams will get the right to continue in the competition, taking on Scotland 11 in the final. Scotland 11, the real story of the day so far.
Yeah, they played so well before. A lot of people thought this would be the final tonight, but Scotland 11 said, hold on, watch this. And they, well, to be fair, dominated the Irish today.
And it just reminds you that you can never take anything for granted in the format as well. For the Portuguese, there's always a sense that some of these players are going to turn things around. De Freitas is probably the most obvious one, but I mean, with only 4, 5, maybe 6 games in the series, maybe not. As Armstrong comes on, the first one's not a good ball. It's an away drifting full toss. De Freitas puts it to the fence. He moves to 48.
Well, De Freitas has turned up at the right time, hasn't he? He's going to like this matchup against Armstrong. Tough time to come in as the left arm off spinner.
Straight back into it. Good footwork, gets to it on the full, but can't time it. Down to long on. Nunes and De Freitas, two players that I think are the biggest gap between their potential and what they've realised so far in this series. And they're both at the crease at a pretty key time.
Have we ever seen a team revamp as much from year to year?
Probably not.
No, I think
Portuguese side.
I think they're actually a confident side as well.
6 runs and big Carlos. He says, enough with the potential, it's time to put up, and that is a bomb. Maximo, 6 carreras.
Oh, they're still building to a nice score here. That is a beautiful cricket stroke, slightly wide of off stump and just went through the line of it. 6 runs over cover.
What Khan's saying if Australia can be in Eurovision, should they be in the ECC? Australia 11. Maybe we need a separate comp. I always think we need a World Cup of ECN.
Wow, now you're talking, Vinny.
Yeah? You with me? Alex Armstrong with a comeback. Pushes it through a bit more. He'll be able to scramble through for a single.
What do you think the Irish 11 are comfortable with chasing here, Vin?
I mean, potentially they can chase anything. 135 to 140.
150 nervy?
I think you're always nervy when it gets 150 plus. But they could chase 180. They've got that kind of batting lineup. He reaches for this one. I think Armstrong, pretty clever bowling. Just senses him coming. It's going to be 50 for Chris De Freitas. His first 50 on ECN. 21 balls. He knows the job's not done yet.
Yeah, he's batted nicely here. He's played some shots all around the ground and he's still got 4 overs to go.
Carlos goes after this, and once again, he's going to get the result. Maximo! 6 more. It's just an easy free swing of the bat. He's got natural power, doesn't he? This over goes for 19 in the end, and after 6, Portugal 89 for 3.
Yeah, over pitched, outside off, and he absolutely crunched it. And Portugal are building to a good score here, Vin. They've got a very good bowling attack as well.
50 for De Freitas dominates the scoring.
Look at that
now
lineup.
the second top scorer.
Noratam, Sheena, Shazad, Amandeep Singh and Stoneman, they all bat.
That's true. And really, the wickets, not so much of an issue now. Just mean all they're caring about is can whoever is there score at the rate they want to score at. Yeah, ECN World Cup. We've got England 11 already, so they're already in. Australia 11, South Africa 11, West Indies 11, India 11, Pakistan 11, Bangladesh 11.
Pretty interesting.
Nepal 11, throw them in. One of the all-time accidental potential stumpings, this from Lynch.
I love the fake sort of appeal. Comes off the keeper's gloves, lands on the subs. He didn't even move. Imagine if he had a set off to run then. That would have been good.
That would have been a disaster for Portuguese fans. Macbeth coming back. It's lifted up leg side, and that one's going to fly. Maximo! De Freitas with some heavy hitting here in qualifier 2.
Yeah, lovely batting in the wheelhouse, and he goes with it. 6 more to the total. They've got 3.4 overs of party time here, Vinny. If they can go around that 2.5 a ball, even 3 a ball, we're looking at 150 here, I feel.
Anything's possible. Macbeth probably likes this matchup. Left-hander on strike, but De Freitas is set. Now low full toss, pushed through. Will be fielded down there. Quite a backward deep point. He may be playing for that quicker ball.
Yep, yeah, they had the square leg in the ring and actually bowled that wide there on purpose. So good tactics. Macbeth hasn't bowled too badly, but 3 big balls coming up.
3 giant balls. Here's Nunes.
Well, Nunes is on.
Nunes is a man mountain.
He's
It
huge.
hasn't been talked about enough, probably because he hasn't batted for long enough. But he is a weapon. He's belted that, but it doesn't get off the ground, just a single.
That's a good cameo from him so far, 18 off 6. If he can keep going at that rate, he'll get up to a good score himself. There's still a lot of time to go in this, Vin. So many wickets in hand. De Freitas 57s looked really good today.
Yeah. Potential double click opportunity here for Portugal. Holland kind of on the back foot. It's well bowled. Don't know if he's got any bat on this or not. Bounces off the keeper. And I'll scramble back for 2. I'll wait for the signal for the umpire. He says it was off the bat.
Yeah, so 2 more runs to the total. A hot chance for Lynch, you think, or too much of a deflection?
No, you can't really stop that. He's done well to take something off it. It doesn't go for 4. It's quite a big noise. Premeditated walk from De Freitas. He'll retain the strike, moves to 60. And after 7 overs, the hundreds come up as well for Portugal. 100 for 3.
Yeah, 100 for 3, so 18 balls to go. De Freitas moved into the 60s. We're in the Premier Division. We've got Group B starting tomorrow. Group C around the corner, then Group D.
Let's talk about Group C, because we talked about Group B earlier. Obviously, you're coaching Spain in Group C. Spain, Switzerland, Belgium, Malta, Finland. What are your thoughts?
T10 chaos group. It'll be good fun. Switzerland last year, I think, beat England, and they can hit the long ball.
Yep.
Belgium have beaten England before as well. They hit the long ball. Malta, a reputation for hitting the long ball, and so do Finland. They've got some good players, so it'll be fun.
Malta almost beat England last year.
Yeah, yeah, true as well. I think it's a good fun group, and
Finland always perennially underrated as well.
I think Switzerland sometimes go under the radar as well. Last year they pushed England in the group final, I think.
Switzerland, they beat England in Q1.
But they got close in the final as well. I think there was a moment where they could have got kicked on. And Belgium ball, baby. You got to respect how big the Belgians hit it. So let's see. It'll be good fun. Yeah, a little over a week away, obviously. And then Group D just around the corner after that. So, yeah, lots of cricket coming up. We've got a long time here, Vinny.
Group C starts in less than 4 days, just to let you know.
Okay.
Not out. But, again, good movement. Josh Wilson coming back. He's really getting this ball to move.
Yeah,
Big outswinger.
He's been good to watch, Wilson. He's got an interesting run-up because in the last few steps, he really accelerates with his run-up, sort of lopes in and then flies through. That one going down the leg side. That dressing room pretty calm at the moment, but they'll want to capitalise on the platform they have.
Yeah, he's been very impressive, hasn't he, Josh Wilson? We saw him take that 5 for yesterday, and you can certainly imagine him pushing on to higher honours in the full Irish side. And what a time to be a young Irish cricketer as well.
Yeah, exactly. They're doing
play
so well.
Test cricket and the like.
Oh!
Right now, no sense of sentimentality from Carlos Nunes, who's put that one still in the air. Maximal.
Oh.
Can we have our ball back? That one's gone to the Dogs. 6 runs.
He has got every piece of that. That is flown. Nunes. What a shot, Vinny. And I'm glad the Dogs aren't there anymore because that would have landed right near them. He has smoked that.
It was so large.
Look at the hang time. That's a 7 or 8 second hang time. I think Faf Stoneman enjoyed that.
Over the barbed wire fence.
Boy, oh boy, against a good bowler as well.
Now he goes again. He walks at it and gets 6 more. Well, we're going to run out of balls at this rate. Maximal. Nunes is more than a cameo now. 36 off 9.
And he's already become a bit of a team favourite. He's been leading some talks and they've loved having him as part of the competition. So back-to-back 6s, and dare say he might be running at the next one also.
Yeah, it was kind of a little shuffle more than a run that time, wasn't it? But, I mean, we know Josh Wilson's not slow. What's the tactic here? Obviously, Carlos has been very strong kind of on the front foot. You try and put him back, or I think he's waiting for it?
If a player like that's running at you, I mean, he's charged at the last 2. You're either hitting him in the head or you're going maybe wide hole. He turned it into the deliveries that he wanted. So let's look. This is a big ball, Vinny.
Feels like it. Almost back to 50-50 now. Well, he's got it completely wrong. It's going to be a no ball.
Yeah, they're going to check this, but it definitely looked high live. It's already been called.
Yeah, attempts as the Yorker, so it goes extra full, but it was extra full.
Oh, yeah. He's a big man, but that was still too high.
Jeez, get some bat on that. It's probably flying away as well.
He gets any bat on that, and that's a 7-up.
Portugal
that's just
have taken the lead, according to the supercomputer, for the first time now.
It's the Iberian curse, Vinny. I'm telling you. It's a real thing.
How quickly things can change.
I mean, even Andorra would do it.
Doesn't quite get this one, though. I'll be disappointed. He has to settle for a single on the freebie.
Do Andorra have a cricket team? Do they?
There's cricket in most places, I found. You just got to go looking for it. As the world is becoming more globalised, people spreading out.
Do Andorra have a cricket team? I've never thought of that. Get them down here.
If they do, if they can get ICC accreditation, we'd love to have them here at the Euros of Cricket.
Anyway, 2 balls to go. DeFreitas is on 61. Nunes has come out and played that perfect cameo for his country at the right time.
And you know, I'll use the wicket of Machado as an example. You know, he literally wastes 0 balls. So
I don't think Machado was pretty pleased with that, though.
Thrilled about it, but, you know, still batting there, and DeFreitas clips this away straight to the fielder, just a single.
Yeah, 1 more to the total. So Wilson, not the worst spell so far, sort of teetering there. 1 for 25, last ball for his spell.
Yeah, it just shows you how quickly, because just like that, I'm 11 a slight favourites against. This game's right in the balance. Okay. Last ball of the 8th over and last ball for Josh Wilson, who we saw opening the bowling in this qualifier too. Nunes on a heater, 31. Well bowled.
Well bowled.
Carlos backed away and regrets it, I think, because that's the end of the over. It's 116 for 3.
Do you think that's something we don't see enough of? When batters back away, bowlers seem to chase them and sometimes still deliver a half volley instead of just hitting the tram line?
Yeah, definitely. I think they can't reach it. And especially if it's full, as we see the worm kind of heading in a positive way after those first 2 wickets, and even this partnership ticking on nicely. 145 pace at the moment. They'll be hoping for even more, Portugal.
Yeah, they definitely would be. 145 sort of leaves it up in the air. Might come down to how the top 3 bat, Van der Merwe, Lynch and Melly. If one of those 3 go big, 140s is on.
I think you got Macbeth, you got Jared Wilson there. A couple of new players in the middle order have been okay.
Oh, no.
Another one. What's happening today?
Oh, good fielding. He saves a 7. Why is he not throwing it in?
Well, maybe goading them into running again.
Yeah, that's a huge no ball. Is that Wilson's 2nd, by the way?
I think it is, actually. A free hit to come.
So that's going to be a free hit. I think that's Wilson's 2nd.
Yeah, 2nd and final warning.
Oh, boy.
Nunes gets another freebie. Another full toss, slightly late on it.
Tell you what, it was actually quite, we didn't get a chance to talk about it. It was quite a good catch. He had to jump up and take it overhead to save 6.
True.
And that could be massive later.
That's a good point, actually. Just dodging a couple of bullets. First time the clock maybe he's even come into play here, under 3 minutes to bowl 5 balls.
Ah, that's plenty of time, Vinny.
Drag to the leg side.
DeFreitas has batted really, really well. It's just maybe in the last 6 balls, he hasn't got the one out the middle he would have liked to really accelerate at the back end. He's 64 off 30 now, so he's faced a lot.
Yeah, true. Faced half of all of them, basically, that they'll get. This one hits him quite far back. Run out opportunity. But they won't be able to do it. It's an interesting one, maybe just sliding past the leg stump.
Yeah, I think that's how the umpire sort of saw it, maybe going down leg and didn't really give 2 looks at it. So 1 leg by. We'll have a closer look, though, Vin, with the help of the cameras.
I mean, you see 2 stumps there. It's close, it's definitely close.
Usually when you can see 2 stumps, you're right, Vinny. It's probably sliding.
Slower ball, but picked and hit really well by DeFreitas. Moves to 70. Maximal for Portugal.
Well, that's the one he's been looking for the last 5 or 6 deliveries, and he gets it in his wheelhouse and chips it over mid-off. A bit of a story, isn't it? If they go on to win, DeFreitas making a huge score against potentially the country he's going to be playing for in a couple of years.
Potentially.
I mean, was it Irish emerging, you said?
Yeah. Bowled by Wilson.
Guess that's the thing, when you play, well, people might not know, him playing for Portugal, this is an ICC event, he's got a Portuguese passport, but there's no waiting period to then go up and play for a full member. So he could play for Portugal until the day he gets called up
to
play for Ireland.
That's good for the game as well. Nunes, last ball of the 9th. Straight through him. So Wilson has a bit of a riot, doesn't he, in his 2 overs. He'll finish 1 for 25, and Portugal 128 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, despite all the runs and not many wickets, considering there was 2 in the first 6 deliveries of the game, Ireland 11 are just sort of hanging in there a bit, you feel. They're not letting it get out to an uncontrollable chase.
I thought they'd probably go back to Weldon in this spot.
Yep.
But yeah, fascinating game.
Yeah, this is a fascinating game.
140 about par between these two teams, you think?
I think so. I think if it's 140, Ireland 11 will back themselves to chase that down. Portugal will have to bowl, but Portugal do have the bowlers that can do it.
Whatever happens, it's going to be a cracking contest. I'm sure about that. They do go for the big lefty. Matt Weldon. 10th overtime, seatbelts on. Miss hit. Might be a good miss hit because it's not going to carry, though. It's great effort down there to try and turn that into a catch. I think it's Wilson. He hurled himself at the ball.
Yeah, that was straight off the toe of the bat and actually travelled quite some distance for a toe ender. And in the end, Jared Wilson gave it his all. Won't even call that half a chance. Just couldn't get there. So 5 balls to go. Weldon, he's been an impressive young quick on the network this year, but this is a really big 5 balls. They don't want to chase 150 here.
Oh, tries to get a bit funky, but he can't catch up with it. What do you think about that one?
Not sure that's the option when you're 6'6" and built like a brick house, Vinny. I prefer him smoking it straight.
I mean, we've seen how powerful he has been down the ground. I mean, I get what he's thinking. Probably then, I don't know whether he shows his hand a bit early, but the ball was certainly not really there for it. And the kind of shots, it's probably better when they're straight at you to play them.
Like that.
This time he will get it, even though it's not quite out of the screws. It'll be maximal, 6 balls Portugal.
Yeah, that's the higher percentage shot from Big Nunes, and he gets it away. It's a good innings, 30 out of 16, 3 balls to go. He can still get to an individual milestone of 50, but more importantly, he's getting Portugal up to a score that they will believe is enough to get him into the final tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Well done. So that's 3 balls to go, man. Big difference. If you don't get a boundary here and you go high 130s versus, say, you smack 2 4s and a 6 150, feels a lot different.
It does feel a lot different. It's crazy cricket. It does really feel a lot different.
Enthralling contest. We wouldn't expect anything less. A lot will come down to can Portugal get the key breakthroughs they need to put the Irish middle order under pressure.
I think that power play in the second innings could determine nearly everything.
Yeah.
If Lynch and Van der Merwe get going, obviously we know no score is high enough, but they both get dismissed. Portugal 1 foot in the final.
Nunes, 3 to come. Let's sort out which ball we're playing with because they've found the original ball. Well done to the ball retrievers. It's not an easy job. Steps across and gets it pretty good. There's the 140 up. That was a tree topper. Maximal, powerful strike. Nunes, he's clicking at the right time.
Imagine being that big and that strong and then swinging a bat that's probably 210 and just connecting with a ball made of mercury. It must be fun hitting a ball that far. I can't even imagine what that would feel like.
Challenge kind of length, I call it, from Weldon. He's hoping for a miss hit or a sky ball or just a swing and a miss, but Carlos hasn't missed too many when he's played that shot.
141 now, Vin. 150 on the cards. We are in for a doozy of a chase, you feel.
All right, 141. Ball's in your court, Matt Weldon. And it's going to be an edge. It's going to fly, and it's going to be 4 runs. So, yeah, it's going to be a really good finish, this. Portugal nudge back towards 50-50.
Well, they had him a little bit wider than I would have thought. And, yeah, right off the toe end. Doesn't matter. It flies. And that's 4 runs.
Yeah, well, that one almost ends up with Martins, I think, down there in the cube. Flashes the old pearly whites. We've got a very good-looking crew this year, don't we, actually?
Arguably one of the greatest crews ever.
In world sport. Never mind cricket.
In company sport.
Nunes, he hits a 4 or a 6 here, walks off with 50, walks off with 150 set for the opposition. It'll be a real momentum bringer.
It'd be a nice moment for Nunes as well. He'd love to get there.
He's just trying to work out how many to come. But it's 1 to come. We might have got mixed signals there.
Yeah, 1 to come, 2 for a 50, 5 for 150. Even a boundary sets 150. Can he do it, Vinny?
Weldon's going to try and probably cramp him. He's going round the wicket. But he better not get too close to Big Carlos. Here we go. Last ball of the 10th. He does try and cramp, and he kind of does. They'll probably try for 2. They're both off, and they're both pretty quick. One of them slip. Actually, bowlers ends on. Now, the throw's wild.
Oh.
They get 2. I think now they're going to throw for no reason. No, that's crazy. It will be 50 for Carlos Nunes. A non-standard way to bring it up. But Portugal are going to end up with the perfect break. 147 for 3 in this do-or-die qualifier 2. One team going to the final, one team going home.
Oh, we got a really good game on our hands. We do. Well batted to Nunes, who brings up an international 50. The big man gets a warm round of applause as he heads back to the dugout. Vinny, flip a coin. This is a good one.
Well, we thought it would be, but it certainly wasn't a very good start for Portugal. Although we saw Sean get a couple of boundaries away in the first over. But there was early drama. Macbeth never misses, does he? Was given a look at the middle stump, knocked it out of the ground. That was Machado in form, but having to go without facing a ball. Then last ball to first, we saw Gomez just flashing at that ball. And so Josh Wilson had his first wicket. 2 early wickets, but then De Freitas, he found his touch, didn't he, at a very key time for Portugal, as he tried to play them back into the contest.
Yeah, considering there was 2 early wickets, De Freitas played a perfect knot. Munns came out, Jeremy Munns, who's had a really good tournament, hit a 6 first ball, but didn't get going in this one. It was the De Freitas show until Nunes joined him a little bit later. This was a big sort of period in the game because the Irish 11, if they had picked up another wicket or 2, they would have thought they were through. When they got Martins, I think they thought they might have been.
Thought they might be able to crack him back open, but like I said, we haven't seen the best of some of these Portuguese players that have come into the side, and Carlos Nunes certainly would put him in that category. Chris De Freitas, yeah, again, I still think he's got another gear he could go to, but he certainly kind of held the innings together and a few of the fancy tricks as well. But yeah, some of these blows from Nunes, I think they were the difference between kind of 120s and setting almost 150, which they did in the end.
Yeah, one of those blows from Nunes almost hit the houses. Faf Stoneman loved it, but yeah, he's getting deep in the crease, across his stumps and just hoiking it to the leg side, and the ball flew around Cardimer Oval.
And he was particularly strong on anything that was kind of just short of the Yorker, so any half volleys or any kind of step hit kind of lengths. Just kind of held his shape and absolutely bludgeoned the ball all over the park. And in the end, we saw Carlos Nunes bring up his 50 off the last ball of the innings with a scramble to basically an overthrow, with Portugal ending up on 147 for 3. Gomes went the first over for 8. Before that, we saw Machado run out without even facing a ball, but De Freitas held things together with 72 off 33. 4 6s, 7 4s for Chris, as well as the little mini contribution from Martins, who was effectively 6 and out for 7. Nunes 50 off 19, bit of a difference maker. 6 bombs in his half century, his first on the network. Wickets for Josh Wilson and Jared Wilson as well as the run out. No one really had the answers. Macbeth was actually pretty effective after a bit of a rough start. He was the least expensive in the bowlers, going for 23 off his 2 overs. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. 10 overs will decide which team stays, which team goes, and it's just too close to call. Don't go too far. We're back live from Spain. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. Second half of Q2 on the way from the Mediterranean. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the beautiful Cartama Oval in Andalusia, Spain. It has been a hot month of cricket over September and the start of October with record highs for this time of year. And it's been hot with the weather. It's also been hot on the field. We've seen some amazing cricket, highly enjoyable cricket. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the second half of this game. Two sort of heavyweights in this group coming up against each other in Qualifier 2, basically the preliminary final. And looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. It's Portuguese, a new look, revamped Portugal, who look $1 million, versing the Irish 11, who have been nicknamed the Baby Greens. Vinny loves them, and he thinks they're a very exciting young team, the Academy of Ireland. And this one's tough to call at the halfway stage. Maybe Portugal with their noses ahead, considering 148 in a final is never easy, but you have to imagine this power play might determine where this game goes. If Seamus Lynch and the big man Van der Merwe get going, they can rein any score in. A couple of early wickets and the Portuguese will definitely believe it's theirs. So an exciting contest in the afternoon sky of Cartama. The final later tonight for Group A. Scotland 11 are waiting in the final, watching this match very closely indeed. So a warm welcome back to all the viewers around the world on our international network partners. And welcome back everyone in the chat. I know you've enjoyed all the live action. This is going to be an exciting couple of overs. Seamus Lynch and Van der Merwe facing one Henry, some good level cricket. We're almost set to go. And here's a man that is also always set to go, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, and I'm really amped up for this 10 overs.
I'm ramped up for the 3 overs. I think this is going to be chaos.
I agree with you. There's 3 overs is massive. It's setting up for the rest of this chase. And I know we've seen some pretty big opening pairs, but hard to imagine an opening pair that's really got more hitting potential than these two. And young Tron Henry is going to have to come in and bowl at them. It's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb for Iron 11, but big power play. You're talking like kind of like 60 or something like that, something in the 60s. You can get that rate down to about 12 and over.
Well, they've gone with a deep third and a deep cover. I actually like this because Henry actually gets it to swing away a lot.
I think the deep third's a lot for me because it's catching position, and it's a position that good players will play uncontrolled shots down in that region. Got to get these two out, and you're still not done then. Iron 11, 55%, says the supercomputer, to chase this 148 down. Wherever you are, sit back and enjoy. Here we go. First one's going to be a wide. Henry does get that outswing going straight away.
You know how there's a deep cover and a deep third. Now, traditionally, he's going to bowl quick outswing.
Yep.
Seamus Lynch doesn't see the deep cover and the deep third. He's just going to try hit it over him. He will try and hit it over him. He won't mind. Yep. He's so good on the offside, he's going to try lace it straight over.
Well, this time it'll be along the deck down to that deep point. Yeah, I mean, I can understand how the deep third might get a catch, but the deep point, you don't see too many getting hit down, unless I suppose they're lasered and they just don't quite have the elevation.
Lynch is that type of player. He loves to stay leg side of the ball. Van der Merwe is a little bit different. He likes to go more straight and maybe over the leg side.
Same field. Just 3 fielders on the leg side. Henry is moving the ball away. He's got a big man at the other end, Jason Van der Merwe. One of the most brutal hitters we've ever seen here at the Cartama Oval. Oh, the first one is a shocker. Machado can't.
It's almost killed him.
Behind it. It's a sonic boom as well. Haven't had one of those in a while.
Whoa, Van der Merwe, he's going to run at him in a second. That almost, that is as bad as it gets.
I'm not saying anything, but remember, in the first innings we had one of these. Machado, I know it's a tough one.
Nah, I can understand why Machado's not getting the bowling line. That was quick.
Remember, we had one in the first innings and we had no apology. I don't think.
Oh, so it's 1 for 1. This is like baseball. He's probably tried to ding him up. Okay, free hit time, 7 off 1. Boy, Vinny, that
was one of the quickest beamers and most dangerous beamers I've seen in
there's one man you're not beaming. It's the Van der Merwe who's got muscles on top of muscles, on top of muscles.
Just slipped out, I guess. Anyway, free hit coming up. And they dodge a ball at Portugal. Well, slower ball, but Van der Merwe gets enough. He goes to the sky, and this one will fly. I have no idea where it's gone, but it's not with us anymore. Maximo, 6 runs.
Is that a genuine one-handed 6? Because he got done a bit by the slower ball and then just one-hands it over the leg side. Have a look. Let's have a closer look. 2 hands on the bat for the shot. It's just the finish.
Kind of on the way off, wasn't it?
Oh, wow. What a crazy start, Vinny.
Oh. I'm still...
Ding, 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 ding.
I've got the adrenaline pumping. It was almost like I had that ball coming at my head. So high. Now in the air, but there's mid on up in the circle, and so that's going to clear the rope as well. Maximal back-to-back, and Ireland get the start they want.
I tell you what, that's a really good cricket stroke because Juan Henry is not slow. That's a back of a length ball on a length, and that is just brute power. He just slaps it straight. We've already got 19 on the board, and when you're chasing 147 in a final, it's a dream start. Dream start for Ireland.
First 3 overs matters, like you say, and obviously the first over hasn't gone to plan for Portugal. 5 runs hurt on that beamer as well.
Oh, yeah. Miggy Machado had no chance.
If it hits him, then probably it's just 1 run, but Van der Merwe did well to get out of the way. Now a bit more an orthodox shot, just a single.
And that's one thing I think Van der Merwe can also add to his game, Vinny. When he just adds in the odd drop and run, he's good enough. He's definitely good enough. So these two are a huge key. Look, let's be honest. If they bat 5 overs together, it's game over because they'll be near 100.
Yeah,
exactly. So big moments early in this one.
And you can kind of go at 10s for the rest of the time. It goes up and over the top, and that's going to be 6. Maximo! What a shot by El Machina, Seamus Lynch.
Oh, I love watching Lynch bat. We were talking about the deep cover fields. Well, that's not in mine. I'll just hit it 40 metres over him. 26 off the first 5. It's short, it's wide, but he stays so leg side of the ball. Yeah. His hands are always free.
Backs his eye. The more traditional way to play that shot is kind of get that back foot back and across. He doesn't need to. He's just so confident that
good call. He never goes back foot and across or anything like that.
Just throws the hands at it.
He's one player that I think early, the odd stump to stump, a good length ball is not the worst because he does stay leg side, and if it moves...
Yeah, might nick 1.
Whoa, what a start to the chase.
Oof. 26 off the over. Supersonic risk here, Henry. Slower ball. Variation. Good guts to bowl that as well, I suppose, but it'll be 27 off the first, 27 without loss.
Geez, that eats into that 147 quite drastically, and it sets a good tone for the Irish sort of dugout, who will truly believe now they'll get there. 164 on the board, Vinny. A little 18-18, 20-20, and a ball to check it out.
Well, can I tell you, both these countries have some golden ball recent history. Obviously, we had our first ever final be decided by golden ball in Portugal earlier this year, just after sunset, the ECS Portugal. And Ireland, don't forget their club, CIYMS, had a dramatic golden ball with Ginebrecha earlier this year, and that decided whether Ginebrecha would survive in the competition or not.
Would you say you're the Richie Benno of statistics for ECN? You seem to remember everything.
I mean...
just another day.
I don't think anyone should be compared to the
You can remember things that no other human...
Actually... This is going to be a weird thing
to
say, and probably don't have any time to talk about it. But anyway, he's going to jump Shazad. He's going to bowl over number 2. Right, up in the air, and that's going to be 6. Kind of a slot ball first up from Nudge, and out it goes.
Yeah, nice shot straight. I don't think he got the most out of the bat, but it flew a long way, and Lynch is off as well. Let's have a look where it hit. Pretty low, and the bat turned, but it went a long way.
He's powerful, we know that.
He's got the golf swing, doesn't he?
He's so still. I think that's the key. Coaches are more about that head and keeping it still these days. I was wondering, I wonder if I could talk to Richie Benno, what he would make of it. Because he was a real key, or ECN cricket in this form of cricket. Because he was actually pretty heavily involved, obviously, in the World Series cricket, which revolutionised cricket.
Oh, no, that might be high as well. They're going to have to check it. That's going to be another 6. And boy, oh, boy.
Yeah, well, Lynch is going to go to 20, but this is a real 7-up risk. Well,
let's have a closer look.
Stands under attack.
Oh, well, there's a man in the way. Oh, it's looking, that's pretty close.
I mean, the thing is, it's probably in the trousers already. I got a feeling that they're not going to call that. That's the way they've been calling them today, is it's just below that belt.
It's close. Anyway, 6 and a 6. Shazad, that's a pretty loose ball though, isn't it, Vinny? Portugal win. Portugal just need to switch on a bit here.
Need a circuit breaker. Lynch steps, hits, and that kind of gone all the way as well, you know.
Yeah, I think that's hit the rope on the full, and I reckon that's going to be signalled 6.
Yeah, so again, they got long on up in the circle. This power play can't finish quick enough for Portugal. Let's track the ball here.
Yeah, there's the rope, and you can just see the rope lift, and I reckon that might be signalled 6 in the end, Vinny.
Maximo, it's the smallest of Maximos. It's
Anyway, the thing is, Vin, they had the mid on before that ball. They changed it. They're just following the ball a bit. It's 45 off 9 balls. And now that's a what, Vinny? It's 46 off 9.
I mean, we're only halfway through his power play. Highest power play ever was 94, and that's the kind of pace they're on right now.
46 off 9. What a ridiculous start from these two. In Portugal, yeah, they haven't bowled perfectly, but they got to switch on, Vin.
They absolutely do. Lynch, 26 off 6. Magical start to his innings. Another fully, but believe it or not, Lynch has missed it.
I don't know how Lynch has missed that. That probably should have been hit for 4 as well.
So yeah, I often think what that conversation would go like after I stopped fanboying over Richie Beno. But I think anything that spreads the game is a good thing, even though it's as revolutionary as World Series cricket was in the late 70s. What's happening with European cricket in this format. This time it's just clipped away straight over mid-wicket's head, and that's going to be the 50 up for Ireland 11 in just 11 legal balls.
Crazy, and that's a really good cricket shot. They had deep mid on a deep square, and he nonchalantly just flips it over mid-wicket for a 1 bounce 4. Just watch this delivery, angled in, gets the bottom hand through it. You've got to be so talented to play a shot like that.
Yeah, this is just power from these two. Remember, even if these two were to get out right now, Ireland's still in charge of the game. With their top 5 or 6 all very, very capable of contributing. Now he's bowled, and there's the fight back from Shazad. An expensive over. You called it. Maybe bowled a bit straighter. Lynch stays leg side of the ball. The top of the middle stump is tilted back, and Portugal have something to celebrate. Lynch out for 30. It's 50 for 1.
That had to come for the Portuguese. They were falling behind quickly. Yeah, I think it's always wise if you can go stump to stump early against Lynch and top of the stump's length. You have better odds than anywhere else. He stays leg side of the ball, and if it does move like that, it goes through the gate.
A little bit of inseam there, I think, from Shazad off the surface. And there's that golf swing. I don't know what it feels like to have a big swing and a miss on the first tee. And that's what Lynch does there. As he does kind of do his job. You can't always expect your openers to score 80, 90, 100. 30 off 9 is a very useful contribution in this sudden death matchup.
Considering they're chasing 147, I think he's still got them off to a perfect start. You take that. This is tomorrow, Vinny. Look, I'll be in Sevilla, but you'll be calling it in.
I'm sure I'll be tuning in, though. It's Austria versus Romania is a pretty good one. Those two played an ECI earlier in the year, and Romania gave up 58 runs in the last 2 overs to Austria to lose the series. That was a crazy one. They couldn't defend. I think it was 60 or something like that.
Yep.
Or 56. Germany and Denmark, pretty good game in match 2 as well.
It's going to be tough for Denmark. They're playing 50 over cricket versus Jersey today.
Yeah.
So it's a different Denmark team, but they'll still come strong.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have plenty of entertainment. Rico and I will take you through Group B, and it starts tomorrow, 9:45 a.m. GMT, which is 11:45 in Central Europe and 3:15 p.m. in India.
Well, here comes the hot hand with the ball.
True.
Martins. He's got an unbelievable slow ball.
Power play over. Here we go. Van der Merwe on strike. First one, Van der Merwe's after him, and it's going to go over the top of cover. It bounces just inside, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, over pitch this time, and he sort of just waits for it, and then pumps it over cover for 4. So another boundary. This is a really interesting start. 13 deliveries, and it's 54 for 1.
Yeah, Van der Merwe's still there. Barely faced, but that's a powerful strike.
Does he go slower ball now? It's a good one. It works for him. He holds it very deep in the hand.
Practicing a little grip of it then as well. Was it telegraph or not? This one seems pretty pace on. Jammed out, no run.
Yeah, that was pace on. I reckon he was a little late on that. I think he was preparing for the slower ball. Would you eat an over off Martins and be happy to take it for 10 and not look to hit him for 20?
You only need 12 and over, so yeah, you'll definitely take 10 off Martins.
But can Van der Merwe mentally do that? Because he is a brute.
I still think you play on instinct. I just think you're not bothered. Okay, that dot, if he bowls the same again, it's a dot. I just don't think the dots are bothering you as much right now. Van der Merwe is so destructive. There's that slower ball.
I don't think many people in the whole tournament have been able to pick it.
Yeah, I saw him kind of demonstrating the grip.
You know what's good about his slower ball? It swings as well.
Is it a knuckler? I mean,
no, he's holding it super deep and his thumb tucks underneath.
Yeah.
And it's like almost like a 3-finger ball. He just rolls it out, but his arm speed's the same.
Yeah.
Not easy to pick. He might go again.
Completely bamboozled Van der Merwe there. This one, no more orthodox, and it's cracked through the covers. Van der Merwe into the 20s.
Oh, that is the muscle shot, isn't it? Sort of back of a length, and he just slaps it. Almost a hockey slap through the offside. Have a look at this. Whack, 4 runs.
Hits it hard, hits it pretty low risk as well. Through cover point. Jeff Maguire asking, is Deploy playing for Hungary? Well, I assume you're talking about Elias Deploy.
Unfortunately not.
Unfortunately not this year. But
it would have been fun.
His brother Zemus Deploy will be here.
Watching him bat here last year, oh my word, he hit some huge sixes. He is probably arguably the highest caliber player we've had play. Right up there.
I'll give you a smoky that I loved watching here as well. He's played a good level of cricket. And jump across and Yorks himself, so no run that time. Tobias Vise was one that I loved watching for RBS Grindhout in the ECL in, I'm going to say, 2022.
It's an interesting story, old Tobias. He came on the scene, whacked it everywhere, got picked up in a few franchises, and then at 27 said, you know what, 2 kids.
Didn't he just play recently in the finals day as well?
But that was once in a blue moon. He barely plays now.
I'll play the finals.
He just said, I don't want to travel around the world as much. I focus on my carpentry business, and that was that. What a career.
It's good enough for Jesus. That one's hit to the fielders through the fingers at 6. It wasn't easy by any means. That's Guy Sheena down there. Couldn't quite reel it in. It's a big momentum swing back to Ireland. And at the end of the power play, it's just what Portugal feared. It's in the 60s at 64 for 1.
That's a huge moment. He's got to catch that. Guy Sheena's a better player, and he loses it. He slaps the hand down. He spikes the ball. And we're going to have to note that down, Vinny. That would have been the 2 openers out at the end of the power play, and maybe the momentum would have shifted. Well, Guy Sheena's going to come in and bowl now, so he's going to get a chance to reply.
His fingers will be warm. No magical overs in that first innings. Pretty interesting, but solid overs, right? We had 9 the lowest, and we had 9 of the 10, obviously, by definition, in double figures.
Geez, Vinny, he catches that. It's 58 for 2. And you feel it just puts different pressures on this Irish team. They need 12 and over. They can sort of be smart about this chase. 1 big over somewhere, but look, there is a long way to go.
Guy Sheena, pretty important couple of overs, provides a lot of variety with his wrist spin. He's got a pretty slippery, quicker ball as well.
He's got actually, he's got one of the quicker balls.
Yeah.
It is rapid.
True. Here we go. Moment number 4. Field goes back. Here's Melly on strike. Pretty good first ball from Sheena, but it's worked away. Beats the infield. They're going to get back for 2.
Nice shot as well. Melly just getting himself off the mark with the 2, hitting the gap. Oh boy, that would have been Van der Merwe gone on 21 as well. Jeez, how much will that cost them? We'll have to wait and see.
6 for now, maybe some more later. Melly, it's on the crack. Turns this into a half volley. Good footwork, and it gets away from the field of 4 runs. Classical cricket stroke from Cam Melly.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. It really is. He comes down the ground. It's a half volley, and he pumps it away for 4. So 6 off the first 2. That's beautiful batting.
Yeah.
He's actually, there's a deep cover, but he was quite straight, so he saw a hole, and he hit the hole.
Need a turning point again now, don't they, Portugal? That one's pushed through.
We've seen a couple of good down and ups, haven't we?
Chop shots. If you're a fan of the action cricket or indoor cricket, the Australian version, you see that all the time. Just a single this time.
Okay.
All right. He has a chance to make up for the,
he does,
drop on the boundary, Sheena. Slips it through, but it's a really good shot from Van der Merwe, who just uses the extra pace and glances it away for 6 runs.
Yeah, this over's already gone for 13 now with 2 balls remaining. And Sheena, he might be getting a Christmas card soon from Van der Merwe. Let him off with the catch and then giving him a bit of a freebie.
It's a kind of slider that he bowls. Very good batting, though.
Is he going to that real quick pace on one now? It's not like an arm ball or anything. Just holds.
I'd be bowling slower to Van der Merwe.
Yeah, okay.
Not faster.
Yeah, fair enough.
I hope he overswings. Does. Overswings, overhits, and adios pelota. Maximo. Sheena's little one-on-one with Van der Merwe not getting any better. He's gone for 19 now in the over.
If it was a boxing match, it would be 3 rounds to Van der Merwe at the moment. The drop catch goes his way, and then he bombs 2 sixes. So this has turned out to be a top over again for the Irish 11. The baby greens, Vinny, they're responding, and the supercomputer thinks they're miles ahead. It is a final, though. Anything can happen.
Yeah, you're hoping for a collapse. But the thing is, Ireland 11, they've got performers all through the middle order that have scored runs in this series.
Oh, no. You're kidding me.
Either, because that's going to slip down the leg side. It's going to be 5 extras. It's going to be the dreaded minimo. This over's gone magical, and there's still one to come. And wheels are kind of falling off the Portuguese bus here.
You know, it sounds weird, Vin. I know it was early, and no one means to bowl a beamer. But that no ball, 4 buys, and then this it's 6. It just shifted everything straight away.
Pulled that 140s down to more of a 135.
Oh, no, you're kidding me.
You wouldn't believe it. This is going to be another one. It's going to be 10.
Oh, you're kidding me.
And, well,
it's a final.
The wheels had fallen off. I think the roof's falling off now. Ireland don't need the charity, but they're getting it.
Oh, you're kidding me. It's 10 free runs that you might, and you think about the no ball 4 buys, they've given 15 free runs, so they might as well have been chasing 132. It's 93 off 3.5 all of a sudden. Just, yeah, I'm in a bit of disbelief.
Now cracked away another boundary, so insult to injury. It's pain for Sheena in the last 7 balls of this game. That's supersonic 33 coming off it. It's 97 for 1.
What was he dropped on, Vin? What was the drop? So how many runs ago was the drop?
Yeah, so that was 39 runs ago.
So that dropped catch would have been, what, 2 for 58 at the end of the power play.
It would have been 58 for 2.
So that's the swing. It's 58 for 2 or it's 97 for 1. I mean, that's a horrible 10 minutes, not even 10, 5 minutes for Portugal. And look, if they're to come back and win from here, it would take something unbelievable. And I'm just looking around the field. There's a few dejected faces, and they know that in 4 overs, they've let this slip, and they're well behind.
All right, well, need a miracle, really. And
well, this man's had a good game.
He's had a good game, you know. He's just hit his straps at the right time with the bat, Carlos Nunes. But, yeah, it just shows you that momentum it can take a while to build, but it can just be undone in a matter of minutes in ECN cricket. Here's Carlos coming in over number 5. And he gets cracked away. Geez, that was hit hard as well. It's 4 more to the Ireland 11, who aren't looking too nervous there at the moment.
Well, it's 100 up off 25 balls, Vin. 25 balls for 100? Ridiculous. Yes, they've had help. Yes, there's been some 5 wides and a no ball 4 buys, but 100 in 4.1 overs is ridiculous. Right now, if they were batting first, they'd be on for about 215, 220.
Slightly slower one from Carlos, but this one's going to go too. Right off the cube, it's Maximo. 6 more to Melly, and this is turning into a walk in the park.
Ridiculous. I'm just in utter shock, really, and I think the Portuguese are as well. They know that this is more than likely already gone from them in 4.2 overs. People were saying, how will the baby greens respond? With violence. It's 107 off 4.2.
Yeah, it's just not what we expected. I mean,
we thought this would be a good
coin
fight.
Toss at the halftime break, but yeah, this is going to be a tough one to swallow, I think, for the Portuguese. Fought back to be contenders. This will just be a single this time, out to long off.
That dropped catch, no one means to drop them, but then to come on and bowl so many wides as well, it's hard to come back. The no ball early, and all the running's gone to the Irish. Van der Merwe's 43 of 13. I think he's such a clever inclusion. Great to see them go outside the academy. I think they need to bring in one experienced ECN. He earned his way through ECL.
100%. There's that slower ball. The old grunt as well from Carlos. That's a rare win for Portugal.
There's still good signs from what I've seen with this new look Portugal team. It's just a bad 20 minutes here.
That's ECN cricket, really, isn't it?
It is. It's good to hear some voice out there. A few people are saying 1 wicket changes the game. 1 wicket, you've got to stay with it.
The mother of all collapses, really, from here. Well, this is up in the air. Now it is catchable. And it's gone down. So when the chance came, once again, it wasn't held. And the Merva gets super lucky. It was a steeper there for Faf Stoneman.
And that's Faf Stoneman, who's arguably one of their better fielders. He never really got to it. He's in the ring and he didn't hesitate. I think it just kept going further and further away from him. 2 drop chances now for Van der Merwe, and unfortunately, it's just not happening.
38 off 31.
Oh,
Now make that 32 to go. It's 50 for Van der Merwe, who's been a bit of a force majeure for the Irish. He brings up his 50 in 16 balls.
yeah, lovely innings in the end from him. Look, it's an interesting inclusion because Ireland have been picking the academy players, but Van der Merwe, who has come to a couple of ECLs with COIMS, made so many runs, earned his position, and they went outside the academy, and that's just great to see. So well done to him.
Yeah, well done. And well, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, hey, why don't you join us on the network? We have cricket all throughout the year. 49-week season this year. No, you heard me right. 49-week season, consecutive weeks as well. And next up will be Malta. I know you'll be doing a bit of Malta. Looking forward to getting back there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the end of the year, actually. I've got a couple of weeks in Malta, doing a little bit of the Barcelona, a little bit of coaching, and then I'm doing the women's this year, which I'm super excited about, Vinny.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, excited for the ECCW as well. This time expanding from 5 to 10 teams. I know we're hoping to get to 15 teams. Great to see the women's game being developed as well. Okay. Ready to roll. And then last roll of the dice time. Martin's coming back. 32 required.
Shot.
That one's going to be 4, and Melly, he's been a player we've seen develop as well on the network. You know, every time we see some of these players returning for the Ireland 11, they're just a little bit kind of stronger, a little bit smarter as well. He's been a key to their batting success at number 3.
Yeah, he's looked really good, Vinny, and I've loved watching him come out at number 3 and what he's been able to bring to the table. 120 or 5.1.
I know, don't want to get to the post-mortems just yet, but how do you then see this 3 days for Portugal? Do you mark it as a success, or is it just learnings, or the beginnings of something? There's that slower ball. It's time. We'll scramble a single.
I think that the new look Portugal is, and look, no disrespect to the older Portuguese sides that come out, way more competitive. They were put in a tough group. They field better, they bat better, they bowl better. What was lacking is probably time together as a squad. They've never played together, a lot of these people, so sometimes when the chips were down, they stayed down. But on another day, they could have won today, and if they can keep this group together, even for their T20 program, they're top 7, 8 bats now, and I think there's a few more. So it's got to be middle ground. I'm not sure if it's positive or negative how this tournament has gone, but you have to start somewhere. When I started with Spain, our first tournament, we didn't play exactly well. It takes time. It takes multiple tournaments to get to know each other, learn the best combination. So there's positives for sure, but they'll go home just in the style, in the manner of this defeat at the moment. It'll leave a bit of a sour taste.
And it's a lot of, probably the thing that sticks out for me, quite a lot of these, well, this game, for example, a lot of it self-inflicted.
Yeah.
You know, which you wouldn't really expect.
You expect these guys to come in and they've been professional, but they shouldn't be making mistakes like drop catches. 10, how many free runs? 15 free runs.
I'm actually going to look at the extras now. I don't really want to, but we've had, in this innings, we've had 12 wides, no ball, 4 byes. Really, that was the byes were off that high no ball. So you basically get 18 runs handed away, 3 minimos. And
yeah, and one of the sixes should have been caught. You take that off as well, and yeah.
slow ball again. Martins bowls it really well.
I think that there's lots of positives to take away. Look, De Freitas' batting. We saw a bit of it. Nunes all-round game. Jeremy Martins has been phenomenal, really. He'll go down no matter what happens in the final time. He's the player of the group. Guy Sheena, still someone you want to work with and get better out of him. You've got Norriton, we didn't maybe see the best. Miggy batted well. Didn't see much of Faf with the bat. And Sean Gomes, I mean, we're talking about some very good players.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, more time together I think is probably quite important.
And needed.
Fine-tuning.
You've got to build a culture. You can have the most talented individuals, but if they don't have a team culture, you won't win.
What are the keys to building a team culture then?
Time. It does take time. You've got to have some team sort of ethics and things that you want to play for together. You've got to find a common ground together. And it takes a bit of time to build that. You've got to have goals. I was asking a few of the Portuguese, so what are the goals with these boys? None of them really know. But when they have their goals and they want to maybe make 50 over cricket or travel the world together, you push together.
Martin's last ball of his tournament, it would seem. Yeah, it's pretty full. And that was a guilty kind of run from Melly. This is definitely worth a shout. It might have hit both pads here. You can see Melly actually thought he was gone.
Well, he did shuffle across. He's deep in the crease. And I can say that could be clipping leg stump. Let's have a look.
This side of the front pad. Look. Oh, no, it's just back pad. It's very close. It does hit him very far back. You could see two stumps, and so probably an umpire's call on whether it's hitting or not. Anyway, it's the end of the 6 over. It's 123 for 1. So I'm going to prod you a bit further then. So you took over Spain. How long has it been now?
2.5.
And you built what seems like quite a successful culture. What are some of the kind of values, and how much is it shaped by the players, and how much is kind of, I suppose, shaped by you as the coach?
Players have to buy into it. They have to buy into what you want to do as a group and the goals and that. And people that didn't want to sort of buy into what we want to do, where it was the extra sessions online, whether it's gym sessions with Alistair, online coaching, sending videos of the bang, all the little 1%ers. And then we also did a lot of team building exercises. The 3 H's, the hobby hero thing. We opened up to each other a little bit about family.
Vulnerability.
Talking about our people didn't understand when I took over who's had kids and who didn't. It was just a bit individual, but it's such a team community now. And when you get to this stage, like, we're pretty happy where Spain is in the T20 world, and we want to keep climbing to 50 over cricket. But now that people trust the process and have played together and there's that culture, you win and lose together. And it's okay to win and lose together, but it's not okay to lose when you're not a team. And we weren't a team at the start, but we're a team now. And then you enjoy the ride, you travel, you holiday, you can
accept it. You share the burden.
We've got a couple of traditions that we like to do as well.
Okay. Well, slow ball from Stoneman, skied. Martins comes around and takes the catch. So Van der Merwe won't go any further. Or maybe they still believe they can provide the miracle collapse. That does get Van der Merwe out the way. 24 required at more or less a run of ball. That makes it 124 for 2.
Hey, well bowled, young Stoneman. Every time he's come on, his first couple of deliveries, he looks like taking a wicket. And look, we have seen stranger things happen. So Van der Merwe goes for a well-made 50. Just sort of splicing that one off the bat. But Vinny, another wicket here, cause a few nerves.
Yeah, okay. And Van der Merwe will pause and just acknowledge his innings. 52 in very quick time, 52 off 19, and hitting some big bombs. But he's disappointed that he skies that one, but leaves his team in very good shape. Started the 7th over, 124 for 2. Okay, so you mentioned you've got a couple of traditions. What?
Yeah, so in the past, everyone would come and tour, and it's different. We've got a couple of Westerners mixed with Asians. Pretty much split cricketers, 8 and 8. But everyone speaks Spanish. Everyone has to speak Spanish in the team besides myself and TTC. But first night's team dinner night, always. And then the next night, so you can choose, well, that wasn't something past. We always welcome each other to the tour in different ways. You have to stand up, handshake, say something that you've been up to in the last few months. Yep. Little things to away from cricket to know how we've all been, because we don't get together very often.
Yeah,
so just little things.
Bonds.
Just trying to create things, and it's good to see so many new friendships that have been built.
Scott Macbeth comes out at 4. He looks pretty comfortable first up. It works as in.
The one thing working in Ireland's favour here as well, Vinny, as it's 23 of 22 to win. They're an educated side, so they're not a team where you would see maybe a Greece would try and win this with. And bless them, they would try and hit 3 or 4 sixes and there'd be dots. You'd imagine these guys will knock this off.
Also, Martins has bowled out. He's been the key bowler for Portugal, so you don't have to worry about him. Stoneman representing for Portugal. He just loses this one outside the off stump.
Boy, the extras column has really hurt them. But look, can we get a late twist? A late twist in the tail would be exciting. 22 off 22 would be a big collapse, but I guess we've seen it before.
I mean, I've seen a team lose 8 wickets for 4 when they needed 12 off 18. Hello to Malmo CC, by the way, who did that against the Helsingborg Royals. That's great, but this doesn't help when you're giving a few away. Just missing the mark.
Do you think it's fair to say that you've seen probably the most rogue and brilliant things in one out of any cricket human ever?
Yeah.
You must have seen it all.
But only through, I've done 4,000 matches plus now, right? So most things I've seen games lost from here. The key for Portugal, take it deep, take it to the last over.
Yeah.
That's not going to help him because that is up in the air. Will it? Oh, well, it was a great effort. I didn't think he was going to get anywhere near that.
Oh, he got there just, and I mean just, and I think it, well, maybe got a fingertip on it. Carlos Nunez, he covered good ground, the big man, and he stuck out a paw, just couldn't get it to stick, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, so that would have been an amazing catch. That's the kind of brilliance you're going to need to keep this game alive.
Yeah, it just hasn't been their game, unfortunately.
Stoneman, again, he plays with immense pride every time he pulls on the Portuguese shirt. Spent the summer in the Netherlands.
Yeah, he played at ACC Cricket Club. So did Faf Stoneman. He actually played at Bloemendaal in the Hoofdklasse, and from all reports, he really enjoyed his time in the Netherlands.
The moustache is questionable, but
it is questionable.
Giving 100%.
I think that they'll come back bigger and better next year, Portugal. I'd really look out for them next year.
Yeah, pretty good Yorker, that one. Squeezed away for a single. I say quick hello to James, who is watching. That's Jeff Maguire's grandson. Hi, James.
Hello,
great
James.
to have you with us. As you can see, he had a great time with kids before this game.
Yep.
They were quite vocal, actually, in the introduction. Worked out where the microphone was and started saying words into it.
Yeah, that's good. Good to hear. 2 to go for Stoneman. Picked up a wicket in this over, 16 off 20 for the Irish.
Well, finishes reasonably well under the circumstances. It's been a pretty good over. Only 9 off it with a ball to come.
Yeah, what do you think? How would you surmise? I mean, are we on the early crow? Is there a twist? How would you surmise this Portuguese side, the new look Portugal?
Much as you did, I think. I think it's simple. You need to try and find your best cricket team to put on the park and try and do it without emotion or without any kind of subjectivity.
Yeah.
Okay, so you work who's available and you try and pick him. Lift it up over the leg side. That's a maximal for Macbeth. Ireland on the verge. That's 7 overs down, 138 for 2. Yeah, so I think, then you decide it's the direction you want to go. I know it is difficult because, a lot of players playing in Portugal will feel like, well, hold on, we're playing in Portugal, but that's kind of not the responsibility of the selectors. They need to pick the best team that can represent Portugal. And if you can get players in there that are playing a higher level more regularly, then you kind of have an obligation to do that.
For example, what are Netherlands meant to do? Not call their county pros?
Yeah.
If you're qualified for the country, it doesn't matter where you're playing. If you're in the best 14-man squad, you play. Simple.
This is what's coming up. Obviously, championship week still to come. But, this one is almost done. 10 to win.
You know what's quite odd about today's finals day so far, Vinny? Realistically,
3 blowouts.
3 pretty much shellackings. They're going to chase this inside 8, you'd imagine. And, it wasn't something we expected when we woke up.
Well, you never know what to expect. I mean, sometimes you think it's going to be a blowout and it's not. And I suppose the opposite applies as well. Henry, I mean, we want to at least have a good over here and keep the game alive. Actually losing the battle with the clock on top of everything else, but I don't think that's going to come into it. Into the bat, runs away for 4. So Ireland 11 are rocking back towards a rematch with the Scots for Group A supremacy.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about tonight, preview tonight, Vinny. These two teams came up against each other. Scotland played almost the perfect game. How do you see that panning out?
Still think Ireland are favourites. I think Scotland also struggled a little bit under lights. I think Ireland's attack are pretty slippery under lights. Not that Scotland's won't be. But obviously, Ireland and Scotland have played 2 cracking cricket matches so far.
There you go.
Wow, that's probably smart.
That is smart.
Marta's got the helmet on. I think he almost got hit yesterday, you know. 6 to win. Melly won't get any closer this time.
Yeah, it's going to be a good final. Looking forward to it. Still a little over an hour and 20 minutes away. But the only shame about Portugal not getting through, Vin, which I fancied them this morning, is it would have been nice maybe to have a different sort of team in the championship week.
Sure. Yeah, now
would have been nice.
Either Ireland 11 or Scotland 11 will qualify. And
they've done it.
They have been there before, yeah. And Portugal certainly were a good chance of getting there based on this morning's performance.
Well bowled.
Let's get a little bit funky here. Does Melly?
It's actually a shot I was calling for a little bit more, just players sort of standing there and trying to ramp it up over short third, but that was really tight to his body and he couldn't get it away, but I like that shot.
Seemed in towards him.
Yeah.
That's why I found it tough. Yeah, sometimes the cricket gods aren't with you either. I think, obviously, Ireland have comprehensively outplayed Portugal here, but just the start they had, they were playing catch-up, got to a competitive score. It's blown away here. That's a pretty powerful shot as well from Melly. It'll only bring a single.
I know no one means to drop him, but it was 59 for 1 with the ball left in the power play. And that dropped catch of Van der Merwe would have been 59 for 2, power play complete.
Yeah, it's a sliding doors moment.
And then the next over went for 29.
33,
or was it 33?
Yeah. Give you an exact.
Anyway, 5 to go. Last ball, the 8th.
Well, there's a little nick, and it's going to tie the scores. So Henry does get through the over and pushes the game to a 9th, but I think this is a foregone conclusion now. Ireland 11, 147 for 2 after 8.
It is a conclusion, Vin. We're going to be gearing up for our first final of the Premier Division under lights.
Yeah, Sheena, you got a feel for him. Can happen to anyone, we know that, but he dropped that catch and it went for 6. And his over went 2-4-1, 6-6. Minimo 4. So he had basically the second half of the over went for 26. That's big bang pace. I would see Aki Vandenberg is in the chat. Well, your man Crush. I know you moved on pretty quickly, Corey, but yeah, Aki, loved your work. Watching from the Isle of Man.
Oh, I love Aki. He was a great addition.
Send a few emojis and tell Aki how you feel in the comments section.
I don't really have the comments open too much. There's too much rambling from the moderators, Vinny. I have it closed.
I know you're watching it all the time. Anyway, Stoneman, he's going to bowl a partial over here, I think. And he score wins it for Ireland 11. Lift it up, and it's game, set, match. 4 runs will finish it off. And Ireland 11 bring up the 150 with that strike as well. They've stormed back. They recovered so quickly, very professionally as well, I will say. Kind of jumping all over Portugal early in the game. We saw the direct hit from Macbeth and then the wicket from Josh Wilson to follow that up. They did kind of get put on the back foot a little bit, I think, due to some good hitting from De Freitas and also Carlos Nunes. But that power play just blew things out of the water. Portugal, I think they'll be the first to say they were outplayed there by the Baby Greens, who will set up a rematch with the Scottish 11 in the Group A final.
Yeah, well done to the Baby Greens. They've dominated that run chase. A lot of us thought it would be maybe a 50-50 shot when they went into bat, and they just said, nope, that's our game, and they took it. So the final is the Scottish 11 versus the Irish 11 under lights at Cardamore Oval, 8:30, first ball local time. Can't wait.
Yeah, so that'll start in about an hour and 15 minutes. Make sure you join us early because we'll have the national anthems, or the anthems, I should say, of Scotland and Ireland. Let's have a look at this second half. Well, a few things went really wrong really early. And probably the biggest one, I don't know if we'll see it in the highlights, is that big beamer that went for a minimo, went for 4 byes. That was about head high, and that just kind of got Ireland up and going. Then the balls are really flying in the first 3.
Yeah, and everyone making sure they were staying safe out there because the ball was flying. It was Lynch and Van der Merwe, Vinny. When they go, they go.
They do, but then Lynch had to go, but made a very good contribution of 30 off 9. That opening partnership 50 in just 2 overs. And really, from there, that's the key moment. And Chino, he was spitting chips. You can understand. He sets high standards for himself. Then he had to bowl, and he went supersonic. So Portugal just compounding their problems after that drop.
Yeah, that drop chance and a couple of sort of leg buys and wides and things like that just didn't go their way. Van der Merwe got to 50 before he was dismissed. Been a good addition to this academy squad. And yeah, love watching him play at Cardimer Oval. But overall, it was just not to be for Portugal. They struggled, and yeah, it was a comprehensive run chase in the end, Vinny.
Yeah, it was. And yeah, really, when it came down to it, Portugal were chasing the tail ever since. And yeah, Ireland, they're going to have some making up to do as well against the Scottish 11. Don't forget how the Scottish top order just blasted the Irish attack. Underline slightly different ball game, though, we'll say, here at the European Cricket Network. And I suppose we'll find out how that pans out a little bit later. Looking at the scorecard, well, all 4 batters didn't let themselves down at all. Van der Merwe and Lyncher were hitting fire in the power play. 30 for Lynch first to go. Van der Merwe with 52. Melly with a more than adequate 37 off 18. And Macbeth with 11 off 4. Just able to get the 6s away when they needed them. And the Portugal bowling, unfortunately, that left a little bit to be desired.
Does that mean, Vinny, the Iberian curse has been lifted?
I think so.
And does it just change name?
Yeah, I think they've more than put that curse to bed. And, well, for the Portuguese, they'll have to do a bit of soul searching. But I think, as you said, I think they're heading in the right direction. They just need a bit more time to gel, and I'm sure they'll come back bigger and better next time we see them. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in around about an hour and 15 minutes with the final. It'll be the Scots versus the Irish for the chance to return to the Costa del Sol for Championship Week. Until then, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Koi Ruckers. We'll see you just around the corner for the big Group A final. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Feet. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah, well done, Kaz.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
One will have to go. Fantastic crowd here tonight as well, if you don't mind. And to be honest, the crowd split on who to support here as well. I think two really good cricket teams. A little bit earlier, we had the coin toss. It's Scotland 11 versus Ireland 11 in the Group A final. Let's see what happened with Tyrone Peters. Very good.
Ireland, you're the away team, so you will call.
Dream11.
Oh, it's a call. It's Dream11, and Dream11 it is.
We will bowl first.
They're having a ball.
Ireland win the toss again. This time they're going to be bowling first. They'll be on the chase, and we're not too far away. These two have had 2 games so far. It's been 1 win apiece, but they've been cracking contests under lights. I think the Irish bowlers and the Scottish bowlers, they'll be a bit of a handful. I know that both these teams have had their moments in this tournament. Really, it comes down to this. 10 overs each to decide. Just before the players come on, who do we want to win this one? Tell me. I don't know, but I can tell you only one team can stay. I will say some players to watch on both teams. We talked a lot about the Jameis opening batting for the Irish, and that's Van der Merwe and Lynch. But I've got to say that McBride and Brown really got the Scots off to a great start earlier on. We'll see them batting first this time around. The Irish need to get 1 or 2 of those wickets early. I think that could be the key. So let's get ready. Let's turn around. Let's welcome the umpires and players onto the field. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Group A final. Please welcome onto the field our 2 on-field officials, Shubnavjot Anand and Suleiman Saeed. Followed by the 2 teams playing in this Group A decider, Scotland 11 and the Ireland 11.
Sorry about the singing there, dude. That was top notch, didn't it?
Best crowd we've had in a while. Once again to this Group A decider. One of these teams will make it back in week 4 for Championship week. They'll join England 11 and the other group winners. We have Scotland 11 versus Ireland 11 in what will be an enthralling final, I'm sure. Before we get things underway, please now be upstanding, if you will, for the anthem of Scotland. Let's hear it for the Scotland 11. Finishing second after the group stage. Qualified through Qualifier 1 and led by their captain, Christopher McBride. Please remain upstanding now for the anthem of Ireland. Stage, qualifying through Qualifier 2 and led by their captain, Jared Wilson. Well, 2 teams to play, but only one can stay. This should be an absolute cracker of a match. And, well, one of my favourite people, Corey Ruckers, will take you through the first moments of this one with Ireland 11 winning the toss, electing to bowl. Corey, let's get ready for our Group A final.
Hello and good evening, everybody around the world. It's finals time, baby. It's the Scottish 11 taking on the Irish 11. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups. And for the Scottish 11, who fast-tracked themselves to the final, they had a good win over this very team a little bit earlier today. Look out for McBride and Brown at the top order. They really clicked, but I was impressed with the overall bowling. Lewis O'Donnell, Charlie Castle and Jack Hogarth, they hold the key for the Scots. For the Irish 11, we know how good that top order is. Lynch, Vandermeer, Ramelli, but maybe it's the pace brigade down the bottom of Adam Kennedy, Thomas Ford, how they can get on it with Matthew Weldon, who has been very quick indeed. I can't wait for this one. Great to see the 2 lineups enjoy the anthems, and we're all set to go. 63% on the supercomputer for the Irish. They go in as slight favourites, maybe just on a historical note. They've always gone a little bit further than the Scots in this tournament, and that's why they do go in slightly ahead. But we will have to wait and see how it pans out. Lloyd Brown is opening the batting. He was just on your screen there, and he's joined by the skipper, McBride. You'll imagine it's a huge early contest between bat and ball, and I can't wait for it. A warm welcome to everyone around the world on all our international network partners. I hope you're doing well. I know you're all excited to watch this game. A lot of youngsters on the field, and good to see 2 very good cricket nations go head-to-head here. And a big warm welcome to everyone in the chat. As it's always fun interacting with all of you. I know you're all excited for this one. The Irish had to do it the hard way today. Lost their first match today, then had to go playing Qualifier 2 versus Portugal, where, to be fair, they dominated and had a really comprehensive victory. But under lights, it's always a bit different at Cardamar Oval. Maybe 130 is enough. We'll have to wait and see. Got to get there first. Wilson's got the ball in hand. McBride facing up. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward point are the 2 boundary riders. Ball 1 of the final. Bit of shape, nice shot through the covers, 4 runs, save your legs. McBride, a little bit of width on offer, times it beautifully. There's the Guernsey boys who have rocked up. Hello, Guernsey. They enjoyed their time out here again. Now you've got Portugal and Guernsey who are also here to support and enjoy this final, which is good to see. 4 off the very first ball. McBride, he holds a lot of cards in the deck for the Scottish 11. Can he get going? Shorter ball, and it goes over the top of Seamus Lynch. Now, I don't know if it was arm or if it was glove, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be another 4 to the total. Just watching the umpire signal there, and it's been given as run, so we'll have a closer look. Yeah, maybe got a little bit of glove on the weight, maybe high up on that sort of wristband part of the glove. It doesn't matter how you make them. Run's a run. So 2 fours to start the final. And look out for this young, fast bowling attack. I really do enjoy digging it in to this surface. Just like that, McBride with the play and miss. It's been a feature of the Irish 11. Nicknamed the Baby Greens from Vinnie Sandhu due to their young age, the Irish Academy side, who have been sent out to the shores of Spain again. They've always got these impressive youngsters that definitely have bright futures in the Irish setup, but I think the big talking point's been their fast bowling brigade. It's been a joy to watch. They'll be under the pressure, though, in this final. Pulled away pretty quick on the bat. Does hit a pocket of space, though. Will it be retrieved? It will. Bit of tag team fielding. 2 runs to the total. Good work out there. Nice positive start from McBride. You might know that it's going to be short. You might know that it's going to be back of a length. So 2 to the total. High in the air. Is it a catching chance or 6? Big moment. Oh! Oh, I think it's out. Well, talk about a moment. We're going to have to slow this down. He's taken the catch. He's fumbled it. He's caught it. He's thrown it up, and then he's come back in and held it. I think it's out, but we're going to have to wait and see. What a moment. Oh, boy, we're going to have to slow this down. The umpires are asking for confirmation. Okay, he's fumbling it there, and just as he's about to go out, he throws it back up. The ball's left the hand. He leaves the surface. He comes back in. He's got to jump. And I'll tell you what, he's caught it there, and does he land back in play? I think he's going to be okay because he lands back in the field of play. So, and there we go. He's still coming, just loading, but he landed back in the field of play. I think this is going to be clean. So, just waiting for confirmation. The umpire's having a chat, and it's been given. So it's out in the end, and what a moment that is. Boy, oh boy, a lot going on. It was a fumble catch, and he had to readjust. And McBride is gone. I'm trying to get my breath back. Vinnie Sandhu, what's just happened?
Well, I've been holding my breath. It's Chris McBride is going to have to go. Looking out, here's what happened there. I mean, we had the best footage we could get, and there's no evidence that he ever touches the ball and is over the rope at the same time. And yeah, for that reason. And the other thing is, the protocol is that, benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder on boundary stops. Essentially, that was a boundary stop.
We didn't get the last frame, Vin, but I'm 100% certain he landed back in the field.
Yeah, we had a good view of it.
He landed back in the field of play. It was all about when he threw it up, and he just let go of the ball in time. That was out.
Good point.
What a game.
Comes out number 3. Well, welcome to your Group 8 final. And Josh Wilson continues his good group. Can he deliver it once again, the final? 1 wicket so fast. And I'm thinking about Josh Wilson. He might look like a guy who you might think you take your lunch money off. You probably can't. He's shown a little bit of the grunt today on finals day.
Hey, he really has. Over 1 complete, couple of boundaries and a wicket. 10 for 1 after 1.
This is finals day, Group 8. Please don't take anyone else's lunch money. Do people even have lunch money these days? It's probably all digital. Anyway, Scotland 11 and Ireland 11 going head to head. Scotland 11 actually beat Ireland 11 earlier on in the day. Qualifier 1. That meant Ireland had to go the hard way, but they did really wipe the floor with Portugal in the end in that qualifier too. So 2 teams that are coming off a big win in the final.
Yeah, they have both come off big wins, and I guess the one thing though, Vinny, Scotland did have that amazing win against the Irish 11 earlier today, so they'll take some confidence. Look, we've enjoyed this young, fast bowling brigade, and here comes another one, Vinny. Mighty impressive.
Yeah, for sure. And
was it 16, 18 and 19 years old, the pace brigade?
Yeah, baby greens.
Baby greens. It's caught on that.
Yeah, I know it works. That's why I hired you in the first place.
Thanks, Vinny.
Still waiting to realise the full investment. Anyway, this guy, I had a good chat with him earlier, Lloyd Brown, coming off runs in this clash earlier on. First one down the leg side from Tom Ford.
Yeah, Tom Ford, another good young fast quick. They've enjoyed bowling under lights, the youngsters, and well, they won the toss, elected to field. They'll be looking to restrict Scotland to about 120, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I'd imagine. It's, anything plays under lights. I think anything's chaseable, almost anything's defendable. We saw in Portugal almost rock and rolling Scotland for under 100 last night under lights. This one lifted up, fielded around, can't track it down. Maximal. 6 runs, Brown starting confidently with 6. By the way, that catch was Adam Leckie. We didn't really have time to call him too much. We're too busy trying to work out if it was a legal catch, but it was. You know, sometimes the boundary catches the throw up. It's kind of pedestrian these days to practice it. That was a bit of a panic one, but it was very quick thinking and innovative the way that he was able to keep it alive.
Yeah, he should have caught it on the first chance, but it hit his chest, hit his nose, went forward, and then he adjusted. Well done.
Plan for that. Ford goes short again, but this one's hooked down to the ground. Brown goes bang, bang. Now, he has been a revelation for the Scots on finals day.
Well, he didn't have the greatest sort of group stage matches, Vinny, but Brown's rocked up today and just basically hit everything for 6. Got a lovely technique, early trigger, gets into a great position early, and with the pace on the ball, just has to help
South African origin now, obviously playing in Scotland, and he's been there for long enough to play for the national team. And he was actually, he had a good chat. He's fascinated about this format. So it took me a little bit to get my head around it. Fuller this time, cracks the drive, but straight to the fielder. But yeah, I think he's kind of realised now, it's still just, cricket shots pay off. It's just a slight different kind of headspace you want to get into and have this no fear approach.
Yeah, it does take players when they come to Carlton Road for the first time, new players a bit more from a technical background, a bit of time to adjust to the chaos of T10 and how aggressive they should be going.
Driven down the ground once again, finds a field, actually gets through Jared Wilson, who now has to chase it. That cost him a single.
Yeah, a little bit of a fumble that's uncharacteristic from Wilson. He's usually very good at mid-off, but one more run to the total. That'll bring Sajjad on strike. Vinny, Sajjad's probably been the inform bat for the Scots the whole tournament so far.
Yeah, no doubt. Gets an opportunity here under light, slightly different kind of feel, I suppose. Let's see if he can get going here. Forward. I love the scalp of Kess early on. Wow, it's a big, dirty swing first up, and he almost loses the leg peg.
A big, dirty Mo, wasn't it? Sort of backed away, and pretty lucky he didn't have the timber disturbed. That one is coat of varnish, Vinny, and he could have easily been out.
That's that little luck to get away with it. Let's see if it scares him straight. Forward 14 off the over. Probably a par kind of over-ish. Strike 2 for Sajjad. He'll get to the other end. It's the end of 2 overs, and the score is 24 for 1.
Yeah, 24 for 1 after 2 overs. Looking forward to this game. These two teams obviously have a lot of talent. And if you do want to learn a little bit about the talent or talk a little bit more about everything going on, you can always message in at Mr. Maximo with 5 overs or myself. CRutgers_28. We'll open up our Instagrams. Always happy to answer questions, talk about the finals, and talk about 2024 ECC.
Yeah, well, I've really enjoyed the interaction we've had. I'm sure we've got lots of viewers watching in Scotland and Ireland, and lots of different countries around the world sweating on this one. Ireland noses in front, but a lot can change. Brown started well. Now he's going to go pull, but this one's a chance. Has to find it, can't. Had to come in at the last moment. That's a life for Brown, who's been in form. Wasn't easy picking it up in the lights. And Weldon comes on, creates a chance first ball. They can't grab it with both hands.
Oh, that's Leckie again, and I'm telling you what, Vinny, he didn't pick it up straight away. It went high in the air, and he was just sitting on the fence. That should have been dismissed. He had to react late and couldn't cut the angle back off. So that's a life for me.
It is. I mean, there's a little bit of an extra element of difficulty for sure under lights with pretty much all catches.
Oh.
Pretty spicy bounce to that one. I think it's going to be called a wide for over the head.
Given, we'll have a closer look, but if it's overhead, it's a wide.
But it definitely was well directed as far as the line. But it's close. I mean, if he's standing up there, is his helmet grazing? It's a 50-50 call, I suppose, live.
Yeah, they're the ones that bowlers really get a bit frustrated over because he thinks he's bowled the perfect bouncer there, but it's been called a wide, so he's now already used that short ball with 5 balls to go.
Weldon, it's been very impressive. Pitches up, but Cass is able to clip across at Maximo, and he's off the mark.
Yeah, that's a confidence-building shot from Sajjad. That's a poor ball, pitching outside the leg stump, line all wrong. And, well, there's so much pace on the ball from these Irish youngsters. You just have to get battled at Vinny, and it absolutely flies.
Yeah, beautifully picked up, and he's very strong there, isn't he? I think Cass probably come out maybe a bit over-aggressive, i.e. not really watching the ball. You know, I think the first shot was a nervous sort of shot, just running and hoping for the kind of Joe Millionaires kind of shot, but he has survived that scare. Obviously, he's in pretty good form.
I was talking to some of the Scottish boys actually in the break, Vinny, and they're saying they desperately want to stay in Spain an extra week for the weather reasons as well.
That makes
so
perfect sense.
Both these teams dying for more heat.
Weldon with the comeback. Rolling cutter, picked and smacked. Maximo says carreras más.
Yeah, and Sajjad gets going. Back-to-back sixes, starting to build nicely. 38 on the board for the Scottish 11. And Weldon maybe getting a little bit predictable with banging this in.
Yeah, I mean, he does kind of change the speed on that. He kind of rips his fingers down the side of the ball. But Scotland 11 really throwing down the gauntlet after that early wicket of Chris McBride. Clipped away, full toss, couldn't really go through with the shot this time. Similar kind of back-to-back overs here. I remember Ford was 14 after 5 as well. He was able to get out with a dot. Let's see if Weldon can get out.
Yeah, he's going to try his best, isn't he? Doesn't want to go magical. Still, I think overall, power play honours are even at the moment. Scotland would love another boundary or two. Brown's looked really good today. There's something about this young man.
Drives that on the up, and that's got distance. Maximo, as Weldon does go magical in the end. It shows you how fickle ECN cricket can be. It's the end of, actually not the end of the over, still one to come. Of course, we had that wide in there, so 45 now, still a ball to go on the power play.
That's a brilliant shot because it's not the worst length delivery. You'll see, you always sort of talk about maybe trying to hit the top of the stumps length, and it's a tad shorter than that. Decent pace, but Brown's just been on fire today. He really struggled the first few games, but good to see him click today.
He's definitely a very good player. See that. Stuck with him at the top. Obviously, got a lot of faith in what he can do. And well, he's a good player. When the heat goes up, he's delivered.
Yeah, he's delivered with very good cricket strokes. There's Hoagie. He really wants that extra week.
Like Nunes and De Freitas for Portugal. Played the best innings with the pressure on. There's the rolling cutter. Now, has he got all of this? Maybe, maybe not. The answer is yes. Over the fence, Maximo, and that's a big over. As the 50 comes up in the power play, 27 come off Weldon. Is 51 for 1.
Well, I think that power play with that last 2 sixes off the last 2 balls just ekes to Scotland, and they'll be pretty happy. Yes, they lost the early wicket of McBride, but 51 on the board is a good base. It's climbing, Vinny.
It's climbing, but the game will change now with 5 outfielders in play. A lot of exciting talent on both sides. I mean, we want to kid the baby greens, but we could equally call them the baby blues on the Scotland 11 side. A lot of good young talent in there as well.
Yeah, there is a lot of good young talent, and it's always good to see teams come with the youngsters and try and learn a bit.
In fact, I'm going to make a big call here.
Okay.
Hashtag nickname chat. If Scotland win tonight, they take the moniker and they go into Championship week as Baby Blues. It's all on the line.
Oh, wow. Everything, Vinny.
Jared Wilson comes on. Now, this is in the air. It's the steepler under lights. Another one, outfielder coming in. And he will not be able to hold on. Tom Ford had forever and a day under that high ball. Sajjad, well, he will somehow survive.
Tell you what, catching under lights is a different skill. It's not easy, but usually the teams that go on to win these sort of group finals, they find a way, Vinny. That's 2 chances gone down.
Sajjad riding his luck, waiting for another one. Attempted Yorker, punched out for one.
Well, both of these batters could have been in the sheds, Vinny, so I wonder if they'll come back to haunt them. We saw in the previous game, Portugal shell a couple, and, well, they couldn't fight back, so you've got to hold your catches.
What's good for the Goose is good for the Gander, though, and you know, Scotland likewise left to field in the second half of this game with a couple of pretty important hitters to open up, and then more after that. Jared Wilson, most of the time, has been good at hitting that length. Kind of keeps it simple, doesn't he?
He's a very uncomplicated character, Wilson. Every now and then he'll bowl the slow ball, but pretty much 80% of the time he's trying to bowl full Yorkers and get it under the bat.
This time it is a kind of slot length and it's out of here. Sajjad goes maximal off the Irish skipper.
Yeah, well, if you do go for those Yorkers and you miss to the closer side to the bowler, it always turns into a half volley, step hit, whatever you want to name it. That's in the slot. I don't think many players at this level are going to miss out. 6 runs.
Held it for cross seam, maybe hoping something unusual with the bounce, but solid hit from Sajjad. Well, now that looks like trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be close. I think the umpires are already asking for another look.
Yeah, let's have a look. Check it out.
Let's have a closer look. Oh, yeah. Now, that's high. I reckon that's going to be called straight away.
Will be. See, remember ECN regulations, waist high or above. Wilson has just kind of lost the handle on a couple of them today.
There's been a few in this group, eh? Bowlers just under the pump.
Trying to go forward, but I mean, miss it. Can be trouble. Free hit. Smashed.
Oh.
Absolutely smashed. And that's got that's an upper decker, I think. Brown into the 30s. That is a powerful strike. Maximal 6 runs.
Geez, the noise off the bat, and well, I hope our spring media crew.
Well, hold on a second.
Hold on. Health and safety, please do not tune in.
Wow. After she had a brush with death yesterday when the ball almost took her out, and now she's climbing like a monkey up a tree.
Well, tell you what, our spring media crew do a bit of everything.
Yeah, look, back to work.
I think our viewer numbers just went up, Vinny.
Let's pull the over.
Oh, no. Well, that's surely going to be done as well. What is going on in the last few minutes for the Irish?
Oh, dear. To be honest, this is a carbon copy for me.
Yeah, oh, it's close.
Yeah, remember, benefit of the doubt goes to the batters on high balls as well. So, a 50-50 game right now. Another free hit to come. Well, chaos in this 4th over. And haven't we seen this bit of a theme in this ECC that sometimes bowlers are fine and then they can just lose the plot quickly? Another freebie. And he steps away, carves it. He's got to stop the boundary here. He's going to try. He will do pretty well there forward. Just a long single. And that will take us to the end of the over. Another magical one. And Scotland 11, 72 for 1 after 4. Just quickly, I want to say hello to Ian, who is watching, of course, Premier League cricket show we always enjoy here. His input, and he's watching with his granddaughter, Caitlin. So hello, Caitlin. Hope you're enjoying the cricket, and hopefully you stay with us. Sounds like you're up pretty late. Good for you.
Vinny, uncharacteristically, a lot of errors from the Irish here. No balls, 2 drop catches, a little bit of sloppiness, so we don't really see that with them.
Maybe it's slightly slippery.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Well,
on a start.
If you fall from 7 stories, I'm not sure how useful that comment's going to be, but anyway, hello to Martha.
Are you allowed to climb the scaffolding?
Apparently you are. And you know what? Our crew are great.
We do everything.
Do what they want.
Yep.
I think Karina's up there as well. I think trying to talk her down off the ledge. Anyway, time for over number 5. Time for spin. Macbeth bowled pretty well earlier. This is up in the air. No deep point. So again, just got to try and stop the boundary. It'll be another long single.
Yeah, interesting to see no deep point considering he's going to try slide it across the right-hander.
Well, Marta has already been called Spider-Man. Or she's Spider-Woman. The way she was getting on there. Oh, it's asking for trouble. It's almost a brilliant catch. It'll be 4 runs. This would have been a miracle. I think that's young Josh Wilson down there. Almost got it to stick.
Tell you what, that would have been a one-handed specky. They've got the deep 45. It's not a position you have to see to this type of bowling, but it almost paid off.
And yeah, I suppose you're just hoping that that's a miss hit. It's a little bit quicker than I think Brown expected. The miss hit won't be out. Now this has worked for a single. This is fair bit of tension and excitement in this game at the moment.
Yeah, this feels pretty tense. You can see the supercomputer is basically 50-50. Macbeth not a bad over so far.
Hello to Arslan Khan as well, tuning in. This is hit hard, but not too high. This ground field for the most part has been very good, something we talked about quite a lot.
Yeah, 79 for one now. Really big 5 overs coming up. If they can get to 150, 160 in the final, hard to chase.
Reaches for this and slams it over the wall. That's maximal. 6 more. Well, the Scottish bats might have been kind of cracking up a little bit earlier, but they've come to play on finals day.
Well, an informed Brown is an informed Scotland, and he's just hit the ground running today. I'm pretty sure he made a 50 this morning off about 13 balls, and he's about to do it again off 14 balls.
Well, one ball can change everything. This is power, though. There's a one-way ticket to Browntown to 14-ball 50 for Lloyd. And the score is 91 for 1 after 5.
And there's the scenes of a man that wants to stay in Spain for another week. He is pumped up, Vinny.
Wow, it's a big, big 5 overs. Well played by Lloyd Brown. I mean, he's really clicked at the right time. Scotland, are they timing the run perfectly? Check this one again, Macbeth. Again, just trying to draw a false shot using that natural angle and drift away, but that was right out of the screws. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Rutgers. Group A has been so exciting. Obviously, the strongest group we've probably ever had because first time we've isolated the top 21 teams as the Premier Division. Corey, it's been a pleasure calling finals day with you today. I know you're going to take a bit of a break, right? Because you're preparing for Spain, of course. You're coaching them in Group C, but this has been pretty intense.
Yeah, it's an amazing sort of finals day. It hasn't gone the way we sort of predicted in the morning, but Scotland maybe slipped under the radar a bit. They lost last night. We weren't talking about them too much, but they're playing fantastic cricket.
Yeah, right now they're giving the baby greens the blues. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We have over 423,000 subscribers now, I noticed. We just went over that milestone today. Let's get back to the action, though, because Ireland need a turning point here, and they're turning to Adam Kennedy. Now, skied. Another tough one. He's backing back, needs to find it, and he can't. We can't overran that one. Ford's got the ball following him here. That one might have held up in the breeze. Sajjad living a charmed life out there.
Oh, Sajjad, maybe. It's just Sajjad's evening. That's 3, Vinny. That's 3. And you could just see and overrun it. Very hard to then turn the body back again.
Needed to wear the rear view mirror to probably find that one, did young Ford.
Everything's going Scotland's way at the moment. This is dangerous for the Irish.
Nothing they set will be unchaseable, though, for this Irish batting.
Very true.
6. That's a bit of a half volley there, and it's adios pelota into the night. Sajjad makes some pay. 6 more for the Scots.
Well, you can have a charmed life, but you've still got to enjoy yourself, like Karina there on your screen. Lovely shot, 34 off 15. Brown, 51 off 14. And if the Irish don't sort of switch it now, get a wicket, then 190, 200, that's not going to be easy.
229 under lights earlier in this Euros of cricket. But saying they're quite on that pace.
But the Scottish bowling lineup's good, Vin.
True. All right, well, Kennedy, a good test of his mettle here. It's another crack at Sajjad. Slower ball. Does he get enough? He does. Maximo. Back to back. Shows me Sajjad's just kind of settled in a little bit. I know he's had a few lives. He's had some luck. But he picked that slower ball, just held his shot back a fraction of a second, then got it down to the park.
He might have had some luck, but it doesn't matter. He's still smacking it in between that. Lovely shot. He's been the barometer for their team. He seems to have had a really good tournament with the bat.
Could have been so different. They made 5 runs less last night. They're playing the Eliminator. Who knows how things might have gone.
Yeah,
they got the free pass into the final. They got the break. They got to relax all afternoon while Ireland had to get there through qualifier number 2. Hundreds up. Nicked and gone. Well, showed his hand there, didn't he, Sajjad? He wanted to go on the charge. Kennedy adjusts, bangs it in short, and a little feather through to the keeper. Easy take for Seamus Lynch. And so Sajjad's luck finally runs out on 40. Kennedy with a comeback. It's 105 for 2.
Big wicket, real big wicket, and they needed that just to get the boys in the huddle. Sajjad goes for the Hollywood slog straight. Sort of wish he just stayed still. The previous balls he stayed deep in the crease and smacked them beautifully, but he takes a risk. He has to go, And the Irish 11 fight back. 40 off 17 for Sajjad. 5 big sixes. Pretty good T10 innings, that.
Yeah, Sajjad, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, he could have quite easily been gone a couple of times, and he's productive while he's out there. Now, this is a pretty good guy to be able to come in, Uzair Ahmed. Now, he came in yesterday after 5 wickets fell in 7 balls. He came out number 7 and he smashed a 50. In fact, at one point he was 44 off 8, looking down the barrel of a 9-ball 50.
Yeah, so new man comes to the crease, had a good time for his team. 5.4 overs, 105. Great time to come out, show us what you're made of and enjoy yourself at the crease.
One thing about Scotland though, they're a AAA rated collapse risk. We know that from earlier in the tournament.
They look a different beast today, Vinny.
This is the difference. They haven't normally collapsed with this many runs on the board. Anyway, Kennedy comes in. Short again.
Yeah, goes short again, and that'll just be a dot ball. So can they string a couple of dots together here?
Says striking has been really, really clean from the get-go. It's a skill you want. Been the one for the over this time. The thing about T10 compared to, say, T20 cricket is what you need at your middle order batters is normally a bit different. In T20, they can kind of give the strike back to the established batter, and they can kind of have those few balls to get themselves in. Someone like Uzair that can come out and hit boundaries straight away is really, really valuable. Oh, this one hurries him up a bit though. So a couple of dots for Kennedy, who fights back well into the over. As the Irish try to keep their heads above water. 6 overs down. It's 105 for 2.
Yeah, 3 dot balls with the wicket there just sort of changes the tail and the momentum a little bit, but Lloyd Brown is still there, who's having a day out. If they don't get rid of him, Vinny, they'll make a massive score.
Yeah, just 4 extras in there. We saw Portugal kind of lose the plot a bit with the extras earlier on. It was against the Ireland 11. But this is a game of fine margins. I'm telling you, if Scotland do get 175 pace at the moment, computer thinks 163. We've already seen a big chase under lights to win a championship, actually. Sajjad Afridi in the Challenger division to get Greece the trophy and promotion. This could be something similar required. So 4 overs to go. Scotland 11 have crept ahead on the percentages as Scott Macbeth comes back. And this is pretty much straight up in the air. Now Macbeth is going himself. It's fortune for Brown. Another ball that could have gone anywhere. Finds grass.
Yeah, wow, can you believe it? Just a little bit of luck. That could have been Brown dismissed, but hey, sometimes Lady Luck's on your side. There's a couple of moments that have gone their way so far.
Out of the shot this time.
Dead ball.
Okay. Won't count.
Well, I'm not too sure why.
Maybe umpire wasn't ready. Maybe the field wasn't set yet. Obviously. Let's have a look. Yeah. See, umpire wasn't set for one reason or another, whether it was still noise or something. So strike that one from the record, Your Honour.
Yep. Okay, dead ball.
Now gets a low full toss and just a single. Uzer's off the mark.
Just a small comeback here from the Irish in the last 5 to 6 balls, Vinny.
Yeah.
Just
comeback.
Win your mini battles.
Brown still there, still a force. That is absolutely hammered, and that could be halfway up the trees. It is Maximal. Well, Lloyd is providing a little something extra, and it's gotten Scotland going.
Boy, Lloyd Brown being in form today has just added to this lineup massively. That's a lovely swing of the blade, and well, 6 more to this total. Plenty of time left to really bump this up to 160, 170.
The robot in the chat saying if you're lurking, get in the chat now. Let us know where you're lurking from. We'd love to know who's watching and where you're watching from. An interactive feature in the comment section. Tempts him with one outside off, a little bit slower. Brown hammers a single. That's it. Interesting kind of juncture in the game at the moment. A lot of tension. The crowd as well. This one, once again, will pick out the sweeper, just 1 run.
Yeah, just not a bad over from Macbeth. Yes, he got hit in the trees once, but everything else has been tidy. He wants to get out of this over. Still 3 overs to go. They're timing the ball sweetly under the lights tonight, the Scottish.
Last ball for Macbeth. That's not a great one, but he might get away with it. Jared Wilson does well to field it on the bounce. And that'll take us to the end of the 7th over. It's 116 for 2.
Well, Vin, we saw before the Irish were good at big chase. Good to see some of the fans come in. A bit of Victoria Cerveza.
Good fan zone. I tell you what, the kids, they've certainly turned up being on the weekend. They've put me through my paces in the backfield. Anyway, coming up tomorrow, Group B, Austria, Romania, Germany, Denmark, and Hungary will do battle over the next 3 days for another spot in the championship week. And what are your thoughts about that group?
Yeah, it's always an exciting day when you get a new group come in. Germany go in as favourites, but all the other teams have talent. And if you play a good tournament, anything can happen. Good to see the Guernsey boys
Definitely.
here.
No, they're a great bunch, Guernsey. And look, you know what? They had an important win yesterday that might just keep them up in the Premier Division after they only had 2 points, I think, off their first 3 games.
Yeah, they had one. Only one of their first 3. So they ended up with 4.
Yeah, one of their first 3, you're right. So they finished on 4 points. All right, Kennedy comes back. He fought back well in his last over. First half of the over went none for 14. Second half went 1 for none. They had only 3 in the circle here. That would have been a costly one. They have to bring someone up. They bring up the fine leg. It's Josh Wilson. Interesting here if they choose to go with any more spin and maybe try to chase Amanda Merva. Macbeth was pretty good, but Kennedy, like I said, had a good finish to his first over. Well, takes a bit of a chance here.
Oh,
Does Brown. This would have been out by a mile.
Oh, it's another opportunity, and he had time. He had 2-3 stumps to aim at, and you'd have to imagine, Vinny, that could easily have been run out also.
Yeah, well, it could have been.
He's not in the frame.
No real backing up, and maybe wasn't convinced on the run. Just kind of accepted his fate if he hit the stumps.
Jeez, Vin, I think I wouldn't mind being down in that fan zone soon.
Got 3 days. Maybe you can jump down there. There we go. There's the Rileys, James Riley and Jamie Riley, well known to ECN viewers. Father and son combo, have played in the same team before. It goes muscle, does Kennedy, beats Uzair, who hasn't really clicked now. I wonder, he's been so good in this series, but I mean, if he can't score for the next couple of balls, where's he at?
It's an interesting one because the other day he was 46 off 9, I think, or 46 off 8. 44 off 8, sorry. So we know he's got the pedigree, just started a little bit slower this evening.
Also, I think the way Scotland have gone, they might not want to upset the apple cart here.
Yeah.
They have been an upset risk, and you'd hate to, especially with Brown there. Only thing is, when does Uzair take his medicine, try and push a one? He probably won't. He's going to keep trying to score boundaries. Believe it or not, they're slightly up in the game now. That's pretty good location, but also very good shot. And I think that's got all the way.
Yeah, it's been signalled 6 from the umpires. Lovely shot. That might get him going, Vinny.
Maximum time for Uzair. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. Knows that deep point doesn't exist. They're all up in the circle. Nice little carve job there. You can see it just carries the boundary rope.
Interesting to watch that supercomputer, Vinny. Before it was about 75% to Scotland. It's sort of come back to parity. 6th over went 14, 7th went for 11. So far, this 8th over, it's gone for 7 at the halfway stage. Bit of a crossroad.
Gordy O'Keefe is apparently an Aussie in Benalmadden, and he's tuning in tonight.
Whoa.
I know that Monica's watching from South America.
Wow, really?
Yeah, see you later on, I guess. And good to see a lot of people enjoying this with family being a Saturday night.
Look how deep he is in the crease. Now, Vin, usually when a batter goes that deep, what are they expecting?
They're wanting to get under something, but also it gives you more time to see the short ball.
Yeah, and I think he's preparing for something short here.
What a heavy man. Swing straight through it.
Yeah, he sat back in that crease praying he would get something like that, but just couldn't get bat on it. Any bit of bat will fly for 6.
Yeah, that's the thing. But it's pretty well bowled by Kennedy. He says, well, you're not going to drive this. You can't pull it comfortably. You can't really cut it. Then what are you going to do with it? Miss it. Hello to Shante Vorster, who's watching. In fact, it's Zane watching from South Africa. Hello to you. Nice to see you. And the lurkers have come out, as we hoped for.
A lot of viewers from all over. Always good to see.
It's beautiful about European cricket. You don't have to be in Europe to enjoy it. You won't ever see anything like this on the cricket field except on ECN. 2 to come for Kennedy. Similar ball. I know you're getting itchy, and you still got one more ball in this over, so.
Wow. I know Ahmed's been a pretty good foil this trip for them, but 8 off 8. If he plays and misses this one, I think I'd be looking to get Charlie Castle out there.
Yeah.
I know that lots of teams don't use the retired out tactically, but this is T10, it's very different.
If you go Majid, maybe left-handed, change things up.
I just think, yeah, having a
Castle's
lefty's
good fit.
nice, but yeah, Castle, I think.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Kennedy has fought back so well after he went for 14 off his first 3 balls. His next 8 have only gone for 7.
Yeah, unbelievable,
Double
really.
wicket in there as well.
There we go.
There you go. You wanted one? You got one. Who's there? Says, hey, I'm fine where I am. Thank you very much. Goes bang, Maximal. As Scotland, they're going to fly again. 129 for 2 after 8.
Kennedy will be pretty disappointed he overpitched there. He knows he just needed to keep it back of a length. That was his best bet.
One time that you could just keep going back to the same ball because Uzair had not shown the answers, but he went a bit fuller, whether it was by design or otherwise,
Vinny.
and it was out of the ground.
Last 3 overs, doesn't sound amazing, but it's been steady. 14, 11, 13. Just slowly pegging
He's
it back.
taking that kind of 180, 190 off the table, which really would be
Yeah.
kind of record-breaking. What is the highest chase, actually, in ECN cricket?
ECN cricket or world cricket, Vinny? The highest chase is 182, I believe.
Yeah, 182. One team made it, couldn't defend it.
Yeah, what a poor team, Vinny.
It's a good trivia question. Here's Jared Wilson.
Oh,
He
shot.
just misses York. It's drilled. Brown loves it, sends it. Maximo 6 runs and back-to-back 6s across the over.
Brown has hit pure fire today. What a player, what a ball striker. 67 off 20. The more he faces at the back end, good for Scotland.
Yeah, such momentum swings in this game. It's kind of, yeah, traditional position, 1 foot either side of the crease. Slower ball, very clever.
Well bowled. You've got to have some moxie to come in and bowl a slow ball, but you've got to do it. Well, Vinny, there's your highest chases.
Spain with a team.
Who?
Made 182 and lost.
If you take the S away, it says pain.
You did get Spain. Famously, made a lot of runs. Found it hard to contain other teams. Second Zulfikar, star in that one for the Netherlands. That was last year. Now this is high. And I think that is going to take some catching. It's coming down, and it is... Oh, geez. Oh, he's got it. Well, I couldn't read the body language from Macbeth. He's claimed it, and I guess that's out. Brown, I think he's heading off for 67. We'll take a closer look.
Well, he's gone with the Cole Palmer ice cold celebration as well. He knows what he's doing. There it is. That's a bit of a football celebration. He sold us for a dummy,
he
Vin.
Sure did. I mean, we're about 100 metres away from this. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Brown just pounded it into the night.
Oh.
And it was so high coming down. Macbeth had room to spare. And yeah, you can see there
you go.
stays inside. And then talk me through the celebration.
Yeah, there's the old Cole Palmer, Chelsea striker, an English international striker. Yeah, he does this ice cold thing. So obviously one of his heroes. Hey, but Brown, Lloyd Brown, you've put your team in a very strong position. Well batted.
Great innings from Brown. 67 on 22, going better than 3 a ball. So he set something up here for Scotland.
Here's our man, big man.
You want a Castle? You got him. 135 for 3, gets good ovation, as you'd imagine. Lloyd Brown, he has
good to
certainly repaid the faith that's been put in him at the top of the order.
Look, Charlie Castle, obviously we've touched on his last 5 weeks a lot, but he's been mighty effective here with the bat also.
Pretty good Yorker first up. That's the luck factor. Could have got anywhere. Actually gets through the fielder a bit there. Castle off the mark with a French car.
Yeah, I think that should have been stopped. I think that's 4 free runs given away. We'll have a look in the replay. Thickish inside edge, goes through the legs, and yeah, that should have been stopped. So 4 runs given away, and Scotland still, things falling to them a little bit here.
Lloyd Brown, former South African under-19s representative.
Really?
Province as well, yeah. It's something new for him. Now this one, oh no, we got the double Tortuga here. Shouldn't cost him a boundary this time. They're going to go late decision for 2. The throws to nobody in particular. This is, you can actually see a few nerves, I think, both teams here in the final. Obviously, so much on the line. And, well, for Josh Wilson, he didn't know whether to zig or zag on that one.
Yeah, so Lloyd Brown played a bit of SA under-19s, did he?
Yeah.
I mean, how old is he now?
Older.
Okay.
He's 29. Last ball of the 9th. There's the cutter, edged and gone. Thick edge from Castle. Probably picked it, but just mistimed the swing. Jared Wilson's going to pick up a 2nd wicket in the final. He'll finish 2 for 33, and Scotland 11, 1 for 1 for 4 after 9.
Are you getting a little bit of Ireland-Portugal vibes here? Scores in a similar vicinity?
Yeah, I mean, Maybe. I just don't really know what to think anymore. Castle actually goes a bit leg side. That might have been what cost him there because he really had to reach for that. One of those hanging, looping edges. Lynch takes care of, no problem at all. We'll go to the 10th over.
They've scored very consistently in this innings. The lowest over has gone for 10 and the highest has gone for 27, but a lot of overs between that sort of 12 to 18 mark. They've got options for the last. Will they go to Weldon? They traditionally have, but maybe not tonight.
Wilson. I just think...
Wilson!
Wilson.
Oh, don't throw it. Don't throw it.
Okay, he's not going to throw anything. Well done to all the TikToks out there. I love some of the compilations.
What'd you say? Well done to some of the Tic Tacs.
The TikToks.
Do you like?
TikTok?
What was your optimum Tic Tac?
Orange.
Orange. How good was an orange?
100%.
Where have they gone?
Huh? I actually bought some. Problem is, you never stop at 1 or 2 with Tic Tacs.
That's like popcorn. When you go to a movie,
100%.
people just...
Cashews or like peanuts as well?
Popcorn.
But I mean, once you have a couple, if they're there,
that's too salty. You're taking it too far, Vinny.
50 game right now. It's 10th overtime. They do go to Josh Wilson. And first one is missed time from Uzair. We'll see Timur Ahmed for the first time.
Fiddy said would love this game. Fiddy, Vinny, and we're in for a very exciting evening. Can't wait to see how this young Irish team go about this run chase again.
And Louise Walker, I think, might be in the fan zone tonight. Hey, Louise, hopefully you're well. Good to see you. Also, question how many light towers there are. I think there's 14.
That was the coaching staff of the Irish. They do a very good job.
Such a good job. Yeah, I mean, they're really
developing the game there quickly.
Invested in the youngsters and their development. That's what you want. All right, Josh Wilson. It's well bowled.
Yep.
And just half the tram line, half in. Timer misses out. Maybe worth running there. I don't know. That's late.
Well,
hey,
after 6 overs, Vin, they were on 105.
Yep.
So they've just found a happy knack to bring it back steadily.
With Josh Wilson, I mean, I don't think he's quite got his run-up right. I think obviously he's got another kind of... He's got a bit more he could get out.
It's an interesting run-up because he's running in at, it looks like 60%, and then watch his last 5 strides. It's almost like...
It's like a gun goes off.
Yeah, ready, watch this. Sort of loping in, and then... Oh, there it goes. A quick little step in between.
Oh, the world's latest pull shot. Another dot.
My favourite was when he beamed Sean Glomes and didn't apologise before.
Yeah, that was
nice.
That was bad boy, Josh. And then there was the retaliation in the second innings when Portugal bowled it to the boundary.
That might have been.
Didn't really work. Sometimes revenge is best not served. Not that I'm saying there's anything in that. Just a little bit of an aside. And Josh Wilson, I'm sure we'll never forget his 4-wicket over. This is going to be middle of the road. Three to come.
Bob
now you got to either make it. I'd even make a strategic change here. Maybe bring the lefty out, change something. Also, Uzair, I think he needs to be running on that, just taking a bit of a chance. Time or strike 1, strike 2, strike 3.
Well, all of a sudden, we were looking at the halfway stage. They're on 91, right? 91 off 5. They've been able to contain the last 5 for almost just 10 and over, around about there, maybe 11. Top comeback from the Irish 11, who pull ahead on the supercomputer.
I can see why. Hello to Gulam Daskir watching from Italy. Being a credit to Josh Wilson, he's put it in an uncomfortable spot, ball after ball. This one will be gone. What a great catch. Like a floating slip, really on a gully and forward. Well, I know he's had some issues in these innings with the catches, but that one was lower down. He took it very athletically. So it's going to be a pretty unhappy 4-ball duck for Timur in the final, and Scotland 11, 142 for 5. I mean, that wicket's very handy, but the other thing is, it saves the boundary.
What a catch, considering the conditions, the low-level lights, and the edge that flies through. That is a seriously good take to his left. We don't often get edged catches like this. Yeah, really well done.
Brilliant take. Yeah, get that man in the slips.
Vinny, what a comeback from this young Irish team. They have pegged this back massively. And I mean massively.
Tough one for Timur. It's always a tough spot to be, but I think this is maybe slightly inexperienced in the tactics as well. I think maybe the keeper's a long way back. Run, change the strike, or hold your crease, get Uzair back on strike, but he goes dot, 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 wicket. And now Majid, the lefty, is going to come out with only one ball remaining in the innings, 142.
Yeah, not easy for Majid with one ball, but boy, he'd love to send this to the boundary.
You called it kind of, yeah, Ireland-Portugal vibes. And
it's identical.
Scotland had pretty much done the same thing in his first innings.
What a comeback. The last few overs, 14-11, 13-12, and now one off this over.
Yeah, last 7 balls, 2 wicket, 1 ... wicket. All right, last ball, we think Majid faces up. As long as you like to bowl this, he's going to go round the wicket. See whether he kind of tries to cramp him or maybe tries to go wide outside the off stump.
You've got to love his raw pace.
Well, it's going to be gone. He's gloved that behind. And he's going to see the finger up. And I think it was straight off the glove to Seamus Lynch. So Majid tries to get inventive. And that will be 5 scoreless deliveries to finish this innings. Now, normally 5 balls in this format, you're getting, on average, probably about 15 runs or maybe say 12 runs. Now, they just don't materialise for Scotland, who fall away. I mean, it was kind of like a prolonged collapse in a way, wasn't it? But they're going to finish 142 for 6 off the 10 overs, 143, and the Irish are in championship week.
What a brilliant comeback from those men on your screen. Even that last delivery, third was back. There's an opportunity to go over fine leg maybe, but in the end, the Scottish 11 will feel that they've left some runs out there. 91 they were after 5 overs. The last 5 overs only go for 51.
91 and 51, and well, this will be an interesting story. Another story of 2 halves. Always very proud to hear the anthems at the group final as Scotland 11 and Ireland 11 do battle for a place in championship week. This was a bit of a funny one, but in the end, it was no evidence that he ever touches the ball and goes out of the boundary. I know you saw it live, you liked it. It's a good piece of fielding by Leckie, good bit of invention, recovering from a bit of a fumble. But Lloyd Brown, I mean, his 67 saved Scotland away, along with Sajjad, who, let's be honest, Sajjad was a bit lucky to survive a few chances. Then we had the old Spider Woman, and, well, I know that certainly got tongues wagging, but for Scotland 11, look, they do have the runs on the board, 142. I think it's the kind of score that both teams would feel confident of getting the win, and that normally means we're in for a great second innings.
Yeah, very true, Vinny. That is exactly what I was sort of thinking. Chester Jard, he had to go for a well-made 40 off 17, but then the rest of the order never really got going. That was a nice shot from Ahmed. He had 2 sixes in his 15, but he faced 10 balls. It was a bit of a peculiar sort of innings. Yeah, after Brown and Sajjad, just the rest of the order, Vinny, it never really flew.
Never looked settled, and I don't know, it seemed a little bit, what's the word, stagnant. So I think sometimes maybe they needed to make a strategic change. Was there, we talked about it, probably wasn't going to happen. Timora came out, and yeah, even I'd consider, even after he swings and misses at 2, that maybe you do make a change, get the lefty out there, see if you can just kind of change things up. But yeah, Scotland kind of ran out of ideas, ran out of runs. That was Majid trying the reverse, but it was clearly off the glove through to Lynch. So what a great last over by Josh Wilson. I mean, they had a choice, didn't they, of who they wanted to go back to. I thought Wilson was the right play. Ends up bowling the first and the last, taking 3 for 11. Have a look at the batting scorecard, though. Lloyd Brown with 67 off 22. Well, he's following up. Don't forget, he hit 47 off 13 in the earlier game for the Scots. 9 big sixes and just the 1-4 in his innings. 40 for Sajjad was handy as well. Uzair, as you mentioned, funny old innings. 2 sixes, not a lot more, and his 15 not out. And how about Wilson and the group he's had? He's just backed up performance after performance after performance. 3 for 11, best of the bowlers for me. 2 wickets also for Jared Wilson. 1 for Kennedy, who fought back well after his first 3 balls went for 14. Then he ended up with figures of 1 for 27. No closer to knowing who'll grab that golden ticket to championship week. Ireland 11, though, they have one of the most feared batting orders I think we've seen so far in this Euros of cricket, and they're out to do the business. 143 will see them through. Can Scotland 11 make it a perfect day on finals day of Group A and defend 142? Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Koi Ruckers. We'll see you after the break for this exciting conclusion for more cricket right here, the home of European cricket, the Costa del Sol. We'll see you then for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back to European Cricket and our coverage of the Euros of cricket. It is a 4-week fiesta of cricket action. This is what's happening right now. Ireland 11 going out to chase 143 for victory in Group A and a chance to return to the Khartoum Oval in just a couple of weeks' time for the championship week, which will involve England 11, the defending champions, and the other group winners. There's Jason Vandermeer on your screen. He's a very, very powerful striker with a cricket ball. Out there with Seamus Lynch. These two have opened every game for the Irish. They are certainly one of the most powerful opening combinations that we've ever seen. Scotland 11, well, they've had quite the day, haven't they? They were able to win Qualifier 1, restricting Ireland 11 to 126 and chasing it down in 6.5 overs. Scotland bats just seeming to click on the final day. We're certainly clicking in this first innings as well, but a bit of a turnaround because the first half went for 91, the second half only went for 51 for Scotland, and they end up 142. There's Lewis O'Donnell. He's going to open the bowling for the Scots. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. 32 countries across 2 divisions in this Euros of cricket, the biggest we've ever had. It continues to grow. Here's a man who continues to grow in stature every time we see him, Corey Ruckers. Well, this is a real nail-biter in progress.
We might know how this game's going to shape in the next 3 overs. If these two fly with the bat, they're miles ahead. Here we go. Ball number 1 in the run chase.
Lynch on strike. First one's a lucky one, and they won't get it away. Now, you talked about it. It's very similar to the game where Ireland 11 took on Portugal in the Qualifier 2 match. The match before this was essentially an elimination match. And that game, you said the power play was very important. Well, same applies here, right? 3 overs are huge.
Yeah, massive. Lynch and Vandermeer have the repertoire to chase this down very quickly and get their team miles ahead of the game. O'Donnell has got them out both in this tournament, though. Big contest, Vin.
Swing and miss this time. So 2 dots to start. A late feeling that it might have been a nick, but it was news to O'Donnell and certainly to the umpire.
Yeah, interesting. That was a little bit wide of off, and it's a loose shot from Lynch. Not too sure, bit of a waft. Could have easily gone over point.
Just while these two are batting together, we've gone with Jameis. But do you think we missed an opportunity with Shason?
Shason I like. I can get around Shason.
It's done now. Anyway.
Deep mid off and deep mid on, Vin.
Telegraphing full. This field's not big enough for this guy when he hits in the middle, though. Exhibit A. That is miles in the air. Fielder coming around. Is he going to get it? Whoa!
Oh! What's happening?
Well, it's at least 4, and it's maybe, I actually think it's 6.
I hope Charlie Castle's okay. I think that's Charlie Castle. I'm not too sure who it was, but that is one of the greatest efforts I've ever seen. Oh, my word.
That's
I hope
amazing.
He's in trouble.
Amazing one.
Oh, my word. What an effort.
Wow, he basically lands really hard on his back
it's
there.
Brown. It's Lloyd Brown.
That was huge. I mean, it ends up rolling into the rope.
It's minimum of 4, but what a moment. Let's have a closer look. Did we get it?
Yeah, we're about to find out. Let's have a look.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
How's he actually got that? That is incredible athleticism.
Have we got that original angle? Wait. Have one more look. Look at the original angle. Yeah, let's have a look at this one more time. Here.
Yeah, I think that's 6. I think his foot's on the rope, but I just want to see the athleticism, Vinny.
Is that touching? To me, it looks like, and that's before his extra little. If he takes off from the rope, see there, that's the heel on the rope.
So I think it's such a great
Let's
effort.
see it. Let's see the fielding, though. It was unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and almost a relay catch.
I mean, that would have been absolutely ridiculous. And now we know, actually, as soon as he touched it, 6. So, actually, it would have been...
If he had got that back and that got caught, that's probably the greatest catch in cricket history.
Seen. And you saw it right
How
here on
did he
ECC.
get that his hand all the way back and actually still get enough weight on the ball?
Oh, well. You want a drama? You got it. Lynch off the mark for 6.
What a moment.
All right, let's breathe again. Here's O'Donnell. Wow, that's not getting caught by anyone on the ground anyway. That's huge. Maximo 6 carreras.
Oh, that has been hit about 8 million metres. Oh, Seamus.
Fine margins.
How do they?
It was about a quarter of the rope.
He just absolutely pongoed that.
Didn't run, did he?
Van der Merwe enjoyed that one as well. That was Big Daddy 6. Oh,
Well,
what a start to the run chase.
This is cricket on another level.
It
This is what we love about the ECC and the Euros cricket. All right, O'Donnell, ball's in your court. Rolled, a cutter out, he's gotten the nick, and that's the end of El Machina. He'll go little 6, big 6, little nick out. It's 12 for 1.
Huge, huge wicket in the context of this final. Seamus Lynch is the type of player that hits 50 off 10 balls. He goes, clever bowling. O'Donnell's had the wood over him a little bit in this series.
Yeah, Lynch will be so disappointed he can't go on with it.
What a change-up.
Gets big on him. It's hard to work out where he's trying to hit that in the end, isn't it? He wants to kind of muscle it down the ground, but yeah, it's a healthy edge through to the keeper. Well done by Tom Knight, who holds on. Well, the machine is out of service for the rest of the night. He'll have to watch from the bench. And Island 11, 12 for 1.
Will we see Seamus Lynch again in 2024, Vin? That is the big question. That might be it. This is going to be a doozy. They needed an early one.
Melly comes out, not a bad replacement. He's been in good form as well.
I still can't get over Brown's almost incredible save. Did you? His body was contorted completely the opposite way.
It's the modern day cricketer. Chiropractor's delight. Here it is.
That is an amazing effort. If he had got enough power on that back.
He knew he had to get rid of it straight away. It was actually right in his fingertips as well. Oh, well. Close but no cigar. Last ball the first. And it's going to start with Melly going up and out of here. Maximo, what a first over. Strap yourselves in. It's 18 for 1.
Well, if you like entertainment, you've come to the right place. 3 sixes, a wicket, just standard T10 action. And O'Donnell's got a cheeky smile on his face. Pretty good shot first ball, considering deep mid off and deep mid on the back. They're pretty brave, Vinny.
They are brave. Yeah, it was a good field placing, I suppose, in the end. We always saw Brown pull that off. But let's have a look at the golden ball counter.
I give up.
165 matches.
Well, I'm on a break for the next few days, Vin, and there hasn't been a golden ball. I'm a little bit upset. I'm upset.
This one's got potential. Golden ball final. Keep us here a bit longer, you don't mind?
That would be exciting.
If you don't know what a golden ball is, I suppose a lot of people out there might not know.
It would be good to get for an Irish-Scottish game to get a golden ball, because there'd be some new viewers that'd be like, what's going on?
1 ball tiebreaker. The batting team has 1 more ball to get 2 or more to win the game. If they don't win the game. Here's Castle.
Here's Charlie.
This is the first one down the leg side for a while.
Well, Van der Merwe is another key in this chase. We saw what he just did against the the Portuguese team, sorry. He's been a good inclusion into the Irish 11. What do you call it? Like a mature age pick?
Mature age rookie.
Mature age rookie in the baseball
Mature age rookie.
Like it.
Oh, I think Castle's had the time of his life here as well. I know
Yeah,
he's
he's
played a
enjoyed
very,
himself.
very good level of cricket, but this is different gravy, as they say. Oh, beats with the pace here, slides onto the pad. He's going to have a blind throw. Ooh.
Well, he
Foot's down.
hasn't slid his bat. Always got to be careful with that.
His foot's down, but it's not the best bit of running.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful. Where's his foot, Vinny? Are you sure? Are you sure you're sure?
Yeah, certainly not something that you'd see in the coaching manual. Maybe if you read it upside down.
Melly on 6.
Castle. He hit on with good fire. He's holding that for an outswinger. That's cracked away. Oh, fantastic bit of fielding.
Oh, did it carry? Did it carry? It's a fantastic stop, but is it a chance?
Oh, it's so quickly, actually, we couldn't tell live. That one flew through the air. Definitely saves 4. Let's check it out.
There's some athletic cricket going on. It's in the air. That carries.
That is it. It's an opportunity. A tough one, albeit.
Vin, this is heating up.
This is edgy as seat stuff.
It is.
You'll only need the edge for the next 35 minutes or so. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. He's hit it on the back of his leg. And luckily, Van der Merwe is built like a tree trunk. Probably won't feel it.
I hope the ball's okay. If it touched Van der Merwe, he is a big boy. But top over this so far.
Could have gone anywhere, really. I mean, could have also nicked for 4. Could have crashed into the stumps.
Hasn't got one out the screws yet, Van der Merwe, but he's itching to. He's itching to. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. 2 boundary riders.
Crutched. That's 4. Forget about it. That was pitched up. It was a little bit of a half volley, I suppose, but Van der Merwe off the mark with 4.
Well, that dressing room knows how important he is, because if he is there by the 5th, 6th over, he'll be on 50 or 60. He does give it a wallop, but once again, just brute force through the covers, 4 runs.
So strong, isn't he, Jason Van der Merwe? Castle 6 off 4, still decent. Tries to muscle this down the ground, but he gets out-muscled by Castle. What a good one-on-one contest this is.
This is a great little head-to-head, and Castle's taking the points at the moment. A good over, 6 runs. He's got his tail up, good pace, carrying through the night sky at Cardimer Oval.
1 ball to go then. Nice big ball either way. Oh, it's big wide down leg side and it's high.
You think you should get the old double wide when you get both?
Double whammy.
Yeah. Down the leg side.
Double Dare, the game in Australia.
What?
There's a game called Double Dare. So, this is so obscure, but I'll give it, he's got a long run up. You'd ask a question, was it schools against each other? If they didn't know, they'd say dare. The other team, if they would answer it, could say double dare. And if you still didn't know it, it'd say physical challenge. You have to do a game. Look it up. Anyway, this is going to get through the fielder. He's got a double back, and he will make the stop in the end. They'll get 2, and that's the end of the second over. Pretty good one for Castle. Only 9 off it, with 28 for 1.
Yeah, they're going at 14, and that's exactly what they need. This has been Group A. It's the final moments of Group A before we get into a very exciting Group B, C and D. England 11 are waiting in the championship week, and, well, it's always nice to see a new group. They'll be here tomorrow, and Germany do go into Group B as the favourites.
So, yeah, obviously we'll have 2 of the 5 tonight, and still 3 to be decided in Group B, C and D. And Jeff Maguire saying ECN finals guarantee excitement every time. Well, they're going to go back to O'Donnell. It's a wicket taker. Melly on strike. There's rolling cutter, but he picks it, he goes with it, and he's going to get it over fine leg for 6. Maximal. The green machine fight back.
Yeah, nice shot from Melly. 2 sixes in his first 3 balls. I rate this youngster very highly. He's a good player. Read the room, picked the cutter, gets it away for 6. Nice start to the over for the baby greens. 109 off 47. Sounds like an easy chase sometimes when we see the ball flying around, but in the final, with the ball zinging around, not so easy.
You can see as he grab a bat, head out to the middle of the Cardimer Oval right now. Melly has made a good start. He's beaten upstairs this time, over the top edge. Nice comeback from O'Donnell.
Yeah, good comeback. O'Donnell's always, you feel, in the wickets. He's always a wicket-taking bowler.
Jeff Maguire saying Castle seems sharpish. Tell the viewers a little bit more about Charlie Castle.
Sorry?
Charlie Castle seems sharpish. He's had quite the summer, hasn't he?
Well, he took 7 for 20 odd against Oman. He was bowling to Australia 5 weeks ago.
Little country from
this
far away.
Weak cricketing nation on the other side of the world.
Quite a big island, actually. It's good movement. Merely just loses shape a little bit. Just a hint of a way swing for O'Donnell.
Right now, it feels like we're watching a boxing bout, and it's just jabbing each other. Just little jabs, and both are getting a couple in. That's a slightly nervous dressing room.
Little jabs. You feel like they're throwing big haymakers at each other, but not everyone's landing. But either way, it's a good contest.
Every time they've hit a boundary, the Scottish 11 have just pegged back a dot ball here and there. They haven't broken away from this chase yet.
This time he goes for it. He just gets it over the fielder. Maximal for Melly, who'll continue to attack. 6 more to the Irish 11.
Well, Melly doesn't care if there's a deep mid on or a deep mid off. He just trusts his hand-eye to hit it over them, and he's done it again there. Gets enough power on the stroke. 6 more to the total.
You can see these two locked in, aren't they?
It's just a typical old battle between the Irish and the Scots, Vinny.
Good old-fashioned.
Seen them down the Ben Medina strip in the past, and now we're seeing them at Carter Oval.
Don't see too many little jabs on the strip. Anyway, 2 to come in the power play. Little away bender again from O'Donnell. He'll only get a single. Ireland still favourites in this chase, according to the percentages.
Well, I think this power play is okay for the Scottish 11 because you can lose a game in the power play.
I think it's a draw. I mean, they've literally...
If this was a boxing bout and there's 10 rounds and there's been 3 rounds so far, 3 overs, it's been split points.
Egan's watching with his parents for the first time. Hey, Egan, good to see you. Hello to Egan's parents.
Hello.
Egan's a lovely guy. That's good. It's a good spell from O'Donnell. It's another one that's going to get past the outside edge. And he'll finish 1 for 31. Good second over, I think. Often you see bowlers coming back in the third and not doing so well, but he goes for 13. I think it's pretty decent. It's the end of the third over, and it's 41 for 1. And as you said, I mean, Portugal pretty much lost that game in the power play earlier on. Obviously, Scotland are hanging in there. Egan Dantas, by the way, in the Spanish Championship weekend, which we did together in 2021. You know, Sporting Alfaz, where the ducks go across the field, he actually stepped on the duck while he was fielding the ball. But luckily, the duck was okay. But that was his little viral moment.
Good to hear, Vinny. Good to hear.
Are they ducks or geese there?
Geese.
Fair enough. All right, Chris McBride. He's been a bit inconsistent with the ball at times, but he's going to bowl over number 4 into the power play. First one short, wide, punched, and 4 for Melly.
Yeah, 4 short, wide. Melly looking like the hot hand at the crease. It's a nice cricket stroke. I tell you one thing about this Irish 11, Vinny, they keep finding a boundary to start the over, which relieves the pressure.
It's true. One boundary in an over by itself normally isn't enough to stay up with the rate. That second boundary with Bride to Cam Melly. Had a heavy length, seem to have had a fair bit of success.
Just jabbing each other, Vin. Boundary dot, boundary dot.
Take one, give one, take one.
But the history of Ireland and Scotland goes back many moons, but this might tilt the scale in sporting pedigree.
You think so?
One way. It's even in life,
definitely
in history.
Well, one team's going to have bragging rights. One team's going to be able to come back.
I tell you what, it's a long bus ride home when you're all on the same bus.
True.
Oh,
he's
no,
thrown him there. It's no ball.
Oh, he's deked him. Well, he's just thrown him the dummy.
No fake footwork might have done McBride there.
Doesn't often work. Yep, so no ball called. Free hit time.
Free hit coming up. Melly.
What a good deke.
Yeah, it was. Fake footwork normally puts the batters off more than the bowlers. That was one time. McBride a little bit wider. Free hit then. That's good
well
cutback.
Oh, this is a good game.
He's actually held that for an in-swing, you know. He's gone outie, outie, and then that one, if anything, it came back. It definitely held its line. It was quick.
These teams right now are 50-50. Good little contest. Maybe Hoagie's 2 overs will mean a lot for me.
Oh, yeah, Hoagie's 2 overs. Massive. Massive. We haven't seen him yet. To the 4th. Strike 2.
Oh.
What a contest. What a contest this is.
Melly just maybe over-swinging the last couple.
Melly's in like a mini slump. Like it's not a real slump, but it's just kind of the hint of a slump.
97 off 38. Feels and looks like a lot, but once you get on a roll at this ground, it really does go. 50-50 on the supercomputer.
Melly started with the boundary since there's been dot off the pitch, dot, dot. At times, slower ball, it's a rolling off cutter. Melly gets off strike, gets wide.
If he can bowl this ball without a boundary, big win this over for the Scottish.
50-50.
50 cent.
Back to 50-50.
Love a 50-50. Here we go. Van der Merwe, look, 6 off 6, but he hasn't really had much flow in the innings yet.
I think he's trying to bomb this.
Oh, yeah.
What's going to happen? I've got no idea. McBride to get out of the over. He's chopped on. Big moment in the final. Jason Van der Merwe got one that was pitched up. It came off a thick inside edge and it's knocked the off stump back. McBride with a fantastic over in the fourth. In the face of a big challenge, the Scottish captain delivers and it's 47 for 2.
Oh boy, that's a massive wicket. Van der Merwe, the thick inside edge, it goes onto the stumps and they light up. And the Scottish 11, I think they've won their first round out of the first 4 overs. They pull ahead.
Could have gone anywhere. We saw earlier, maybe he had an inside edge, kind of dragged onto the back of his leg. This time goes back onto the stumps. So that means that both the openers are back in the shed and we'll have to dig a bit deeper into the Irish order. Jason Van der Merwe out for 6. It's 47 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, so the 2 openers are gone. They're not on 50 yet. We know there's a lot of batting still to come, but this is a pressure chase, and that worm's gone the wrong way.
Again, a little bit of a luck factor here because this really could have gone anywhere. McBride, what a great comeback in the over. But 4 dot off the pitch, free hit dot, 1 wicket.
What a good time for Hogarth to come into the attack.
Don't be super critical. Van der Merwe is such a good striker, but he probably just lost his shape, lost his front side a little bit there. He's a bit front on for that. And now, you mentioned Jack Hogarth and his leg spin. The 2 overs will be very, very important. He's going to come on in the 5th. And Scotland, 63% favourites now to go back-to-back over the Irish on finals day.
His spell could determine this game.
Well, the first one is up in the air and it's out of the ground. Maximo! It's a Melly Maximo to get us going in the 5th.
Melly might be the key, but yeah, look, Hoagie's a very good bowler, but sometimes at this Cardimer Oval, it's very difficult to be a spinner, let alone a leg spinner. Slightly overpitched, and I mean slightly, and he bombs it for 6. So great start to the over for the Irish 11. They need to respond after that previous over. Good cricket stroke that, Vinny.
Very good cricket stroke. The thing with Hoagie, he doesn't turn it a lot. A lot of them kind of just hurry on. Anyway, I also know he hates bowling from this end. I think it's just going down the leg side, but I'll go 10 out of 10 for the appeal.
10 out of 10 from the Russian judge on the appeal, but yeah, that's sliding down leg, Vin.
Yeah. See, it's just
pitch miles outside leg anyway.
It threatens to straighten, but doesn't really. Good decision.
Big contest.
Good appeal. Melly. Hits it. Does he really get slicing away? Just outside the grasp of the fielder. And it's going to be 6 runs. Maximo could have one fielder there. Probably would be Castle.
Yeah.
He's been excellent in that position, but he couldn't quite reel it in.
Wasn't far away, and at the halfway stage of this over, 12 off it. They can turn this into a magical over. It sort of makes up for the over before. Big moments in this game. Hoagie, tough to be a spinner. He's bowled well all tournament. Pressure on.
Drops into the block hole. This is a beautiful square drive. That's going to be 4. Melly to 41.
That is a class shot. Class shot. Not the worst ball you'll ever see. Jars it out for 4. 16 off 4. Turning into a magical.
Very good shot.
Very good game.
Good wrist to open up. And
great wrist spinning.
And Hoagie's saying, actually, I put that pretty much where I wanted it. Still went to the boundary. 2 to come in the 5th.
Oh, no.
It's going to be 7.
Oh, no.
Caught on the field. It's a Maximo. It's a 7 up as Ireland breathe again.
Oh, the turns and swings of this game. That's a 7 up out of nowhere. And after the previous over, Vinny, they've caught back up.
Oh, dearie me. Melly to 47 and a freebie.
Well, here we go, free hit time. This could turn into a supersonic over.
right, here we go. He dodged a bullet. This wasn't a bad ball, but this is crunching. That's going to be 4 more. It's 50 for Melly in the final under the greatest of pressures. He's standing up. The baby greens, they're growing in stature here. As this over's got for 27, there's still a ball remaining.
Oh, game-changing over again. What a shot. And
probably in his range, though, out there. Be disappointed it gets through.
What a little counterpunch this is from Melly. 51 off 19, some serious batting. One, probably a wide ball outside the tram line, fair enough. So 1 more to the total. Boy, oh boy, they needed this over. 28 off, it could go for 34, Vinny.
His overs are going to be massive. Can he fight back here? Probably would be worth it if he could get Melly now. Oh, it was a pretty good ball. It was zeroing in towards the stumps. Melly gets 1, moves to 52, 29 off the over. And Island 11 after 5 are 76 for 2. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. Rico's off today, but he'll be back to start Group B with me tomorrow. And right now, this game is a thriller minute. It's just what you want out of an ECN match. And I've said this before. A lot of people say, well, this is quite different. This is different. This is different. It's a different format. And I think cricket benefits. It's one of the few sports that have so many formats that can change the dynamics of the game. And yeah, these players have to be very, very intelligent as well as skillful to prevail.
It teaches sort of different arts, the defensive skills that bowlers have to show for 10 overs, and maybe also teaching the batters how brave you got to be at Carlton Road. From ball 1, there's no time. You've got to get on with it. It's a lovely skill to add to the repertoire, but this is a bit of a humdinger. This could be an ECN Classic, Vinny.
Yeah, it could be an ECN Classic. The next 5 overs will decide which team are going through. Here's Kessajad, who's bowling at Melly. First one, outswinging full toss. It's going to go the other side of the field. It's going to be 4 runs. So now Ireland have taken back the advantage as Melly moves to 56.
Tell you what, Melly's playing a 10 out of 10 knock right now. Beautiful ball striking from him as he punched that one away for 4. And, well, just in the last 7 balls, this baby greens take the ascendancy again.
This time he goes the effort ball and gets it past Melly.
And that's a steadier. The last 7 balls had all gone the way of the Irish. That ball just steadies things a little bit, but you'd have to imagine, Vin, a player like Melly, if you don't dismiss him, he'll win the game. You've got to get him out at some stage.
You got to try and cut a bit of a path through the middle order, don't you? Macbeth's there at the other end now, hasn't faced yet. That's well bowled, really well bowled, straight over line, and good umpiring as well.
Yeah, did it get some line, Vin? You felt like it got some line?
I get straight over the line. Watch this late movement. Remember?
Yep, that's a bit of line. All it has to do is touch the line.
Inside.
Tell you what, he got that to swing quite late.
Yeah. Melly. Flying high at the moment. This one is going high and it's going for 6. Maximal. Well, Melly, I mean, maybe a lot of people would think he's a bit of an insurance policy with the opening combination we've seen, but he has batted out of his skin here in Group A.
Tell you what, he is really batting beautifully. Another short ball outside the off stump. This time he gets it, and he's got a long career ahead of himself, smoking the ball around this oval right now.
Yeah, he's hot right now, and it's just how long can he kind of keep this run going? That's the question that everybody wants to know. Now the Scots are on the back foot in a pretty serious way.
Yeah, I think they are as well. 10 off 4, so Jard's got to get out of this over, but they need a wicket. You just feel like they've got to get Melly. Melly is so hot right now. Macbeth's been out there, it feels like, for ages, hasn't faced a ball.
Yeah, he's getting his eye in from the other end.
It's the Melly show.
It is. Melly giving it some welly. So Jard with the comeback ball. It's a slow ball, and bowls it pretty well.
Well bowled.
So we'll get our first look at Macbeth. He's just got 1 to face in the 6th.
Good game of cricket, Vinny. Really good. 87 on the board. 56 off 25. It only says 13 over at Carlton Oval. That seems easy, but it's a final.
Under lights as well.
Yeah, exactly.
New batter maybe coming out there. It's going to be all sorts of pressure. Nice ball. And it's going to be just a single for Macbeth, so we'll get to see some more of him because he'll retain the strike. And it's 88 for 2 after 6. Next to come in, Jared Wilson's been in really good form as well. Then you're getting to a bit more inexperience. Probably Daniel Murray comes in after that. So I just feel that he's got 11, probably 2 wickets. If one of them's Melly as well, just from breaking this game wide open.
Yeah, even one wicket. You get Melly out right now. A new player has to come out in a very pressure situation. So we've still got a good game on our hand. Hoagie might not get 2 tonight, so they might have to think about their bowling combinations a little bit more also.
Yeah, just have a look at the bowling. Only O'Donnell's bowled out.
Well, what do I know? They're going to go to Hoagie.
That's real
Now,
trust,
I tell you
isn't it?
what.
New batter on strike. I reckon that's pretty relevant.
That is trust. Trust.
An extra T for extra trust. First one, to be honest, wasn't the greatest, but just one. That means he gets to have another look at and see Melly from the other end.
Well, Melly almost landed the knockout blow on him in the first round. The trusted Hoagie.
He's had an 8 count and he's gotten up off the canvas. Let's see what he can do here, Hogarth. Really good ball, he finds the fielder.
Hoagie's actually landing the ball right on that tram line, and as a leg spinner quite well, but Melly is just trusting himself to whack it through the offside. You got 3 back on the offside, deep cover point, deep cover and deep mid off. This is a really good cat and mouse right now.
Nice against Melly. It'll be one of the all-time great celebrations. Anyway, let's see what happens. He walks into turns into full toss.
I give a lot of credit to Hoagie right now. Not many players after going for 27 or 28, was it 29 the first?
29. This is the experience, though. He's played a lot here, and he knows it's part and parcel.
Yeah.
I said it last night, 3 certainties in life, death, taxes, and getting whacked in ECN cricket. That's hit straight, and it's hit pretty powerfully. Great effort. Puts his body on the line there, does Brown. It's going to be 4 this time. Scott Macbeth.
Because he's bowling so wide, Vinny, they could have just squeezed the deep mid on straighter and moved the deep mid wicket round as well. They had him quite wide and
maybe encourage
him to go more across, but anyway.
More across, yeah. Saying, still, not disastrous over.
2.5 a ball. This is a good game of cricket.
I mean, they're pretty much right on that red line of the required rate.
Good standard of cricket we're witnessing as well.
Definitely. Good to see young players having to use their brain, having to use all their skills, having to be brave. How could this not improve your cricket?
Yeah.
This is my point. Anyway, I think that ball might have got stuck under the sight screen. Now, Hogarth, I think he benefits from just having played so much and kind of just trying to bowl well and accepting the consequences. That's the thing. 1.14. It's only going to be 1 as well.
Tell you what a comeback from Hoagie. He's a likeable fella. To come back after 29 off your first and to have the confidence to bowl leg spin in this format, it's nice to watch.
Seem to want to charge him a little bit. Last ball of this battle, can Hogarth finally get his man?
Well bowled.
What an over. Under pressure, Hogarth has gotten Scotland right back in this. And we won't quite see the histrionics, but hey, that's courage personified into the 7th. 95 for 2.
Tell you what, McBride, well done, skipper, for keeping your cool, trusting your senior bowler, and that might have got you back in the game. This is what's coming up tomorrow.
Austria-Romania have been an absolute banger of a game first up. And one thing we almost had in this group was a 9-ball 50. But we actually had a 9-ball 50 in Austria recently. Aman Naeem did it in an international. It was on finals day in the ECS. He'll be part of the Austrian squad tomorrow.
I like this. Charlie Castle's going to come back now as well. They're not going to wait till the 9th or 10th when it might be last chance saloon. So they're going to go to their other spearhead and try and pull away in this game now. Can the Baby Greens take him down? Huge moments. Jared Wilson listed to come in next. 48 off 18, almost back to a 50-50.
All right, here we go. Huge over. Oh, a little nick, I think. Or did he hit anything? Yes, a little nick. And Macbeth is going to get 4, the luckiest of 4s.
Well, can you believe it? Inside edge, keeper. Could he have got across Thomas Knight? Maybe didn't pick it up.
It's tough for me. You're a long way back. It's a big deflection, to be fair. It's just one of those things, I think.
Oh, boy. Handy boundary for the Irish 11. We're on for a last.
Cricket gods will have their say as well.
We're on for a last over finish here. You can feel it.
Castle, again. Good man to have the ball in hand. It's a pretty good Yorker, but dug out. Just simple.
I love that they've gone back to him now. A lot of teams would have held him back for the 9th or the 10th, but try and get ahead. 100 up, 43 off 16 for a spot in the finals. These two cricket nations who have come up against each other in many sports, neighbours.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Your real wicket taking here. So you're really trying to get the set batter Melly. Obviously Macbeth has had a pretty good start as well. Get under this, and what this also does, it kind of pushes that rate up if they can't get him away. Still to bowl, potential bowlers.
McBride.
1 over for 12, and McBride 1 over 1 for 6.
I'm going to McBride next.
Okay.
Yep. He bowled really well. He got to swing late. Pull away that. Vinny, it's 42 or 15. It's getting a bit twitchy.
52%. They're diving.
Just getting twitchy.
This is golden ball tingle time. Ross gets straight on. There's a little touch on this. He's walked. Well, that's very good sportsmanship as well for Macbeth. I think it's right off the bottom of the bat. It was only a little touch, but it's going to be a wicket for Castle. He's brought back to break the partnership, and he will.
Vinny, I just spotted a bail off, but I don't know if a fielder just had to knock that off. Anyway, he's dismissed, and a big moment, a really big moment.
Let's have a look at it on the replay.
It's hit the stumps.
Oh,
he's bowled. He's been bowled. There you go. The bails are off, so he's bowled.
Yeah,
I thought the bail was off.
Yeah, well, that's why he walks. I thought originally that it might have been off the bottom of the bat.
I was wondering why he walked, but now it makes more sense.
Yeah, just a little touch. Obviously, Macbeth heard it before anyone else. So he'll go for 12, and it's 101 for 3.
Tell you what, Vinny. Scotland slightly ahead for the first time in a while.
Well, this is one guy I would want heading out to the middle, Jared Wilson.
Yeah.
He's a very simple technique. He's a powerful striker. But I mentioned they were probably two wickets away from breaking the game wide open. Now they're ahead, statistically at least. It's got 11. And Jared Wilson's got a big responsibility. Got 2 balls that are pretty uncomfortable to come from Charlie Castle. It's hit hard, but the fielder is going to take the catch. It's a golden duck for Jared Wilson in the final. Lloyd Brown takes it safely to his right. Castle's on a hat trick, and there's the second wicket. It's bang bang stuff, 101 for 4.
Oh, can you believe it? All of a sudden, this Scottish team have a small glimpse of the final. It's 2 in 2, cramped him for room, couldn't free his arms. He scuffs it all the way out to Lloyd Brown, who's had a good final. And someone's going to have to come good at the back end here for the Irish 11. Otherwise, they're going to be bundled out.
Yeah, well, disappointment. He takes it on, he plays on instinct maybe. If he gets the contact point slightly different, gets the elevation and goes for 6. But instead, unfortunately, Jared Wilson's got a nervous wait from the sidelines. And, well, we had a Josh Wilson hat trick. We've just seen Jared Wilson go. Could there be a Charlie Castle hat trick around the corner? He's got 1 ball left.
What an over.
In this Group A final.
I've loved the captaincy for McBride. He went to Hoagie, trust him, then he went to Castle, he's spearhead, and he's pulled the team away.
Here comes Daniel Murray. Hat-trick ball.
Oi!
Don't know much about that to Murray, but he gets bat on it. He'll get to the other end.
Melly's not on strike.
End of the over. It's a good point. They take the run. It means that Melly has to stay on striker. Only 2 overs remaining. Could that be the critical over? It's 102 for 4. And that all started with the pressure that was built up by Hogarth, being trusted to bowl a second. And have a look at that. That worm has taken a dive. It was at that red line. Now it's below.
So they've used the 2 spearheads, right, to pull back away. But now you do need the other bowlers to close out. Kessajard, he comes on to bowl. McBride will bowl the last, you'd imagine. You have to think someone has to support Melly or get him on strike now, and he has to come good. 41 off 12, and he ain't easy.
It's blown out.
It's blown out big time.
It's blown out. They need a magical. Sajard on strike. First one hit.
Oh boy.
Sajard's got a very good change of pace. He's showed he can use it. He's quite accurate with it.
15 runs in the last 13 balls. What a comeback.
And it started with something everyone was tearing their hair out, saying, what are you doing going back to Hogarth here? But Chris McBride, he's pulled the right strings. He's left himself for the last over as well. Oh. Big swing and a miss. There's the slower ball, and Melly can't connect.
Vinny, it's 4 a ball. They're almost out, Vinny. They've just completely fallen away in this back end. 15 runs in 15 balls.
There's to lose now, Scotland 11.
Oh yeah.
It's really a big run against them. Is there one more twist in this game? Well, there's wide. Kessler will have to re-bowl that. McBride as well, we'll say, has kind of lost the plot a couple of times with the ball. Earlier, it wasn't one of those times. He missed the pitch once.
Tell you what, a 7-up or something crazy would help. But yeah, 39 of 10. It's just fallen away at the wrong time.
There's that slow ball again. He's going to it. Well, he's not timing it up. He's going to hand the strike back to Murray.
Wow. Just wow. It's looking like curtains unless we see one of the greatest finishes we've had on the network. And that dressing room knows they've fallen away at the wrong time. 16 runs in the last 15 balls, I believe, or 16 balls. Yeah.
And the last final we had here was only 3 days ago. We saw 28 off the last over.
Got to get there first, Vin.
That one will help. That's up and it's out of here. Maximal credit to Murray. Stands up under pressure. Gets the jump. Not the best ball, really. It's just kind of slot into the pants. Well, that's one in the book for Murray.
Pressure, stroke, hits a 6. That means we will go into the last with an opportunity. They've got to get at least 1 6 in the next 2 balls. At least one.
And if you can get on a run of 2 or 3 6s in a row, imagine the pressure going back on to the bowler. They've just kind of dictated terms for the last 3 overs.
And Melly's still there. Melly's shown he can take an over for 30. Huge ball.
With a comeback. 2 big balls here. There's that slow ball. He's really nailed it tonight as Kessler.
Ah, gee. Vinny, 1 foot out the door. That dressing room knows it. The Scottish 11 have defended this so well.
Yeah, have a look at their variation. Kind of rolls out the left of the hand.
Variations.
Well, my Knight's been pretty tight. He's had a few awkward ones on the second bounce.
Hit this for 6, he's still got a chance.
Last ball of the night. And he's bowled. The slow ball works. Murray chops on. And only a Charlie Packard type miracle is going to save the Irish from here. Will be the main man on strike. But Kessler was brilliant in that 9th. Holds his nerve. Just 9 come off and it finishes with a wicket. And Ireland 11 are 111 for 5 with 1 over remaining. They need 32 to win.
It's just fallen away in the back end. The last 3 overs, 7, 7, 9. An amazing comeback. And Scotland, they're going to, well, they're 1 foot in the finals week. They've got to close it out now. 1 good ball will do it. And fair play to them as the Irish 11 have just fallen away at the wrong time.
All right, well, now we're on Melly watch. We have seen 32 in the last over for a win before. We saw 28 the other day, only 3 days ago actually, to win a final. But this would be something else. 6 6s for a ton.
If he does this, I'm leaving, Vinny.
All right, here we go. Maximal or bust. McBride. He's going to knock the middle sub out of the ground. It's time to party now. No path back for the Irish. Melly's been so brave, but he cannot connect with that one. McBride has been brilliant in the final. The Scots have timed their run perfectly, Corey Ruckers. And that pretty much sounds the death knell, doesn't it, for the Irish?
Oh, credit to that man on your screen. I think McBride's had a blinder with the ball and he's captained extremely well in this back end. That one just ducks back a bit. He gets Melly. Melly batted well, but lost his mojo at the back end of that innings. And overall, this is a big day for the Scottish 11. They came in with high hopes. They're going to beat Ireland twice on the day. And they're going to get an extra week in Spain.
You've got to feel for Melly. He had a brilliant 3 days and gets his team so close and he keeps him in the contest, doesn't he, with his 65. I mean, the road to glory is paved with heartbreak, something we see all the time here in European cricket. And the baby greens, well, started the day on top, but they've had a real tough couple of games against the Scots that have had their measure. It's Josh Wilson coming out to bat.
Yeah, they'll be mighty disappointed. They didn't lose a game in the group stage, in the group leg. They're going to lose 2 today and get bundled out, but credit has to go to the Scottish 11. They came back with some new plans, readjusted, and different plans have worked. And Brown finding form today was big for them.
That was huge. Big swing and a miss, I think of running, really. no need for any drama. This should just be a cruise to the finish line.
Means we get a Scotland-England game again. That's always fun.
That's always a good one. Ask Kessajad about that. A really good one against England. Actually, I remember they played the 3 versus 4 game a couple of years ago. Scotland back in Championship Week. Of course, they missed out last year. That one dug out, but only for a single. I mean, yeah, we've got pause to just kind of take a breath now. You've got to feel for the Irish team. You always feel for teams that miss out at this stage when it really could have gone any way. But one thing about Scotland 11, they've been a lot more disciplined this year. I know their results didn't necessarily flow from the beginning last year. This time around, they had a really an interesting campaign, really, but they have to come back from hardship a few times. That's cracked. That's 6. What a shot from Leckie. Well, that's probably one of the bigger ones you'll see, but it's going to be a consolation blow. Yeah, Scotland, one thing about their batting, they tended to lose wickets in clumps, and they were always playing catch-up, weren't they? Today's the first kind of day they've been able to get ahead with the bat. And
Lloyd Brown rocked up today and batted beautifully. Oh!
Well, that's actually a great take. And it's probably going to result in a run out, and it will. So it's just going to give us a couple of extra minutes to discuss as Wilson will run himself out. It will be a wide, still 2 to come. It'll be 120 for 7, but yeah, it's a tough walk at this stage. Hard to bat with a broken heart, but well, Scottish fans, they've got time to rejoice. They've delivered when the going's got tough here under the bright lights of the Cardimer Oval.
Yeah, they really have as another player goes, and unfortunately Wilson, he's been a great feature with the ball.
He really has. You know, he's one guy, it could be anything, and I think it's a great time to be a young player in the Irish setup. You know, he's one guy we could see going on to higher honours and potentially playing Test cricket. That's an aspiration I'm sure all these young Irish players would have.
Oh, absolutely. Look, they bring these young fellas because they think they're the best in the country, and they think that they have a future in red ball, white ball, long format, short format. So they'll be disappointed, but from what I've seen, the future's pretty bright in Irish cricket.
Leckie will nick off, and actually would have been an amazing catch by the youngster Tom Knight. Just be a single, gets into 120. And actually, if you actually look at what Ireland led made earlier against Scotland, that was 126. So they've kept it something pretty similar here. Just found ways to get those breakthroughs.
You have to imagine the early wickets of Lynch and Van der Merwe not clicking in the final play dividends. But let's enjoy the moment for the Scots. Last ball and watch the celebrations.
It'll be a dot to finish, and the Scots have done it. They've been perfect when the going got tough here on Group A Finals Day. And they have qualified for Championship Week. The Irish, you got to feel for them. They played such good cricket. The Baby Greens went on a run, and they started at the top today, but a couple of testing losses have seen them fall by the wayside, and Scotland are back in ECC Championship Week.
Yeah, congratulations to Scotland. They end up defending that score, and they've deserved it. They were the best team on the day, and that is what matters, and I look forward to seeing them again in Championship Week. Maybe with a couple more reinforcements, they'll go even further this year. And yeah, credit to them, Vinny. That was a really good final to call.
And look, let's be honest, Scotland, they win the 6-hitting battle in the final as well. They hit 16 sixes to 11, and normally the team that can clear the boundary more times wins. And I think, you know, Scotland 11, they probably were quietly confident that they had something, especially with the bat, that hadn't really gone off yet, and they were hoping it would go off on finals day. I mean, Brown was huge for them. He was a real difference maker. And yeah, Scotland 11, they'll be pitching themselves. It's a day to dream of. Sometimes it's all about just kind of playing your best cricket when it counts, and Scotland 11 certainly do that today.
Yeah, congratulations. You can see the smiles on their faces because they've booked themselves another week in Spain, and they can avoid the dreary weather in Scotland. Lucky boys.
They probably will go home, actually, to prepare. And then I think
for a couple of days.
I think they've still got 3 groups to come. About 9 days of other group games before we hit Championship Week, which is starting 10 days time. But yeah, well, a lot of mutual respect between the two sides. I mean, there's a lot of cricketing talent out there, but it's always tough. Mixed emotions, I'm sure, for all the neutrals. And loved following the run of the Irish side. And very, very good. But I mean, Scotland, they're well supported here as well. They saved their best for last, and they will be through, or will get to see the England versus Scotland matchup again, which is always a really exciting one to watch. But you can see the Scottish coaching staff are thrilled for their guys. For Ireland, obviously, it's always a tough one. I mean, we have so many finals here, which means we have so many losing finalists. I think Ireland 11, they prepared well. I think I like their tactics. And sometimes it just doesn't roll your way, and they just found a way to lose wickets at key times on finals day. Scotland 11, they're your second team confirmed for the championship week, and of course we'll see them against England 11 and of course the 3 other group winners, which will be decided over the next 9 days.
Yeah, that's cricket. Unfortunately, sometimes on the night you get outplayed, but you got to tip your hat to the opposition, and Scotland 11 were the better team overall tonight, and that is how T10 rolls. Vinny, it was a pretty exciting final though, and for a long period we weren't sure which way it was going to go.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. This is what's coming up tomorrow, by the way. We start in Group B. I know that you'll be off for a little while, but we'll see you again very, very soon. Looking forward to that. All right, let's go and have a look at the second innings, and it was really anyone's game, we felt. In fact, it looked like Ireland that were slightly higher favourites for this chase, but we know that 140 plus isn't easy, especially under lights here at the Cartama Oval. And Scottish 11 bowlers certainly stepped up, didn't they? Breaking through that opening combination and following up, even though Melly provided a fair fight back, could do it alone. And in the end, he's the only batter to score over 12. How about that, though? That would have been one of the all-time great catches. Maybe just took off from the rope, but Scotland didn't let it bother them. We saw a bit of the old bang-bang from Lynch. But there was this sequence, wasn't it? It was 6, 6, and then out. And then we saw Van der Merwe chop on for only 6. He couldn't get going. And Scotland, really, when it's all said and done, it's their night.
Yeah, at this stage, Hoagie came into the attack and the over went for quite a lot. 29 coming off her, and this is where we thought the Irish 11 are going to pull away and take the chocolates. But a good defensive bowling display. And the following 4 overs really just broke the backs of this, the baby greens. Charlie Castle came back, picked up a wicket, bowled a really good over, got a wicket the very next delivery. That was Wilson going for a golden. And yeah, the defensive bowling skills in the last 5 overs, Vinny's what won them the game, and it was a pleasure to watch.
It was a game of swings and roundabouts, and look, for me, it looked like Ireland were getting ahead. They were, what, 67, 70% or something, and they brought Hogarth back. That was really, really important, and I think you're spot on. Chris McBride's captaincy, I should say, was out of this world, as, found a way to trust his leg spinner, who is experienced. You know, I think that good mixture of youth and experience in this Scottish side, and in the end, it was all over bar the shouting. In the end, it was 22 runs to the margin, and Scotland will be back with us for the championship week as one of the top 5 teams in Europe.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Good to see the sportsmanship between the 2 teams, and I'm sure we'll see the Irish 11 bigger and better next year. Also, we look at the scorecard. Yeah, Melly top innings, 65 off 32, but no other play event getting above 13. That's the tail.
It's tail of the tape, really, in the end. We said it felt like a bit of a boxing match, didn't we, with all the drama, the kind of punches, the counter punches. We saw Hogarth go for 29 in his first over, came back incredibly well. And also, I think credit someone like a Castle. You know, he saved probably his most influential spell for last as well, 2 for 16, brought him back at a good time. But Scotland, they bowled well as a team, didn't they? You look at nobody going for, apart from Hogarth had that horrible first over, no one went for more than 15 and a half an over. They had Castle only going at 8, McBride 2 for 15 was very, very good. Kessajard as well, I think he used that change of pace really, really well. So the Scottish team are our first team to qualify through the group stages for the championship week of the Euros of cricket. And it's funny, we're about the halfway point of the 4 weeks here at the Cartama Oval for the Euros, but in one way, we're only just getting started.
Yeah, 2 weeks down, 2 weeks to go, and our first team making it through Group A of the Championship Week. Pretty excited for the rest of the competition because a lot more teams are coming to Cardamar.
I think one benefit from Scotland 11 this year compared to previous years is they didn't come in as favourites. I think in previous years, there's been kind of big raps on them. There's that kind of air of expectation. And let's be honest, they've been disappointing at times, I think, with some of their performances. But this time, being drawn with Ireland, who came 4th last year in the Euros of Cricket, I think they kind of flew under the radar a little bit, especially because their batting didn't really click. Obviously, they brought a squad which they felt could get the job done. You look at Lloyd Brown, the fact that he had a bit of a rough start, still getting his head around the game. But, you know, by day 3, they were clicking. Their bowling, I think, was very, very important as well. They just tended to hold a few more catches. And, yeah, it reminded me a little bit of like an 800-metre race or something where Ireland 11 came out, they were miles in front, but kind of Scotland kind of stayed back in the pack. And in that final straight, they were able to get past. And we'll see them in Championship Week.
Yeah, we will. And look, it's been an interesting group. We really enjoyed the sort of new Portugal. I think they were very good indeed. France this year, probably a bit underwhelming. Hopefully we see better. And I think Guernsey as well, they'll come back stronger.
Anyone can have a bad 3 days, but yeah, I suppose, you know, France gambling on some tactics that didn't really work out, and they tried to change course, and they were just a bit too unsettled. Unsettled is probably the word I'd use for them. Guernsey, I mean, if this has got an extra couple of days, maybe they make a run as well, because we saw them have a big win over Portugal, and they actually got them to 4 points that, okay, it wasn't enough to get them in the finals. Maybe it's enough to keep them up in this division next year. Maybe one more time we can have a look at the fixtures for tomorrow, because we'll roll over to Group B. Austria-Romania will be a really good one. Adrian Lascu, who played in the T20s for Romania, he is playing. He's part of the squad. He's got, you know, very well. Played against them a lot in Australia, believe it or not. Then we've got Germany versus Denmark, which will be a very interesting first game for those two teams. Hungary, no Laius Deploy this year, but they still have a pretty strong squad. We were in Hungary pretty recently, and the scores were kind of through the roof. I also think that their kind of imprint of Laius is still on that squad. I've noticed that they've been a lot more professional, you know, since they were able to rub shoulders with someone like that. We start at the regular group daytime of 9:45 a.m. GMT, which is 11:45 in Central Europe, and 3:15 in India. Corey Ruckers, thank you so much for your work over the first, what is it now?
2 weeks.
13 days. Yeah, 13 days you've been with us. I know you got a little bit of a break, and you'll join us, I think, for Group D again. We'll give you Group B off. Group C, I know you'll be coaching. Wishing you all the best of luck. And, yeah, can't wait to have you back in the box.
Yeah, been a pleasure. Excited to join you back a little bit later in the competition, and really excited to see how the rest of this Premier Division pans out.
Just do me a favour. Put the sunscreen on.
Oh, I need it.
Because I know you can sometimes forget, and that'll have disastrous consequences. Thanks to all the viewers out there. I know we've had a lot of discussion. You know, we're getting more and more people interested, asking questions. I know it can get hectic in the discussion as well, but thanks to everyone for keeping an eye on that. Thanks for your support of European cricket. If you haven't already, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. We went over 423 subscribers today, and we only continue to go up and up. Also, I want to remind you about our social media at European Cricket. Well, I liked that boundary catch attempt play of the day, even though it technically went down as a 6. Also, don't forget our EuropeanCricket.com website, and I know some people are having a bit of trouble with the app. I think it depends on the device, but you can always go to that website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's the home of European cricket. But for now, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Corey Ruckers as well, the whole team here at the Cardamar Oval, I'm going to say goodbye to Corey, but not for too long. We'll see him actually in another capacity. Rico will be back with me tomorrow for Group B, and well, in one way, we say goodbye to some teams. We say hello to some new teams tomorrow. 5 teams here to battle for one spot in Championship Week. We'll hope you have a great Saturday night. Saturday night is all right for fighting.
Wrap it up,
we
Vinny.
Just saw it.
Vinny, please.
We'll see you tomorrow for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Here's some of the best bits of Group A Finals Day. Hasta pronto.